G'day, folks. Welcome back to Stuff and Such. Today's story is called The Trail to Needle Rock. It's a classic Western tale that's in the public domain, so that means it's free and all right for me to read it to y'all. If you do like these old stories and would like something to listen to while doing chores, or would just like to kick back and listen, make sure you hit that like button and subscribe to the channel so you get notified when I put up new stories. If you would like to listen without ads and would like to support the channel at the same time, you can find some ad-free versions and extra content over on my Patreon account. My handle over there is The Reading Farmer. I'll leave a link pinned in the comments if you'd like to find it. Anyways, let's get going, get comfortable, and let's head out on the trail to Needle Rock. Trail from Needle Rock by Peter Field. Chapter 1. The cold moonlight washed the roof of Dutch Springs with silver and splashed the hoof-pocked Main Street with shadows. The huddle of frame buildings grouped around the two rows of square-fronted saloons and stores that comprised the business section that lay silent beneath the stars. The canopied pank walls were black canyons, save where oblongs of yellow lamplight slated through the dusty windows of the Golden Eagle. Inside the batwings, Mike, the proprietor, dozed peacefully behind the bar. In one corner, an intent group of townsmen hunched around a poker table. No sound broke into the rising cadence of Mike's snore save the subtle rattle of chips. And then the mantle of quiet that enveloped the sleeping cowtown was rudely rent by the roar of a six-gun. Again and again it crashed, the echoes of the reports harshly shattering the silence. In his little lean-to shack back behind the courthouse, Pat Stevens, the sheriff of Powder Valley, yawned as his pen scratched over the paper. The gray-eyed sheriff was more at home on a horse than in a swivel chair. He detested desk work, but there were warrants to be signed and requisitions to be made. Pat's system was to allow papers to accumulate until they clustered his spur-scratch desk and then clean up the whole lot in one late-night session. He dropped the pen and reached to his top vest pocket for the makins with a grunt of relief. The roar of drum fire hit his ears. With a bound he was on his feet and reaching for his gun belt. It was hanging on a peg with hat and spurs. Buckling the belt on above his lean hips, he hastened out into the moonlight. As he hit Main Street at a half-run, perplexity furrowed his forehead. Dutch Springs had been quiet as Boot Hill since the Chicago and Rio Grande had abandoned its project to lay steel through the valley. This was midweek. Few punchers and no strangers in town. What the hell was this fracas about? The sheriff's head swiveled as his eyes searched up and down Main Street. Poker players were piling out of the Golden Eagle. Heads protruded cautiously from half-open doors and lights they winked on like fireflies. Once the gun spoke, beyond the Gold Eagle. In the moonlight, the sheriff sighted a big raw-boned figure beneath a shapeless sombrero trudging over the ruts, waving a smoking gun. Like a huge dog, a pack ginny, kayaks pulled high and padded behind. Pat stepped into the street, hurried to intercept the gun-toting gent. Glass tinkled as a slug found the window of the Jewel Hotel. "Drop that iron!" shouted the sheriff. "You crazy?" "Yoo-wee!" howled the stranger, and another window went out. "It's Pete Ford!" yelled a man crouching in the doorway of the Gold Eagle. "The desert's gone to him. He's plumb gone crazy." Everybody in Dutch Springs knew Pete, a desert-eroded old prospector who outfitted regularly at the general merchandise store. Pete was shrewd, and, a taciturn as most men who lived long alone. He liked his liquor, but never, in the sheriff's memory, had he ever staged a shooting spree. Pat was close now, lead whining over his head. The hammer of the prospector's gun clicked onto empties. "Quit, you dog-blasted old coot!" rapped out the sheriff, grabbing up Pete's gun arm, "or I'll have to jug you."
"I done hit her rich. I found the mirage. I've got millions, all the gold I can tote, and tons to take out. I can buy up the town, the whole dang valley."
Pete's voice was shrill and stained with excitement. The group crowded the back wings and fell silent. "The mirage!" ejaculated one, almost in awe. The prospector drew abreast of the Gold Eagle, straddled a hitch rail, and pushed into the saloon. He was clad in a faded hickory shirt and patched pants, the bottoms of which were thrust into scratched knee boots. Brilliantly bright and blue, his eyes sparkled jubilantly against seamed features tanned darker than an old cowhide by the desert sun. A tangle of beard, flecked with grey, scraggled over his shirt front. He approached the bar with long strides and tossed a handful of rock onto the stained mahogany.
"Set 'em up on me," he boomed, "and that'll pay the score."
Mike hastily pushed his sawed-off shotgun out of sight and hefted a quartz in a great big old paw. The proprietor of the Gold Eagle had prospected plenty in his younger days, and he knew gold. Silently the poker players bunched around the gaunt desert rat and awaited Mike's verdict. The Mirage Mine was legendary, a legend that had lured men into the fastness of the Culebras for a generation. A golden legend accounted for many a pile of whitened bones amid the granite and cactus, a legend which, if the triumphant prospector was not lying, was legend no longer. In 1841, an old-timer pulled into Danville with a gunny sack of quartz. 5% is pay dirt. This assayed out at 85%. A party of 4 men trailed him when he left town. No one ever saw either the old-timer or any of those that trailed him again. 8 years later, in 1849, a weathered old desert rat called Cactus Charlie was found by 2 prospectors by a water hole. He was dying. In the knacks of his burrow, they found samples of ore that was unbelievably rich in gold. Cactus Charlie babbled of a famous mine, but died before he could reveal the location. 15 years passed, and then, in 1864, Frenchie, a breed, packed into Dutch Springs for supplies. He left a load of ore to settle his score. When assayed, this proved to be practically pure gold. Regularly after that, Frenchie towed it in high-grade quartz. Attempts were made to trail him, but Frenchie covered his tracks well when he disappeared into the mountains. One night, he took too much liquor abroad and raved about a mine that held the wealth of the world. At daybreak, sobering, he snuck out of town and never came back. And thus the legend of the Mirage Mine was born. 3 men had located it. The silent mines alone knew how many had failed. Every eye focused expectantly on Mike as he examined Pete's sample.
"By mother," muttered the Irishman, "he's speaking the truth."
Mike's head came up.
"A flash in the pan, maybe. Do you have more, though?" "I got 2 gunny sacks on the Jenny," roared Pete, "and 1,000,000 tons back there in the Kimbrales. It's the Mirage, I tell you, and it's all mine."
Reading doubt in the saloon man's eyes, he swung around and elbowed through the onlookers towards the street. In 2 minutes he banged through the bat wings again, a bulging gunny sack beneath each arm. He dropped one on the sanded floor and dumped the other out onto the bar. Pat pulled out his barrow knife and cut the rope that bound the neck of the sacks on the bar. The men pushed forward eagerly as he spilled the contents. The pile of quartz glinted yellow in the light of the oil lamp swinging overhead, and Mike picked up a piece at random.
"By God, the lost Mirage mine is found!" he yelled.
The Gold Eagle never closed its door that night, until the grey light of dawn flickered through the fly-specked windows and rimmed the smoky oil lamps. Men, hastily dressed and wide-eyed, thronged the saloon, fingering the pile of ore, and gathered respectfully around Pete Ford and bellied up to the bar to discuss the great discovery. Pete was glorious and satisfiedly drunk. Big Frame sprawled into a chair with empty bottles and an ever-full glass on the card table before him. He eyed the yammering crowd with a befuddled grin. His voice had long since been strained to a hoarse croak, but there was still shrewdness in his fading blue eyes and sense in his bemused brain. Through the hours he descanted endlessly upon the riches of his strike, but when his auditors, more or less subtly, endeavoured to gain a hinting at its location, Pete closed up tighter than a clam. The sheriff dropped into the saloon again after midnight and pulled up a chair beside the sack-limbed prospector. "See here, Pete, you're taking too much abroad. Pretty soon your tongue will loosen and you'll say too much. Or maybe that red eye will drive the location of the mine out of your bean. You better lay off and get some shut-eye." The prospector sloshed some more bourbon into his glass and grinned owlishly.
"Ain't nothing gonna loosen my tongue. It's all in here."
With drunken gravity, he tapped the side of his stained Stetson and pushed rakishly to the back of his head. "Well," Pat said, pushing back his chair, "it's your funeral. You'll find your Jenny's over at the livery stable." Washing down a stack of syrup-soaked flapjacks with black coffee, Pat slid off his stool at the Chinese restaurant the next morning. Lighting up, he strolled down to the livery stable. Pete's Jenny was still in the corral. He headed for the Gold Eagle. The chairs were upended on the tables, and Mike, blurry-eyed, was swamping out. By a side wall, Pete Ford lay outstretched upon the sandy floor, deep in a drunken stupor. Pat nodded towards the sleeping form. "Did that doggone lunkhead spill the beans?" Mike shook his head regretfully as he gathered the spittoons.
"Not one word."
"I gamble half of Dutch Springs trails that jigger when he hits for the trails." The saloon keeper displayed white teeth in a broad grin.
"And I'll be one of 'em, Pat, were it not for this saloon."
With the remaining sack of ore tied across his Jenny, the rediscoverer of the lost mine of Mirage pulled out of town with the setting sun. Pat was sober now. His seamed features twisted in a grin as his eyes ran down the scattering of ponies, the bedrolls that were spooled behind the cantles, flicking flies at the hitching rail.
"Don't none of you jaspers get notions of dogging me. I got a date to liquor up there into Dansville. And them, some bitches been harsing me for 23 years. Claimed I was loco and hunting the Mirage. I sure would crave to make 'em eat dirt."
With that, he hit the wagon road that wound southward. A tall, unkempt man, trudging through the hovering dust, the patient burro plodding along at his heels, one of the legend who had sold his soul to the solitude, and one of the few who had been paid for his price. In the torrid heat of noon, 3 men lounged on the bench that fronted the Jewel Hotel. Pat Stevens, vest hanging loose, sat in the center. On his right side sprawled the huge figure of Ezra, a spurred, red-headed giant in grey shirt and denims. One eye was closed, the lid laying flat. The wound that had taken the eye showed pale and white against his bronzed features, slanting up diagonally across the eyelid and over his temple into the hair. Sam, the third, was short and thick around the shoulders. Bright darting eyes were deep bedded above a crowned nose. A blue-black beard of stubble prickled his aggravating chin. Neither was a looker of beauty, but Pat could say that better men never sighted a partner. The trio had cleaned rattlesnakes aplenty out of the Powder Valley. Lazily, the sheriff's grey eyes ran over the high-fronted stores with their peeling paint, the deserted planks, and the handfuls of ponies that were drooping at the hitch rails. Mentally, he compared the scene of that 6 months before, when Chicago and Rio Grande steel snaked through the valley, and the construction hands held high carnival night and day. Well, he thought, half regrettably, that flash of fire had quickly burned out. Now Dutch Springs had slumped back into its old-time drowsiness. A sheriff might just as well be put out for grass, for all the work he had to do. His biggest job in a month had been jugging a drunk. Idly, he watched a rider jogging up Main Street on a weary pony, tailed by a drifting dust plume. "That ain't no puncher," declared Sam, bright eyes following the sheriff's gaze. "He sets the saddle like a sodge style. Must give his spine hell of a long trail." "Maybe he don't crave to dance all around like a monkey on the back like a certain runt here does," rumbled Ezra. "At least my horse ain't swayed back from packing a ton of hog fat around," snorted Sam. "You hombres have to always be on the prod?" inquired Pat pleadingly as he loosened his shirt front and slid lower in his seat. The rider reined towards the rail in front of the Gold Eagle and spoke to a puncher that was hunkering against a post. Pat saw the waddy suddenly galvanize into action. Unwinding like spring steel, he ducked beneath the rail and dodged under the pony's drooping head and angled across the street towards the hotel at a run. "Say, Pat," he yelled hoarsely, "Pete Ford's been bushwhacked. That hombre found him, stiff as a poker, on the trail." End of Chapter 1. Chapter 2. The stranger kneed his gaunted pony and drifted across Main Street in the wake of the excited puncher. Pat rose and stepped out into the glare of the sunlight, Sam and Ezra at his heels. As he drew close, the sheriff's searching eyes ran over the messenger. His dusty, powdered form was wiry and well knit. He sat the saddle as straight as a cavalryman, but there is where the resemblance ended, for there was nothing soldierly about his get-up. A tan silk shirt draped his slim shoulders, and a blue silk bandana was loosely knotted about his neck. Grey whipcord breeches tightly clothed his legs, while the polish shone through the thick dust of his brown riding boots. His lean features were clean-shaven except for a tiny smear of mustache that decorated his upper lip. He seemed youthful, until Pat met his eyes. Worldly wise, cold as a mountain spring, unbreakable as a rock wall. He wore no guns, although his shirt bulged suspiciously beneath his left armpit.
The sheriff, I presume?
The touch of superciliousness in his sharp-etched, cultivated voice irked Pat. "You guessed right the first time, mister," drawled the sheriff, coming to a halt at the stranger's stirrup. "What's on your mind?"
The other drawled back, "Oh, it's a beastly murder. I rode into a water hole early this morning and found the body of Pete Ford, the prospector. He'd been shot at a pretty close range. I immediately hastened to inform the sheriff. Civic duty, you know."
His thin lips twisted in a cynical smile.
"My name, incidentally, is Plumford. Percival Plumford."
Mused Pat. "How come you knew it was Pete?"
"Oh, everybody in Dansville knows Pete. He's been celebrating a rich strike over there for the past week. A close-lipped old mule, though. He was awfully close-lipped."
"Where'd you find him, Plumford?"
The Englishman waved vaguely towards the distant Culbras. "Out there."
"Can you locate him again?"
"I imagine so."
"Then let's ride." Pat eyed Plumford's trail-stained pony critically. "You better switch your saddle to another horse. That bay's mostly jiggered. I'll fix you up by the livery barn down the street." Plumford walked his pony behind the sheriff and his two partners as they headed for the livery.
"Pat," Sam's voice was a husky whisper, "I don't fancy the cut of that there dude. Maybe he crooked Pete."
"There he goes, running off the mouth again," rumbled Ezra. "Just plumb jealous of the dude's fancy shirt and pants. Well, you can't spend it on hooch and fluffin' nuffs, too." His one eye swiveled down at Sam's stained hickory shirt and greasy pants. "Sure, you look worse than a grub line rider."
Sam spat. "Suits me. I wouldn't be found dead in that Jasper's rig. I just don't cotton to his map, and to hell with his la-di-da."
"Maybe we should get to know the Jasper a mite before we hang him," suggested Pat mildly. "You can't judge a horse by his coat." Pat and Plumford in the lead, with Sam and Ezra jingling behind, the little cavalcade jogged out of Dutch Springs. "Any idea where this water hole's located?" inquired Pat.
"I'm not overly familiar with the country, but I'd say about 30 miles west. The place is south of the peak they call Old Smoky."
That must be Coyote Springs, kinda off the beaten track. How come you was wandering over that way?" The sheriff glanced inquiringly at his companion's features. Plumford stared straight ahead and coughed.
"Well, to be frank, I was seeking for the Mirage Mine."
"Is that so?" said the sheriff softly.
"Kindly refrain from jumping to conclusions."
The Eastern man's voice was stiff.
"The circumstances are not propitious, but I knowed nothing of the murder. Immediately I saw the body, I set out for the county seat."
"You touch anything?"
"I never even dismounted."
"Good," murmured the sheriff approvingly. He ran an appraising eye over the other's silk shirt and tailored pants. "You ain't got the cut of being a prospector."
"Well, it's merely a hobby," explained Plumford. "A human failing, the lure of vast wealth. I'm not immune, neither."
"Reckon plenty of hombres tailed Pete out of Dansville." Plumford's haughty features creased slightly.
"Not a soul. The baldy old four-flusher tricked 'em all. For several days he caroused around, and then presto, he was gone.
Their guide pulled off the wagon road at the great oak where a trail wound westward through the hills towards Dansville. The flat floor of the valley, carpeted with yellow grass and dotted with grazing cows, was left behind. The trail angled through rounding foothills that were browned by the sun. Southward, Spanish Peak stood against the sky, and far ahead, a column of yellow-black smoke discolored the crystal-clear air, marking the site of Dansville and its smelter. Beyond, the ramparts of the grim Culebras. "You heading for Dansville?" The sheriff broke a long silence.
"I'm afraid I would miss the water hole if I attempted a shortcut," confessed Plumford.
"Well, I reckon I best take the lead. No sense in riding in circles," said Pat. He pulled off the trail, heading northwest. For a while, they rode around the flanks of ridges and working upwards across the treeless branches. Gradually, the terrain changed, and the green chaparral thinned. Grass was supplanted by the occasional cactus. Nodding yucca waved snow-white laces along the dun wood greasewood, and the squat octollo dabbed the ravines with scarlet. The deep-breathing ponies slowed to a walk as they worked higher and pressing deeper into the labyrinth of hills. The westering sun slanted towards the umbrellas. Then, from a ridge, the chaos of the barrens stretched before them, like a storm-tossed sea of weathered rock washing to the ramparts of the mountain range. To the south, the metal blade of a windmill telegraphed a flash as the sun touched it. "That's the W bar over there," grunted Pat. "Coyote Springs ain't much more than 10 miles ahead." White dust now boiled up behind the ponies as their hooves rang against the patches of alkali. Stunted cedars and piñons clung to the hillsides, and on a hog's back, Pat drew rein and swung to the ground to rock his saddle and breathe the sorrel. The others followed suit. Plumford walked stiffly to a boulder and carefully seated himself. "Saddle sore," chuckled Pat to himself. The Englishman filled the bowl of a stubby briar with a monogrammed tobacco pouch and puffed in chill silence. He might have sensed the hostility in Sam's dark eyes. Pat rolled a smoke and gazed over the immensity ahead, towering buttes and steep gulches, fantastic hills and twisted ravines all simmering grey and dead in the blue-white heat. A bitter, thirsty land, he reflected, barren and pitless. Yet men like Pete spent their lives in their solitudes, lured by the magic of getting a gold strike. The sheriff turned towards Plumford and indicated a great granite peak that hunched up towards the heavens, a nimbus of clouds ringing in its lofty summit. "That there's Old Smoky." Coyote Spring, located in a narrow, boulder-strewn gulch, was little more than a seepage from the base of a cliff polished smooth by centuries of storms. The wind and the water filled an irregular rock-bound basin and then spilled into a series of mud holes to be soaked up by the parched land. A thin screen of chaparral girdled the basin. Scattered about were the blackened remnants of many fires and a litter of empty cans. Waving his companions back, Pat approached the spring alone. Black, bald-headed buzzards flapped into the air and circled clumsily above his head. Across the embers of a campfire sprawled a blue-shirted body that was face down. The sheriff could not repress a shudder as he bent over the stiffened form. Plumford was right. The prospector had been shot at close range. Dried blood stained the earth around the body. It was a simple matter to reconstruct the crime. Ford had been shot in the back as he was hunkering over his fire, and the gun must have been quite close. His shirt was scorched, and the flesh around the wound was blackened by powder. A heavy caliber gun must have been used, for the wound gaped redly through the heavy smudges of burnt cloth and flesh. Pat Stevens had seen many men killed in gunfights, and was familiar with the sight of dead men, but cold-blooded murders, they were unusual in his experience, and the thought of the calm and calculated deliberation that had gone into this killing sickened him. The prospector's 6-gun was holstered. A surprise attack, and by someone the murdered man had no cause to fear, either a companion on the trail or a visitor. Searching about, Pat glimpsed a half-burnt stick clutched in the prospector's right hand. Probably grabbed it in his death agony, the sheriff reflected, and then suddenly stooped lower to examine the rock under the corpse's hand. The campfire had been built in a slight depression, and the fine sand had sifted over the rock, and by the dead man's right hand were rough indentations in the smooth sand. With growing excitement, Pat traced out an R and followed it by an I. The crude block letters grew more and more ill-shaped, as though the writer's strength was fastly leaking out. Finally, however, the sheriff deciphered 2 words. Right is, followed by a W. An indentation showed that the slain man had attempted to read more, but life had fled before he could accomplish his purpose. Right is, muttered the sheriff. Right is what? Poor old Pete had something mighty powerful in his mind. What? God only knows, though. He scratched his ear, endeavoring to read the riddle of the murdered man's last message. Maybe Wright's the guy who killed him? Reckon we can check up on that later, though. Pat put the message out of his mind and continued to search around the body. Once his fingers darted down and fastened on the dark brown butt of a cigar. Pete used Quirlies. Maybe the hairpin who beefed him dropped this, and maybe some Jasper left it who was here before him. Carefully, he put the stub of the cigar in his vest pocket. The dead man's battered Stetson, stained and shapeless, lay half off his head. The brim was scorched by the fire, and Pat picked it up, fingering the band, laid the headpiece carefully on a nearby rock. Finally, he turned out Pete's pockets. Nothing came to light, save a few quartz specimens, a bone-handled jackknife, and some stinker matches, a few silver buttons, and 2 cartridges. The sheriff rose to his feet. "Come on in," he shouted. His 3 companions broke through the screen of brush, dismounted, and gathered curiously around the remains. "Some dirty sidewinder sure hashed Pete up," growled Sam with a side glance at the Englishman's blank features. "Find anything, Pat?" The sheriff pointed to the crude letters that were drawn in the sand. Sam squinted at them. "Right is W." He read slowly, brow furrowing. "Danged if I get it, Pat. Suppose he was trying to say who done it?" The sheriff nodded. "Maybe." He turned to Ezra. "Is it too rocky to look for sign?" "Yeah," growled the big man. "And they've been a half a dozen hombres camped at the spring this season." "Say, where's Pete's outfit?" demanded Sam suddenly. "I don't see his Jenny or his bedroll around." "Back at the Mirage Mine by now," returned Pat quietly. "Remember Pete claimed the burro would lead him home dead drunk? The skunk who downed Pete probably knew that and just naturally loaded up the critter and took off."
Ah, damn rattlesnake, growled Sam. Well, we know his monker's right.
The sheriff turned to the silent Englishman. Are you located in Dansville? Plumford nodded. Acquainted with a Jasper by the name of Wright? The other caressed his smudge of a mustache and frowned in deep thought.
I'm afraid not,
He confessed finally.
My circle of acquaintances is pretty well restricted. One naturally meets few characters in this rough frontier settlement of any quality.
God damn almighty, whispered Sam darkly to the burly Ezra. If and I could boot him plumb in the seat for them fancy pants. Are you sticking around, Dansville? The sheriff continued on. Plumford shrugged indifferently.
Who knows? I travel as the spirit moves me, and frankly, my impulse is to stick around. That Mirage mine, it sure intrigues me.
Well, I reckon you can drift now that we've found Pete. I guess we can plant the old mozzie horn. So long, mister. Pat turned away. The Englishman stood uncertainly, chewing his pipe stem, pondering the abrupt dismissal. His cool eyes flickered over the three faces. It was plain that he was not wholly satisfied. And then, abruptly, he swung on his heel and walked towards the pony, cropping in the chaparral.
Well, what's next?
Demanded Sam when the clatter of hoofs of Plumford's mount died away. Pat bent and picked up the dead man's shabby Stetson, wrenched out a portion of the sweatband. Beneath it, it was sewn on a folded sheet, stained with sweat. The sheriff opened out the sheet. As he scrutinized it, he whistled softly. Sam and Ezra crowded close.
Jumping grasshoppers,
yelled the squatted man.
That's a map of the mine. How in the hell did you guess it was in Pete's hat?
I just had a hunch, grunted the sheriff, peering at his find. Pete tapped his head when I asked him if he might mislocate the location. He said it was in here, and when I saw the hat I figured the band, and I also felt the wad of paper. But you missed another bet. Ezra, fumbling around, wrenching out the sweatband with big fingers, produced another tightly folded sheet.
Let me see that conch cover,
demanded Sam.
Maybe I'll find something.
Ezra tore out the discolored sweatband and gravely handed the hat to his squat partner.
Doggone it, you big ape. You done ruined a good lid.
Listen, broke in the sheriff sharply. He had opened out and looked at Ezra's find. He cleared his throat and read it out aloud. In case I check out, I leave the Mirage mine to my niece, Ms. Phyllis Ford, Gateville, Illinois. Pete Ford.
Lucky gal,
breathed Sam. While the coyotes howled and the shadows stole across the barrens, they placed a pile of rocks over the prospector's remains. This duty performed, the three gathered around a blackened cup of coffee, set upon a small fire. Pat broke out a bag of biscuits and a small sack of sugar. The sparse meal ended, and cigarettes glowed in the darkness as the three hunkered around the reddening ashes. Stars prickled through the velvet canopy overhead, and with shrill chirps, bats whirled around noiselessly. Ain't seen old Sock yet, rumbled Ezra. Us mosey on down to the spring for a drink around sunset. Sight of your map sure scared him, reported Sam tartly. You forget that, big old damn bear, broke in Pat. We got bigger things to figure on.
I got $10 that says that dude conked Pete,
retorted Sam. I'll take that bet, rumbled Ezra. Well, the payoff will come tomorrow, said Pat thoughtfully. We'll head for the mine at sunup. Nobody knows we got the location. If Mr. Percival Plumford or this Jasper Wright is sulking around, it'll just be too bad. End of Chapter 2. Chapter 3. Before the rising sun touched the peaks with gold, the three riders were jogging northward in their search for the slain prospector's famous mine. Dawn in the mountains brought a chill that bit to a man's marrow. Sam hunched gloomily in the saddle, and Ezra sat his horse like a great shaggy bear, and Pat mulled over the details of the map that he had memorized. Pete was shrewd, he reflected, too shrewd to take a chance of getting tangled up on the location on the long-lost Mirage mine. When he finally found it, he meant to nail it down. Looked like he had a premonition of death, though, sewing that will in his hatband like that. Well, chances were he had put a noose around his neck of the gent who had downed him. White sunlight quickly flooded the chaos of rock through which they rode. Gradually the terrain flattened until they emerged upon a wide, hummocky plain, glistening with chocolate and serrated by low-lying ridges. For an hour or more they rode a rocky switchback, and the iron shoes of their perspirating ponies slipped on the upslopes and slid on down the grades. Reflecting by the expanse of the bare rock, the sun's burning rays pricked their skin and dazed their eyes. The arid expanse was devoid of life save an occasional slithering rattler snake. Occasionally they passed a water hole, blue pools of translucent water. Crumbling bones, bleached white, lay around in the cactuses. Pat sighted a human skull. A rough board sign, propped up by boulders, carried the ominous warning Paisan. Across the glaring flats, slim against the blue-shadowed mountains, a slender pinnacle reared out of the heat haze like a gigantic needle thrust into the earth. Or better, a gaunt sentinel, dark and foreboding, guarding the secrets that nature locked in the tortured canyons and gulches that lay beyond. "There's Needle Rock," croaked the sheriff. His lips were white with alkali dust. Crawling across the waste, ant-like in the immensity, the three riders slowly worked towards the landmark. Finally, they reared up their lagging ponies at the grateful shade. Pat crunched on through the terrace to hunker under a pinnacle eroding base. "Reckon we'll cut off eastward from here." He settled down and jerked out the makings and glanced back at the barren plain that they had just crossed. "There's the country that God forgot." "I reckon he made it with the leavin's, after he got through with the rest," grunted Sam. "And the devil dumped him there," growled Ezra. Without further talk, they puffed on their quirlies, and Stensons slanted across their eyes to cut off the sun's glare. Pat tossed aside his butt, rose, and moved towards his pony. Clenches tightened. They again hit leather and beat out eastward. With puzzled eyes, Pat squinted from beneath the brim of his hat at the train ahead. Pete's map showed a blasted pine where the trail abruptly angled south. Stretching across their forefeet was a long, low rampart of rock, like the far-flung battlements of a castle. Behind the wall was a series of terraces that were dun and barren, rising higher and higher until they soared up into fantastic peaks that reared challenging crests against the blue sky. Beyond, southerly, Old Smoky outtopped them all. How would a man locate a blasted pine in that wilderness? As the pines toiled closer, Pat saw that the wall was 80 to 100 feet high and stretching without a break far to the north and south. He pulled his glasses out of the saddle bag and wiped the dust from the lens with his bandana and checked his mount. Carefully, he worked along the cliff, searching for a break in the far-flung ramparts. Twice, his glasses slowly swiveled from side to side before he discerned what appeared to be a shadow, thrown against the face of the wall like an irregular bar. It might be a darker stemlem of rock, he conjured, or it could be the entrance to a canyon. He heeled his pony and forged ahead again. Now the break was plain. The wall was split as though hacked with a Titan's axe. The trail-weary trio clambered into a narrow canyon, sided by precipitous walls. Their ponies plowed through the heaped talus, stirred up a choking dust fog. "We ain't the first to hit this trail," boomed Ezra, his one eye swiveling around. "There's been jennies and shod horses and humans tramping through this cut." They emerged into a long, winding valley, ringed with towering rock formations sundered by twisting ravines. "Look at that!" ejected Sam of a sudden. Pete half-wheeled and slit his eyes, following the direction of his squat partner's pointing finger. At the mouth of a ravine stood the dead trunk of a pine, graying and decaying. "Good work there, Sam. Reckon this is where we swing on south," grunted the sheriff. From then on, the dead prospector's map was easy to follow. Pete had picked his landmarks well. Successively, as they had worked through the canyons, they checked off the blazed juniper, then the piled rocks. When the sun blazed high overhead, Sam, whose darting eyes were never still, gave a hoarse whoop of triumph as he sighted a great gray boulder, speckled with black, laying by a narrow canyon. "Looky there! There's Piebald Rock." "For gosh sakes, cut out the racket. Likely the jasper we want's in that canyon. Do you want to stop some lead in your belly?" "Oh, Sam will never grow up," commented Ezra sadly. "He's just a poor old maverick, a bawling his fool head off." "Oh, go to hell," reported the short rider uncomfortably. "And buy some spectacles. You be needing them." "Listen." Pat spoke over his shoulder, pulling for the canyon's mouth. "We'll ride in single file, plenty spaced out. If that jasper opens up, hit the dirt." The sheriff led the way into the gloom of the canyon. Far above, the sky made a ribbon of blue. There was no sign or sound of their quarry, and for half a mile, Pat's pony plodded through the debris of centuries. And then, abruptly, the confining cliffs pinched together and barred further progress. Sam drifted up beside the sheriff. "Well, I'll be damned," he muttered. "Maybe we hit the wrong gulch?" rumbled Ezra. Silently, Pat pulled the map out of his pants pocket and spread it out. "Ain't no mistake. It says in canyon by Piebald Rock." "Well, Pete showed the mine in a line with Needle Rock and Old Smoky," pointed out Sam. "Let's go on outside and check." Ezra's one eye scrutinized the ground closely as they wheeled their ponies and moved back in single file. There was scarcely space to ride abreast. Pat, too, searched for sign of campfire or excavation in vain. "There's been no hombre been mining in this gulch," pronounced the one-eyed man decidedly. "Ain't been hiding her hair up here since creation." Out in the sunlight again, Pat searched the peaks. Southwest, Old Smoky bulked against the blue. Swinging around, facing northwest, the sheriff picked up the slender pinnacle of Needle Rock against the tangle of hills. "Well, there it is," he said slowly. "But there ain't no mine,
and I figured of grabbing me a chunk of gold," howled Sam. "Let's mosey around. Like I said, I gamble we got the wrong spot." An hour's weary search failed to disclose another piebald rock. Pat drew rein beneath a gnarled juniper, emptied a canteen of water into the crown of a Stenson, and wet the noses of the sweat-streaked ponies. Then he built a smoke and hunkered against the tree trunk and spread the map upon his knees. With his partners, he checked every landmark. "There ain't no mistake," he declared finally. "We hit that canyon." "It is, and it ain't," rumbled Ezra. "Looks like Pete got his spurs all tangled up. If a prospector ever swung a pick in there, I'm a fool." "That gent who cold-decked Pete got 2 days' start on us," put in Sam. "Maybe he hid that doggone mine." "He packed it in on Jenny and towed it out of the country," growled Ezra. "No, we're barking up the wrong tree." "Well, it sure beats me." Pat's brow was furrowed. "I'll gamble my saddle that Jasper who grabbed Pete's Jenny is setting tight on the mine right now. Yet the old coot gave us a bum steer. Ain't nothing more we can do about it but hit for Danville and check out that guy. Right likewise that was spoken about, as well as Mr. Percival Plumford." Dry, dusty, and disgusted, the three riders pulled back across the serrated plain that Pete amply named the Alkali Flat. Wreathing in a slowly raising haze of prickled alkali dust, the sheriff pondered on their fruitless quest. It seemed as though Mirage Mine was doomed to remain a mirage, yet Pete's map was plain, and where was his burrow? The thought flashed into Pat's mind that the map might have been planted by the killers to mislead the pursuers. He dismissed it after brief consideration. The map was securely sewn into the lining of the old prospector's hat. If it had been planted, the killer would have left it where it would be likely found. Also, were it not of Pete's declaration in the Golden Eagle, the sheriff would never have hit upon the two-folded sheets. Granted that the map was genuine, why had they failed to locate the mine? Pete must have made an error, but the sheriff grunted with angry impotence. The shrewd old desert rat was not the kind to make an error where a mine he might have given the best years of his life to locate was concerned. Noon the following day found them riding into Danville, a motley of tin roof shacks, clapboard hotels, saloons, and dance halls clustered in the shadow of a great smelter which towered high above the barren bench smoking chimneys, befouling the pure mountain air. The three jogged down Main Street between saloons and houses of chance that were labeled with lurid signs. Before a squat shack, which bore the inscription Town Marshal, Pat swerved to the hitch rail. Marshal Moreland was a bull of a man, ponderous and slow-moving, but there was a shrewd brain beneath his close-cropped hair. "Well, Pat," he roared, "reckon I can guess what brought you in. Some varmint he croaked Pete Ford. The dude hit town before sunup. Guess that Mirage Mine's got the Injun sign upon it. It sure is a mirage," he chuckled throatily. "Acquainted with a Jasper name of Wright?" queried Pat without preamble. Moreover rasped his chin. "Well, there's Jim Wright, the blacksmith, and Bill Wright runs the Miners' Rest." "Have they been out of town?" The marshal shook his head. "No, Jim's crowded with work, and Bill, he's too gosh darn fat to even saddle a horse." "How about the smelter crew?" Moreland lifted his heavy shoulders. "Well, you'd have to check with the office, Pat.
A fistful of hombres quit every week and new fellers drift in. What you got on this right hairpin you're thinking about?" The sheriff told of Pete's last message, but omitting to mention of map or will. "The danged old catamount!" ejaculated Moreland in frank admiration. "Them old desert rats, they was sure tough to kill." Sam and Ezra had made a beeline for the nearest saloon to wash the trail dust out of their throats. Pat swung across the saddle again and followed the wagon road that angled up to the mill. A gray-painted clapboard office stood in the corner of the yard. The sheriff ground-hitched his pony and entered. Back towards the visitor, a clerk who was coatless leaned over a ledger, and beyond him was a glass-paneled door that was inscribed "Manager." Pat eyed the clerk's back curiously. The set of his shoulders seemed familiar. The man turned. It was the Englishman.
"Well, well,"
he observed, smiling.
"My friend the sheriff. I presume you're in search of Mr. Wright."
"You hit the target. Again, first time."
"Well, I've already checked the payroll. No rights, all wrongs."
His thin lips quirked. "Pardon me, a joke." "Murder's no joke," grunted Pat. "Manager around?" Plumford nodded towards the glass-paneled door. Pat rounded the counter, knuckled the door, and pushed through. Jim Carlyle, manager of the Kubala Mining Company, was obviously a born leader. The whole 6 foot of his big body oozed aggressiveness. From heavy jaw to square-toed boots, broad in the shoulders, he bulged a little around the waist, and his hair was crisp and black, and his eyes sharp, probing, beneath jutting eyebrows. The manager's head jerked up as Pat entered, carefully closing the door behind him. His eyes focused on the silver star pinned upon the sheriff's gray shirt.
"Morning, Sheriff,"
he greeted in a brisk tone. Pat dropped in a chair beside the desk. "Have you heard about Pete's killing?" he inquired casually.
"I should say so. Percy outside found the body."
"That's who I'm interested in. That dude. He work around here regular?" Carlyle opened the desk drawer and produced a box of cigars. He selected one, bit the end off, and pushed the box across to his visitor. Pat nodded his thanks and stuck one into the vest pocket.
"Now as for Percy."
The mine manager leaned back in his chair, the cigar gripped in strong white teeth.
"He's a drifter, a tumbleweed. He dropped in a month back asking for a job. Works when he feels like it, and liable to take a few days off any time and wander round the mountains."
"Why don't you fire the Jasper?"
Carlyle smiled. "You should try to hire help in this God-forsaken town. Men quit every payday. It's hell rounding up enough hands to keep the shifts going, and office men are scarcer than hen's teeth. And by the way, you don't suspect Percy of the murder, do you?"
Pat shrugged. "Well, I reckon I suspect everyone till I catch the killer." Carlyle chuckled.
"Am I included in that?"
"Were you in town when Pete got his comeuppance?"
"I plead guilty, Sheriff. I was hunting a bear. Returned this morning, and I got a dandy pelt as evidence."
"Well, you're exonerated," smiled the sheriff, rising. "Well, I gotta get going." Pat joined his 2 partners at the bar in the Painted Lady.
"You corral that right hairpin feller?"
demanded Sam.
Pat shook his head. "Not a trace."
He nipped off the tip of the Carlyle's cigar and laid it on the bar, and fished from his vest pocket the butt he had picked up near Pete's fire. A glance showed another clue had petered out. The mine manager's stogie was black. The butt was golden brown. I've been keeping an eye on that dude, commented Sam. And he don't act like no preacher, though. No? The Jasper's got a poker shark. Makes a killing over at the wagon wheel. Bartender claims he deals from the bottom of the deck, but they can't hang it on the sidewinder. So he laid out Pete, returned Pat dryly. You wouldn't be framing the guy now, would you? Pat snorted. Framing him? Hell, a blind mule could see that a doggone dude's been running a Sandy. Ezra downed his fourth three-fingered drink and then tilted the bottle again. Just a one-track mind such as it is, he rumbled. Dutch Springs drowsed in midday sun, while the bi-weekly stage ground to a stop outside. One passenger stepped out of the yellow Concorde. Saginaw Sam, the driver, wound his ribbons round the brake lever, dropped down and jerked her baggage out of the boot. Schoolmarm, he decided silently. A sober bonnet shaded the girl's pale feature. She was small and shapely, and behind steel-rimmed spectacles, her inquiring blue eyes took in the sun-blistered streets that was Main Street, the sprinkling of blank-faced loungers, the deserted boardwalk as she stood by the stage door. A severely cut black bodice with leg of mutton sleeves came high on her neck, where it was secured by a neat brooch. Fluffed brown hair was tightly gathered beneath the bonnet with velvet chin strap. High, buttoned black shoes covered her small feet.
Where would I find Sherriff Stevens?
She inquired of the bearded Saginaw. Dust powdered her clothing, and there was lines of fatigue upon her white face, but her voice was cool and precise. Behind the courthouse, ma'am. Saginaw nodded towards the large box-like structure down the street. I'll drop your bags off in the Jewel Hotel. She nodded, resolutely gathered her sweeping skirts in a gloved hand, and a small, solitary figure plodded across hoof-chopped Main Street towards the sheriff's office. End of Chapter 3. Chapter 4. Sunk deep into his swivel chair, feet cocked over a spur-scratched desk, bandana draped over his face to discourage the flies, the sheriff was dozing when the prim figure of Phyllis Ford darkened the doorway. An apologetic cough jerked him into wakefulness. His eyes ran over the girl's placid features, and smudged with perspiration, he noted the droop of her slim shoulders and the weariness in her eyes. Sit down, ma'am, he invited hastily, swinging his long legs off the desk. He pulled a straight-backed chair forward, and the girl sank into it with an involuntary sigh. A right pretty gal, if she'd take off the blinkers and get rid of that old maid's dress, he decided. Aloud, he said, I reckon you're Miss Ford, Pete's niece? The girl fished a small mirror out of a black leather handbag and dabbed her dust-smeared face with a tiny handkerchief, which had been evidently used aplenty on the stage. Did you ever see such a sight? She murmured, poking a stray curl at a sight under the bonnet. I've seen worse, ma'am. Stage travel, it's heck on women. She replaced the mirror and fumbled in her bag. I received your letter, Mr. Stevens, but I don't really understand. You say that Peter Ford, my uncle, is dead, and willed a gold mine to me, but now it's lost? How can it be lost, and what caused Uncle's death? Her blue eyes fastened upon him in puzzlement. Pat cleared his throat. Well, ma'am, answering the last first, Pete was murdered. As for losing the mine, I reckon he got his locations tangled up. The sheriff told of finding the prospector's body in the map and the fruitless search for the mine.
Did you catch the murderer?
Not yet, returned the sheriff quietly.
May I see the map?
You can have it, ma'am. It's all yours. The sheriff fingered through a sheaf of papers in a drawer and produced the creased sheet of paper. The girl examined it closely.
It seems very plain and neatly drawn. Perhaps you lost your way?
The sheriff smiled. Well, maybe, but we checked the landmarks.
This is terribly disappointing.
The girl's voice was low.
My parents are quite poor, and they depend upon me for support. I've burned my bridges behind me and spent almost every dollar I have saved to get here.
Moisture was quite close to her blue eyes. Pete left a sack of high-grade ore over at the Gold Eagle, put in Pat hastily. He sensed the girl's loneliness and disappointment. Reckon that'll give you plenty of credit, and they can use a schoolmarm bad here at Hopewell.
But I don't teach school. I'm a librarian.
Well, maybe we could start a library. There's sure an ignorant bunch of mavericks located around here at Dutch Springs.
She smiled. You won't have to. I've decided to search for the mine.
For a moment the sheriff was too astounded to reply. He struggled to keep a straight face. You ever packed into wild country, ma'am? He inquired gravely.
Oh, no, the land is all cultivated around Gateville. But I've been on picnics to the lake. I've heard a lot about Colorado.
Miss Ford. Pat's voice was forceful. Get the notion of prospecting for Mirage Mine out of your head. You can't handle it. Men have spent their lives hunting for the Mirage and died in those barrens. There's no water, it's hotter than blazes, and there's mountain lion, coyotes, rattlesnakes, tarantulas around, not to speak of hydrophobia skunks and horny toads. That just ain't woman's country.
But we have the map.
There was a note of insistence in her clear voice. Well, it ain't worth a hoot.
I think it is. Uncle wouldn't have misled me.
You ever meet Pete?
No, but I sent him a greeting card every Christmas, and I knitted him socks.
The kind of a girl that would, thought Pat. Ma'am, he returned patiently, you don't know the barrens. They're plumb poison. You go rest up a while, then maybe we'll rustle you a job, or Pete's sure'll be getting you home again. Phyllis Ford's blue eyes frozen. They reminded the sheriff of Pete's. The stubborn old desert rat would never quit when he had set his mind upon a thing.
I don't want a job, she said firmly, and I don't want to go home. I'd be ridiculed by the whole town. Besides, I've held jobs as long as I can remember, and I hate them. I'll search for Uncle's mine if it's the last thing I do.
Pat sighed. This pale-faced girl sure was difficult. Well, there was one way to prove she couldn't tackle the barrens. Just let her try. Just as you say, ma'am, he returned soberly. But you'll be needing a guide.
Yes, she agreed slowly, eyeing the map. I'd probably lose my way. I really haven't a great sense of direction.
And you two could live and sleep out in the mountains together for days and maybe weeks, continued the sheriff.
Without a chaperone?
It was a horrid squeal. You bet, there ain't no other way.
Perhaps I could hire a woman companion.
There's no women in Powder Valley who'd go gallivanting around the Cumbrullas, said Pat grimly.
Very well, then.
A small foot tapped the floor impatiently.
I'll go alone. Could you recommend a thoroughly reputable guide?
The sheriff rasped his chin, thinking fast. One night on the trail, with sight of a few rattler snakes and maybe a couple of them coyotes a howling, could chase all the notions of hunting gold out of this eastern's head. Let a lizard scuttle over her blankets or a mountain lion scream, and she'd be hightailing her for a town pronto. Yes, ma'am. There was a sadistic glint in Pat's grey eyes. I got the very man. Bill Williams, well, sure he sure knows the bairns. He rose, lifted a huge key ring off a peg, and stepped through the doorway. Phyllis was at his heels. The Hosgrow in Dutch Springs was a dumpy adobe structure set a short distance behind the courthouse, far enough so that the drunks and fine there could not disturb the county officials in their offices. Pat crossed a stretch of level ground, the girl's quick steps tapping behind him. He swung open the heavy iron-barred door of the jail and stepped inside. The light was dim after the sun glare from outside. 3 steel-barred cells stood on each side of the wide passageway. All were vacant except one. At the rasp of the opening door, a thick-set young rider in blue shirt and corduroys glanced up from a hand of solitaire he was carefully laying out upon his bunk. Bill Williams' craggy features were tanned to a rich mahogany, and imps of recklessness danced in his smoky eyes. There was laughter, wrinkles around the corner of his wide mouth, and his short curly hair had a copperish tinge. His whole appearance held a you-be-damned challenge that was a reminiscence of a friendly bull-terrier. "Bill," said the sheriff, stepping to one side to allow the girl to answer, "I want you to make acquaintance of Miss Phyllis Ford." The rider rose uncertainly upon his slightly bowed legs. It was apparent that the width of his shoulders made him appear shorter than he actually was. "Glad to know you, ma'am," he mumbled, shooting a questioning glance over at the sheriff. There was a twinkle in Pat's eyes. "Bill, Miss Ford wants a guide. She craves to go hunting for Pete's mine, and I figure you'd fit the bill." The girl's startled eyes shuddered from the steel bars to Bill's sun-scorched features, and then back to the sheriff. "But," she gasped, "this is a prison. That man's a criminal." "Oh, Bill's all wool and a yard wide. A good trail man and fast with a gun. Well, maybe too dang fast if you ask me." Pat frowned at the prisoner, then continued. "But he's steady as a workhorse, except when he hits the red-eye and starts a fracas. Right now he's booked for being drunk and disorderly and threatened to salivate Tom Rakestraw. There's no saloons out there in the barrens." "He does look awfully strong and capable." The girl approached the cell cautiously and eyed the rider as though he was Exhibit A or a new species of beetle. The prisoner fidgeted uneasily and glanced appealingly towards Pat. I really think he'll do," declared Phyllis thoughtfully. "If you recommend him, Mr. Stevens." "Bill, he'd fight a mountain lion with his arms tied, when he's drunk," declared the sheriff soberly. "He ain't so much when he's sober, but there ain't a better man in a tight spot." Bill glared at Pat and growled under his breath. "It's a deal, then," declared the sheriff. "Let's go." The girl stepped outside. "Hey!" yelled Bill as the sheriff followed, but Pat merely grinned and slammed the door. Outside, Phyllis turned to the sheriff. "Mr. Williams didn't say he'd accept the position." Pat could have sworn her eyes were twinkling, but put it down to the light reflecting on her spectacles. "Oh, don't you worry your head about that, ma'am. You just go over to that hotel and get some rest. Bill's just busting to grab the job." Pat watched her slight form disappear round the corner of the courthouse and then re-entered the jail. What's the big idea? Demanded Bill Williams. This ain't no moosum. Bringing schoolmarms in here to look me over? He crooked his forefingers into circles and raised them to his eyes.
Dear, dear, he's a criminal,
he mimicked. You ain't running no sandy over me, Pat Stevens. I ain't riding herd on that female, no siree. The sheriff lounged against the door, neglectfully rolled a smoke, while the indignated rider had his say. When Bill paused to regain his breath, Pat held up a restraining hand. Now you quit running off at the mouth, he said soothingly, and listen. That there's Phyllis Ford, Pete's niece. He left her the Mirage mine. She's got the location map. There's only one thing wrong with it. The mine ain't there. But she's sure hell-bent to go take a look-see. I figure one night out in the hills that'll cure her. You can drift along and keep her out of trouble. And when you hit town again, your case is dismissed, lack of evidence. But, the sheriff went on, if you crave to stick to the schooler for 30, maybe 60 days, perhaps Judge Brimham will hear your case. Well, Bill, that's your funeral. Drunk and disorderly's only 5 days or a $5 fine, and you know it, you old catawampus. I already served 3. Well, you also threatened homicide, murmured Pat. The judge will maybe want to dish out 6 months. Bill's wrathy features suddenly dissolved into a wide grin. You win, you doggone old wolf. Let me out of here. I gotta shave and get my duds together. If that fat hog of a liveryman's been short-feeding my buckskin, I'll be dumping him into the water trough. Pat unlocked the cell door, and Bill stepped out, his eyes bright with anticipation. I sure crave a mouthwash. My throat's kind of dry like a bucket of cinders. You start another fracas with Todd, admonished Sheriff. I'll have the judge commit you to the state pen. Bill's wide mouth quirked. Oh, don't talk to me that way, you bad man, or I'll tell the teacher. He jerked his Stetson down over his eyes and lagged on towards the main street with wide shoulders swinging gauntly. A wide-eyed, piebald pony hit town at a fast canter, trailed by drifting dust. Quirt looped around her wrist. A girl swung easily in the big stock saddle, yellow as ripened wheat. Her hair was carelessly thrust into a stiff-brimmed sombrero. She was clad in mannish gray shirt and overalls, and a gun belt circled her waist. Tanned golden brown, her face was not pretty, but held a vivid beauty that accentuated by eyes dark, untamed as a wildcat's. At sight of Bill's squat figure passing the Jewel Hotel, her full red lips parted with quick surprise. She released a shrill whoop, and the quirt stung the piebald's rump. The animal leapt forward. With ease she yanked it to a sliding stop at the hitch and rail beside the thick-set rider, smothering him with pebbles and dust. "How come they let you out of the corral?" she demanded in vibrant, throaty voice. "The sheriff gave me a job," explained Bill with straight face. "Under a gun. Gotta ride herd on a schoolmarm." "Are you loco?" "It's the darn truth, ma'am. That gal craves to hunt the Mirage mine." Mommy Rakestraw leaned forward over her pony's head and sniffed suspiciously. "Well, I can't smell no liquor," she told the piebald, "but he's gotta be drunk or loco." "Ain't bathed my tonsils in 3 days," declared Bill. "This schoolmarm, is she a good looker?" Bill's features ceased in comic disgust. "Cross my heart, Mommy, she's homelier than a cow barn. Ain't got no more looks than a broody hen, and she wears blinkers. Pat says one day on the trail and she'll hightail her for back east." Todd, Rakestraw's sister, kept a tight rein on the nervous piebald. Bill frowned as he eyed its foam-flecked mouth. rider like you got no right to use a spade bit. You're driving that horse crazy."
"I'll choose my own bits, thank you."
Irritation edged her husky tones. She rammed the rowels into the pony's flanks, and the animal sprang forward. Balancing in the saddle without effort, the girl raised her right hand.
"So long, nursemaid,"
She flung over her shoulder.
"and grease that gun handle. Ton says next time he's comin' a smokin'."
In the shaded lobby of the Jewel Hotel, a girl in poke bonnet and high-button shoes heard the exchange and peeked at the speakers. Behind big steel spectacles, her blue eyes sparkled. When Mamie Rakestraw spurred away and Bill drifted on, she sprang to her feet and approached Shackleteeth Spenson, the clerk, yawning behind the showcase that served as a desk.
"Where can I buy a man's shirt and jeans and a gun?"
she inquired, lips set into a tight line. End of Chapter 4. Chapter 5. Sunup saw Bill pulling out of the livery barn, forking his buckskin with a bay mare and a gelding on the lead. The gelding bulged with bedrolls and duffel, neatly secured by a diamond hitch. The chunky rider's features were set in mournful lines, and an unlit cigarette drooped dolefully from his lips. The previous afternoon, Sheriff Stevens had arranged credit at the general merchandise store for supplies. Later, he had a run over the map with Bill in his little office, while a closed-mouthed, bespectacled Phyllis Ford sat in. Bill was tempted to back out even now. Thought of hitting the bairns with this long-skirted, goggle-eyed schoolmarm turned his stomach. Only recollection of the gleam of Pat Stevens' eye and the certainty that the heavy-handed sheriff would send him down for 60, maybe 90 days if he backed out. That's what restrained the disgusted rider from dropping the lead ropes right there and hightailing it. At that early hour, Dutch Springs still slept and Main Street was deserted. Bill pulled up to the hitch rail outside the Jewel Hotel, slowly tied the ponies and touched a match to his melancholy cigarette, then, with deliberate gloominess, squared his wide shoulders and pushed the wide swinging doors open and stepped into the lobby. A girl rose easily from a rocker. Fluffy brown hair cascaded from beneath her pearl-gray, stiff-brimmed Stetson. A checked shirt and new Levi's failed to hide the grace of her lithe form. Polished leather riding boots encased her small feet. The new leather of a wide gun belt encased her slim waist, and walnut butt of a 6-gun protruded from the holster. Her eyes, a startling blue against the pale oval of her face, surveyed Bill coolly. That worthy stood as though petrified, gasping like a newly landed trout. The cigarette dropped from his parted lips. Like a man dazed, he stared at the transformed Phyllis Ford. You ain't Miss Ford," he choked finally.
"Your memory must be defective, Mr. Williams,"
the girl replied. Still staring in mute disbelief, Bill thrust back his hat and ruffled his coppery hair. Forgotten, the cigarette smoldered away at his feet. "But the duds," he muttered. "The blinders. Good grief. Have I be dreaming?" Phyllis stepped towards him.
"Drinking again, I presume?"
No, ma'am," mumbled the rider. "Sober as a judge. Yes, sirree. Sure, you can't be the same girl."
"Clothes maketh the man and the woman, even if she resembles a broody hen or a cow barn," said Phyllis pitilessly.
Bill reddened under his tan. "Yes, ma'am," he returned meekly. "You use a cross draw?" Phyllis frowned.
"A what?"
a cross draw, ma'am." He made a rapid motion across his body with his right hand to illustrate drawing a gun.
"Oh, no, it looks too difficult."
"Well, you're packing your iron on the wrong side, ma'am."
"It really doesn't matter."
The girl's voice was indifferent.
"The gun's loaded with blank cartridges. I really couldn't risk hitting anyone."
Bill merely nodded. Words failed him. Still slightly dazed, he led the way outside. "You fork on to the bay, ma'am. She's been well gentled." Phyllis swung lightly into the stock saddle.
"This is most certainly more comfortable than the bare backs of the plough horses at home," she smiled.
Bill was recovering his aplomb now. Delightedly, a grin slowly spread across his rugged features. It was still hard to believe this cool, graceful stranger with eager blue eyes and brown curls creeping from beneath the crown of her Stetson was that stodgy schoolmarm of yesterday. But the gods in their mercy have wrought a miracle, and who was he to question it? He hit leather and grabbed the lead rope of the pack pony. At a walk, they moved through the silent plank boards and past the adobes on the edge of town, out onto the flat prairie. Long banners of light streamed across the sky, touching vagrant clouds with gleaming light, and splashed against the crags of the Crumballas, gliding the peaks that thrust upward, cold and austere. Shadowy, a long file of cows worked across the flats, moving slowly to water. Flicking their white tails, rabbits jumped through the squat brush. A band of antelope, startled from their beds, skimmed swiftly away. As the sun rose higher, the yellowed rangeland rolled in billows before them like a sea cresting with gleaming gold.
"Isn't it wonderful?"
breathed the girl with her eyes shining. Bill's head slew towards her, and he asked in surprise, "What's that, ma'am?" Phyllis reined beside him.
"Why, the mountains, and the prairie, and the darling little rabbits, the sky, everything."
The rider stared around, his forehead knitted with perplexity. To him, it was just another sun-up, with a promise of a heller of a hot day. "Yes, ma'am," he returned obediently. Bill held the ponies down to a walk. Pat's orders were to camp overnight at Sandy Creek, 10 miles east. And then, if Miss Ford felt the urge to quit hunting the mirage, they could hit town again before noon. But, decided Bill mentally, this new Miss Ford wasn't about to be quitting. No siree, if he had anything to say about it. By noon, they were in the hills. Bill drifted slowly along, reining back to the better opportunity of admiring the fluffy tendrils of hair against the slim white nape upon Phyllis's neck. She was far too busy soaking in the sights of this wonderful new country to notice anything except scenery. At noon, they lazed for an hour beneath a drooping willow beside a rippling creek. Bill broke out some biscuits and molasses and boiled a can of coffee, and then he lay on the creek bank with vast contentness, smoking quirlies and watching the girl tempt the alert, beady-eyed squirrels with chips of biscuits. She dropped down beside him, suddenly solemn.
"Mr. Williams, I know why you're wasting so much time. You think I'll be scared and want to go back in the morning. Well, I won't. And if you don't like this trip, you can go right back now. I'll just as soon go on alone."
Her blue eyes chilled. "Why, ma'am," gasped Bill in a panic, "I never had such a thought. No, siree. I ran off some of the mouth to talking to that mammy, but that don't mean nothing. Pat said stick to that girl like a saddle burr, and I'm sticking. We're going to be getting along like two kittens on a warm brick, and I don't crave no munker. You just call me Bill." Her eyes softened.
Well, Bill, do you think we'll find the mine?
We'll sure bust a gut a-tryin', he assured her. Before sundown they hit the camping spot on Sandy Creek. The barrens still lay beyond. Sun-dried hills swept around, etching with caverns and ravines, veiled green with chaparral. Through the crystal clear air the mountains loomed above them, apparently but a short ride distant. Phyllis was all for pushing on, but Bill uncinched the saddles and stripped the pack ponies and hobbled the animals. "No, ma'am," he declared finally. "We got a long pull come sunup, if we're to get to Coyote Springs. Ain't no grass. You need to rest up. This trip ain't no velvet. No siree." When the campfire reddened with embers and deepened purple veiled the hills, Bill spread the girl's blanket and tarp. His own spun bedroll he dumped among a twisted oak 50 paces away. "Ain't nothing can hurt you around here," he declared. "If and the coyotes start yapping, remember the so-and-sos are more scared of you. And if anything's amiss, you just give a holler, I'll come a-running." It seemed to Phyllis that she had scarcely snuggled betwixt the blankets and watched the stars popping out above when the smell of burning wood and sound of deep voice hurling lurid language at the skittish ponies awoke her. She sat up and shriveled in the chill of dawn. The coffee pot bubbled on the fire while Bill was wrestling the saddles. The sky was paling overhead, and the ridges loomed ghostly in the half-light. Bill glanced in her direction, dropped her bridle, and hurried over, toting a leather coat. "Here, throw this around your shoulders, ma'am. It's kind of cold before sunup, but come noon it'll be hotter than hell with the hide off." Phyllis slipped gratefully into the coat. She brushed the curls from her forehead and smiled. "You're very thoughtful. Much nicer than I thought you'd be." "Oh, shucks," grunted Bill, and then moved hastily away. It was full daylight when they pulled up over a hogback. A spread of hills lay before them. Southward, dwarfed by distance, a huddle of ranch buildings stood upon a high bench. A thin plume of smoke snaked from the chimney and curled high into the clear air.
"Look, isn't that a pretty picture?"
cried the girl, pointing. "That's the Bar W," said Bill glumly.
"Is it a ranch?"
"I'll say. The dandiest little spread in the valley. 5 good springs, the sweetest water you ever tasted, and grass. Hawk high right now."
"What a wonderful spot for a home, facing those glorious mountains."
"Don't I know it?" Phyllis glanced curiously at his disgusted features.
"Why, what's wrong?"
"I rode that spread. Before Todd Rakestraw hog swindled me out of it."
"Do you mean he stole it?"
"I set it up against a string of horses at stud."
"You mean you gambled it away?"
Her voice was horrified. "I was liquored up some," he growled, "and Todd he cold-decked me." Phyllis was thoughtful as the ponies dropped down a grade.
"It begins to make sense now,"
she announced finally. "Cut the deck deeper," grunted Bill.
"You are being in prison. This Todd person cheated you out of that glorious ranch and you tried to shoot him. Sherriff Stevens arrested you and the girl warned you he was bent upon revenge. Who is she?"
"That's Todd's sister, but they fight like 2 cats with their tails tied. Mommy, she's a lampaloozer, but she's hell on horses."
"You certainly have a quaint way of expressing yourself," smiled Phyllis. But I take it you admire that, Mommy?
Bill held up his free hand in hasty denial. Now don't you be getting notions, ma'am. Mammy's all wool and a yard wide, but there ain't no jasper in Powder Valley can bridle and gentle her. No sirree. They rode into Coyote Springs when the sun was sinking. Stiff and saddle-sore, Phyllis slid gingerly out of her saddle. Her face and neck were burned fiery red. Her eyes were sore and irritated by the choking dust, and her throat felt as though it was a cinder chute. Wearily, she dropped and lay outstretched on a rock-girdled pool, too exhausted to even drink. Bill watered the ponies, unspooled the bedrolls, and built a fire, busying himself around camp. She had not moved when he brought over a tin mug of hot coffee. She sipped it gratefully, but shook her head numbly when he tenderly offered a plate of fried bacon and beans. The thick-set rider said nothing. Later, when shadows crept across the barrens, he stirred up the fire, hunkered close to her form, and slowly built a smoke. "Reckon we should backtrack at sunup," he growled. Phyllis sat up abruptly, groaning at stiff muscles that complained. "Why?" she challenged. "Oh, you're all tuckered out," he explained patiently. "And it's even tougher ahead. There's no more water, leastways I never located any." She eased her aching back. "I'll be all right in the morning." Bill shook his head. "No, ma'am, there's no use in killing yourself. You rest up in town, and I'll locate this doggone mine. I got nothing else but time on my hands." Painfully, the girl struggled to her feet and stared down at the hunkered rider, her blue eyes sparkling with anger. "See here, Bill Williams, I'm not a quitter. I came to find a mine, and I shall find it. I am not going back." She stamped a small foot to emphasize the words. "Do you hear me?" "Just as you say, ma'am," replied Bill. Aching in every limb, eyes closed tight to shut out the blinding, shearing sun rays reflecting from the wilderness of naked rock, Phyllis hunched miserably in the saddle as her pony trailed Bill's across Alkali Flat. She had long since tried quitting to wipe the stinging, floating dust from her burning face. Teeth gritted, she clung to that saddle horn, knuckles showing white, thankful that her guide, squinting impassively ahead, could not see the tears that furrowed salty channels down her cheeks. Bill had carefully refilled the water bags before packing, and spoke of making dry camp at Needle Rock. One obsession alone possessed her, to stick to that saddle until the day's ride was done. But it seemed as though the day would never end. Beneath the long shadow of Needle Rock, she made a desperate effort to swing out of the ladder, but slid weakly sideways and collapsed beside the pony in a huddled heap. Bill swore beneath his breath, and hastily unrolled her bed, gathered her up gently, and laid her upon it. When she opened her eyes, he was dabbing her sun-blistered forehead with a wet bandana. They had turned back now. She knew it from the look in the rider's eyes, but she didn't have the strength to protest. With sundown, the fierce heat abated. Thankfully, she relaxed upon the bedroll while Bill, anxiety in his smoky eyes, hobbled the ponies and set the coffee pot on the small fire. "You doggone lunkhead," he told himself angrily. "You should have never have pulled out at Coyote Springs. No gal kin stands the bearing. I don't give a damn how much spunk she's got. This gal packs a plenty, though. Even if she does check out, Pat Stevens will hang me. You double-eyed jackass, you sure deserve it. Bill continued muttering to himself. With darkness, Phyllis slept. Bill carefully spread his blankets over her slim form. He'd have been compelled to wake her to open up her roll. Moodily, he hunkered by the fire and stared at the crackling flames. Beyond the circle of light, the ring of a pony's iron-shod hooves upon rock galvanized him into alertness. He rose quickly and silently and slipped back into the shadows. A rider approached and was vaguely outlined against the night. He drifted close to the deserted fire. "Hello," he hailed. Bill's questing eyes ran over his silk shirt and light whipcord breeches, noting the fancy bandana and polished boots. "A dude," he grunted in disgust and then moved forward. "Slide off and rest your legs," he invited. Percival Plumford dismounted, his sharp eyes darting around, noting the sleeping girl. "That your wife, old chap?" he inquisited carelessly. "No," growled Bill. A smile flickered over Plumford's tight mouth. "Oh, well, let her pass. But I will say you have a good taste in femininity." "Say," anger smoldered in Bill's deep voice, "let's get this straight. That's Miss Plumford, and I'm her guide, and there ain't no more to it." "Oh, tut, tut." Plumford loosened the clinches on his pony. "Pardon my misapprehension. One jumps to conclusions." Bill set the coffee pot back on the fire. "Can you swaller a cup of dip?" he inquired gruffly. "A drop of coffee sure would indeed hit the spot." The Englishman squatted beside the fire. "At least these infernal bairns can rise a thirst if nothing else." Bill hunkered on the opposite side of the crackling mesquite roots and smoked silently as Plumford sipped his coffee. What brought this dude out here into the barrens? The visitor set the empty cup aside and stuffed the bowl of a briar pipe. "Any relation to Pete Ford, the prospector?" He inclined his head towards the girl. "His niece," grunted Bill. "Ah." Plumford sucked his stem pipe thoughtfully. "On her way to the Mirage Mine, eh?" "How do you get that notion?" challenged Bill with rising belligerency. "Oh, tut, tut, old boy. One merely makes simple deduction. Pete dies. His niece rides into the barrens, obviously not upon a pleasure trip. Therefore the deceased must have left word of the mine's location. A map, perhaps?" His shrewd eyes scrutinized Bill's rough-hewn features closely. What he read was evidently pleasing, for his thin lips twisted in silent amusement. The thick-set rider rose upon bowed legs, smoky eyes gleaming. "Are you dogging us, mister?" No, I dropped in quite by accident. We might term it a happy coincidence." "I reckon you best drag your rope." Bill's voice was soft. Plumford glanced up sharply. "You're not threatening me by chance?" "No, I'm just telling you. You catch up that broomtail and go on." His right hand slapped down, and the fire flickered on the blue steel of a pointed gun. An angry frown knit the Englishman's smooth forehead. "But you can't do this," he protested. "This is an outrage. It's against the law. What provocation have I given?" "I'm doing it, mister," returned Bill stonily. "Vamoose!" The silky shirt dude scrambled to his feet, glaring angrily at the squat, threatening form. "You're kind of damn suspicious and inhospitable," he commented acidically. I just don't crave your company. Gun in hand, Bill followed his visitor towards the ponies. When the clip-clop of Plumford's mount died away, he listened for a while, and then scattered the fire and stretched out on his tarp. Bill Williams slept lightly, as do most men who live in the outdoors. When the fire was cold, and the stars massing bright in the heavens, they burned bright above the barren waste, he snapped awake. Alert in an instant, his head swiveled round, seeking to discover what had broken his rest. Close by, Phyllis Ford's body bulked against the blankets. Beyond, the 3 ponies were blotched against the night. No sound broke the brooding silence. The rider slipped from beneath his tarp and stepped across to the girl. She was deep in a sleep of exhaustion, breathing evenly. He yanked out his watch out of his pocket pants and squinted at the starlight. 2:20, he muttered. With a final questioning glance around camp, he stretched out and quickly dropped off to sleep again. A chilly breeze that preceded the dawn rattled the dead stalks of octillo and scattered the ashes of the fire. Bill kicked back his canvas and began yanking on his boots. He planned to break camp before sunup and backtrack to Coyote Springs. Yawning, he stared out across the graying flats, and then his jaw snapped shut. He jumped up. With anxious, quick steps, he hurried out from the base of Needle Rock, eyes searching. By God, he grunted. It was almost a groan. The horses took off. End of Chapter 5. Chapter 6. Bill circled Needle Rock, searching, nursing a forlorn hope that the saddle stock had strayed. Daylight had strengthened, and he could now see far out among the hummocky plains. There was no signs at all of the ponies. Reason told him his guess would fail. The animals were hobbled. Unless the hobbles were unbuckled, they could not have strayed. One hobble might break, but not 3. Somebody had driven those ponies off. In a flash, the thought of the dude he had driven from camp at gunpoint. This, then, was his revenge. Bitterly, as he trudged back to camp, he damned the visitor and registered a mental vow to even the score. Phyllis was still asleep. Bill eyed the girl gloomily and then checked the water bags. Water was life in the barrens. This done, he rolled a smoke and hunkered down to figure out a course of action. This nearest water was at Coyote Springs, 15 miles across the burning flats. Alone, he could make it. Would he ever reach the spring, though, with a sick girl on his hands? Phyllis Ford's voice roused him out of his gloomy abstraction. She eased up painfully to a sitting position. "Good morning, Bill," she cried with a weary smile. "Oh, I feel like a raw steak after it's been well pounded and fried to a crisp." "Move around a little, ma'am," suggested Bill gravely. "It'll take the soreness out of your joints." With oohs and ouches, the girl struggled to her feet and then hobbled towards him. "What's wrong?" she inquired quickly at the sight of his somber features. "The horse is vamoosed," he said shortly. "But didn't you slip some leather gadgets on their forelegs so they couldn't wander away?" Some yeller sidewinder hazed him off. The girl's lips tightened at the realization of the predicament that they were in. Sore muscles forgotten, she stepped quickly to his side. "What are we going to do, Bill?" she asked quietly. "I guess we best lag it for Coyote Springs at sundown." "That's an awful long distance to walk," she observed reflectively. I can't figure no other way. Bill's voice was grim. We have to get to water.
Shouldn't we start out as quickly as possible?
The rider's leathery features creased humorously. That sun out there, it'll drive you loco before we cover 5 miles. And we have 15 to go. Phyllis was silent for a space, and then she sat down beside him.
You could make it alone, couldn't you?
Maybe.
How much water do we have?
2 bags.
You take one and go back and leave me here. I'll just be a drag and perhaps we'll both never get out alive.
Ma'am, you're loco. Bill's wide mouth quirked with a familiar grin. We'll bucket together come sundown, and we'll both make it, yes sirree. He rose jauntily and started to build a fire. Carefully he poured 1 mug of water into the battered coffee pot. Throughout the dreariness of the heat-laden day, they followed the shadow of the Needle Rock as the sun made its circle. When the purple deepened, Bill set to work. He hacked off the high heels of their riding boots with his jackknife, piled the saddlery and dunnage in a niche at the base of the rock. Best dump that fancy 6-gun, ma'am. We gotta travel light. Phyllis unbuckled the new gun belt and threw it on the pile. Bill added his spurs. He tied the 2 precious water sacks, now half empty, to his belt, and slung a gunny sack of food across his shoulder. Sinking behind the distant mountains, the sun threw blood-red streamers across the waste. Let's go, ma'am, he grunted. For a while, every step was agony as the girl followed the rider's broad figure. And then, gradually, to her grateful surprise, the stiffness wore out of her sore muscles. Darkness closed in, pricked by marauding stars overhead. Steadily, the 2 worked southward, ascending and descending into a series of low ridges that seemed to wash across their path like the waves of a limitless sea. At the end of an hour, Bill halted and stretched out on a rocky slope. How you doing, ma'am? He inquired with a cheerful grin.
Fine,
Phyllis said brightly.
It's easy, now that awful sun is gone.
We have plenty of miles yet, he warned. The night wore on. They had made 3 hourly stops. The girls' sun-blasted figures were now tight-drawn in pain and fatigue. The terrain they traversed was hard lava, pitted and uneven. Her blistered feet burned in the tight-fitting riding boots. The muscles of her legs throbbed with the unaccustomed effort of climbing endless ridges. Her whole body ached. Their toiling progress was becoming a nightmare. She wanted to scream, to rush into the shadows on either side and thrust them back, to do anything to break the monotony of the eternal plod, the plod, the plod. Then her mood changed, and she fought a compelling impulse to lay down and rest. Visions of soft beds and cool airy rooms, splashing fountains tantalized her. Only the sight of Bill's stocky form plugging stubbornly ahead, and the thought that she was incumbent, kept her limping along in his wake. Bill pulled out his watch and sank down with a grunt of relief. Accustomed to the saddle, he could have ridden all night and thought nothing of it, but leg work was almost as hard upon him as was the girl. His feet felt like balls of fire, and every step was agony. Phyllis dropped slackly beside him. He held out a water bag. Best take a mouthful. She drank thirstily. The respite ended all too soon. Bill, slugged to his feet, slung the bulging gunny sack across his shoulder. The girl tried to rise, but her cramping muscles at last failed to function.
I just can't, Bill.
she gasped. You go on. He grasped her under the arms and hoisted her upon her feet. Staggering, she moved along beside him, supported by his arm. I'm all right now, she declared and shook off the support. The rider's pace was slowing. He could feel the dampness of blood in his boots and his muscles aching like sore teeth. What was the girl suffering, who plugged along so doggedly behind him, he thought somberly. He fumbled for his watch. Time for another spell. He flung back. How many stops? 4? Or was it 5? Hell, they should be nearing the spring by now. Few words were passed between them as they crawled along the forlorn plain. Each sought to conserve strength to the utmost. As the hours dragged by, the girl's faculties began numb. Nothing mattered, save the necessity to keep going on, up and down, on an everlasting treadmill. Bill dumped his gunny sack and dropped to the ground. The girl collapsed wordless beside him. They rested in silence, and once again he heaved up. Phyllis lay inert. Leave me here, Bill, she moaned. Again he set her up on her feet. She swayed and crashed down again. The rider swore softly, knotted the gunny sack to his belt and bent and lifted her limp body with both hands. Unsteadily, clasping her tight upon his chest, he swayed along the trail. Slinking around the rock-girded basins that lay below the springs, the coyotes whiffed man-scent and sneaked silently up the gulch. Crouching among the boulders, they watched a thick-set figure struggle out of the darkness, staggering like a drunken man, clasping a limp form in his arms. He laid his burden gently beside a pool and eased off his high-topped riding boots, and with a long-drawn sigh thrust his blooded feet into the cold water. It was daylight when Phyllis awoke. She winced as she endured and tried to sit up. Bill slowly hobbled around, gathering dead wood for the fire. Why, we made it. Her voice was a hoarse croak. Sure did, ma'am, grinned Bill. But I gamble my dogs will never be the same again. The girl's brow knit. The last thing I remember is falling down. My legs just folded up. You didn't carry me, did you? It wasn't too far, returned the rider gruffly. Why, to think I should have been such a weakling. You did mighty well, ma'am. I figure we best stick around till some jasper drifts in. We got plenty of feed. Forenoon of the second day, a tall rider approached the springs, trailing 3 ponies. Bill jumped to his feet with a whoop. Look at that! Pat Stevens, and he's got our horses. The sheriff reined up and cast a sadistic eye on the grinning Bill. Do you loose herd your saddle stock in the barns? He inquired politely. Or are you just a darned all-fired jackass? Bill fondled the nose of his buckskin. We had him hobbled at Needle Rock, and some lousy sheep herder loosed him and left us afoot. So. And we lagged it across Alki Plains. Our feet ain't been through howling yet. You wouldn't happen to know the gent? Inquired Pat, swinging to the ground. I got him pegged. Bill's voice was brittle. A dog-blasted dude who hangs around Danville. That sounds like Plumford, murmured Pat. How come he acted that way? Guess he went on the prowl after I eased him out of camp under a gun. Weren't you a mite hasty? No, declared Bill. The hairpin was dogging us. Seemed he set on locating that mirage mine. Bill rode for Needle Rock with the pack pony to collect the saddles and dunnage. Shortly after sundown, he was back. "Say, ma'am," he declared, "your nice new gun belt and that pretty little .38 has done disappeared completely."
"But I'm positive I dropped it on the bedrolls."
Bill shrugged. "Well, it must have slipped down a badger hole." "Well," demanded the sheriff when the three relaxed around the campfire after supper, "you pilgrims all set to head for Dutch Springs?" He eyed Phyllis's scorched features, dusty shirt, and discovered Levi's with a chuckle. "You sure aren't the same girl that come into town, ma'am."
"I've had a plenty of the bairns for one trip," declared Phyllis. "I need to harden up before I tackle that horrible waterless waste again."
She shot a sidelong glance at her guide's rugged features.
"And I doubt if Bill would ever want to be burdened by such a weakling."
"You're dang tootin' he will. There ain't a gal in the valley that's got your sand. No siree."
"Not even Mummy Rakestraw?"
There was a subtle challenge in Phyllis's soft voice. Bill chewed the butt of his cigarette vigorously. "Well, ma'am," he returned defensively, "she's different. She was born on a horse." He turned to the sheriff. "Reckon I better head for Dansville at sunup. Got urgent business there." Shifts were changing at the big smelter when Bill's buckskin jogged into the mining town. Like a stream of ants, men blackened the hillside above town, swarming down to the bars and gambling houses and hotels that were thick-packed on each side of the main street. The chunky rider swung down out of the leather outside the wagon wheel. He dropped the reins around the hitching rail, slapped his dusty Stetson against his leg, and pushed eagerly through the bat wings. The wagon wheel was the favorite rendezvous of punchers from ranches around Danville. Several spurred riders were bellied up to the bar. Bill hollered for a bottle. Tiny Manners of the Triple C, an old-timer Bar W hand, drifted across the sanded floor. "Hello there, Tiny," grunted Bill, as he downed 3 fingers and grabbed the bottle to pour again. "Todd's in town, making plenty of war talk." A frown gathered on Bill's brow. He had urgent business in prospect. Now he had Todd. Carefully he trickled out a bare 2 fingers and pulled out his gun, blew out the dust of the action, and twirled the cylinder. Lowering the hammer on an empty chamber, he downed his drink and grinned cheerfully at Tiny, and stepped jauntily towards the bat wings. Before leaving the shelter of the doorway, the rider glanced rapidly up and down the street. Heavy-booted, blue-shirted smelter laborers thronged the plank walk. A gleam leapt into his smoky eyes. Not 50 paces distant, moving towards him with long strides, was the upright figure of the dude. Clad in loose tweeds, he shouldered disdainfully past groups of lounging laborers. Bill waited until his quarry was close, and then steps out into the middle of the plank walk. He saw a recognition register in the dude's cold eyes, but the latter came on with unbroken stride. The Englishman's glance met Bill's, passed through and beyond him. Lean features stiff, he swerved to avoid the chunky figure. "Hold it, mister," grated the rider. "I've been looking for you." "I've no desire to resume our acquaintance," returned Plumford icily. "You were damned uncivil at Needle Rock, so to hell with you, my good friend." Bill stepped close. "Listen," he growled. In an instant, the dude galvanized into swift action. He hurled himself like a battering ram at the hunched rider. Taken unawares, Bill lost balance. He fell sideways, cannoning against the hitting rail, and hit the plank walk with the Englishman atop of him. The dust flew from a tangle of flailing legs and arms. As he dropped, fighting to free himself of the Englishman's clinging arms, Bill heard the heavy boom of a 45 behind him, saw the rail splinter above his head where the slug droned past. Like a cat, he twisted free of his assailant and bound to his feet, gun gripping in his fist. But the gunman had disappeared. Slack-jawed with surprise, smelter men were staring around. Bill swung round to the dude. The latter picked himself up and commenced carefully to dusting off his tweeds. "What's the big idea?" snapped the rider.
"You should know," returned the Englishman coldly. "A man was aiming a gun at the middle of your back from the alleyway. He was apparently the type of person who incurs an enemy."
Bill thrust back his Stetson and ran stubby fingers through his coppery hair in bewilderment. Here he had been all set to clean up this Jasper, and the son of a gun saved his life. "You run off our ponies," he accused.
"I certainly did nothing of the kind."
The dude straightened his hat and would have passed on, but Bill grabbed his arm and steered him towards the wagon wheel. "Let's have some liquor," he urged. "The drinks are on me, and we'd best be having a chat." At the bar, he returned to the attack. "You claim you never hazed off our saddle stock?" The dude diluted his whiskey with water.
"I have not yet sunk to such depths that I would leave a woman afoot in the barrens," he replied with dignity. "I rode back to Coyote Springs, and there I met two prospectors with their pack animals, and we spent the night together."
"What time did you hit the spring?" The Englishman pondered.
"No later than an hour after midnight."
Bill digested his companion's words. The animals were around at 2:20 a.m. when he woke up. The intruder must have been skulking around then. It was a sure thing the dude had no hand in it, if he wasn't lying. He turned again to the cold-eyed Englishman. "Them prospectors wouldn't be around?" The other, smoothing his smudge of a mustache with annoyance.
"Damn it, you're infernally unbelievable. As a matter of fact, I rode into town with them, and they purchased supplies at the Danville Outfitting and Merchandising store."
"Well, I reckon you must be on the level," admitted Bill slowly. "But damn it, who run off our ponies?"
"Perhaps someone who was anxious to discourage you from visiting the Mirage Mine," said Plumford frigidly. "And now, good day, sir. I'm anxious to be playing a little bit of poker."
End of Chapter 6. Chapter 7. As far as comfort went, the thick-walled adobe jail was an oasis compared with the lean-to that Pat Stevens used as an office. This afternoon, however, the heat that beat on the iron roof was forgotten as the sheriff, Sam, and Ezra listened to Bill's story. Fogged with blue tobacco smoke, the air swirled lazily around their heads. "No, sirree," declared the chunky rider in confusion. "The dude never run off them horses."
"He carries all the earmarks of a coyote to me," declared Sam sourly.
"And this bushwhacking gent?" inquired Pat. "You got any notions there?"
"It must be personal business which I can handle," grinned Bill. "Todd was around town."
"I gamble Plumford had the right hunch," the sheriff added to the litter of butts on the floor and commenced to roll in another.
Some gent's sitting on Pete's mind, and he craves to discourage visitors. Now what I aim to do is give that rattlesnake a chance to hustle my horse. Maybe he'll tip his hand."
"That's a right good idea," approved Bill. "Reckon I got the right to sit in, too." Pat caught Ezra's eye. "I reckon we'll need you for a tracker, but Sam—"
"I'll drift along to make sure you mavericks are out of trouble," snapped his squat partner.
2 days later, flickering flames lit the bronzed features of the 4 riders that were hunking around a campfire at Needle Rock. Nothing moved in the solitude that hemmed them in, save a lone eagle pinpointed against the darkened bowl overhead. 4 ponies, hobbled, cropping at the scant herbage outside the circle of firelight. Night crept across the barrens. The fires slowly died, and 4 men rolled into slickers and blankets, bulked like huge cocoons around. When nothing remained but embers, glowing red as an uneasy breeze flew through the flats, Bill Williams rose and plodded out towards the cropping ponies. The animals' heads raised, ears pricked up at his approach, and then dropped as he squatted against a boulder and peered into the grey shadowland around. A sliver of moon floated high overhead. Loud in the silent night, a fine shale trickled from the eroding ledges of the Needle, bulking black behind him, and spattered on the rocks below. But there was no sign of life in the barrens. At midnight, the chunky rider returned to camp and shook Pat's shoulder. The sheriff awoke on the instant, sat up, and slid on his boots.
"Nothing doing," grunted Bill. "And it's darker than a stack of black cats out there."
The sheriff restrained his impulse to reach for the makins, buttoned his vest, and slipped on a sleeveless coat. Bill was already stretched out. Silently, Pat picked up his Winchester and faded into the night. He moved forward through the boulders until he could distinguish the lumpy shadows that were the ponies, 3 standing and 1 laying down. Sinking into a comfortable position, Pat carefully propped the Winchester against a rock and composed himself to wait. A stream of conjecture flowed through his mind as he peered into the gloom. If the killer, who was set on Pete's mind, drove off the ponies, how would he get to know that there was a party camped on the Needle Rock? Where did the Englishman fit in? Curious he was around when trouble broke. And who grabbed Phyllis Ford's new gun and gun belt? The breeze dropped, and the fine shale from the heights of the Needle creased sifting down. An eerie silence settled over the wastes. Burnt out and dead, they lay quiet as a catacomb. The Needle shed another spattering shower of shale. Pat's head swiveled, and he eyed its indistinct outline, deep shadows above him. At 2 o'clock he rose and moved back to camp. Sam awoke and threw off the slicker.
"Anything stirring?" he yawned.
"No, I got an idea. You circle the ponies. Watch them from the fireside and keep your eye up on the Needle."
"What in the hell?"
began Sam, argumentative. "Now button up," advised Pat. "I got an idea."
"You're always getting ideas, and they lead to trouble," grumbled the squat rider. "I'll keep cases on the Needle, if'n you say so. It might vamoose before sunup, just like them ponies."
With his parting shot, Sam moved out to serve his trick on night guard. Dawn came and showed Ezra beyond the peacefully outcropped ponies. Nothing had occurred to disturb the serenity of the night. Sam and Bill gathered fuel for fire while the sheriff wandered around the Needle, examining its eroding walls. Although from the south the pile appeared to consist of a single slender column, rising perhaps 1,500 feet into the air, actually it composed of 4 fingers of rock, standing side by side, the shortest not more than 500 feet high. The entire pile, Pat estimated, was about 300 paces long and 50 paces wide. The fingers streamed out of a single mass of pitted broken rock, seaming with ledges eroded by time into a multitude of twisted formations.
"Come and get it,"
yelled Sam. Ezra strode in, and Pat picked his way over the heaping talus. With healthy appetites, the 4 tacked fried sour belly and beans, washed down by coffee that was sweetened with molasses.
"Well, the needle ain't moved none,"
snapped Sam, bright eyes at Pat's lean figures. "Did you figure it would?" inquired the sheriff gravely. "'Pears kind of solid to me."
"Well, how come you set us up there watching it?"
"Thought maybe you might sight the Jasper up there who was keeping cases on us."
"What?"
gulped Sam.
"You're telling me there's a galoot up there in them rocks?"
"I'd stake my saddle on it," replied Pat calmly. "Shale doesn't spill for no reason at all. And who rustled Miss Ford's new gun belt?"
"Gosh almighty," muttered Sam,
his eyes sliding uneasily over the graying cliffs.
"Maybe the hairpin's watching us right now."
"Sure wouldn't surprise me."
"Maybe we best be getting out a gunshot."
"He don't know that we're on to him," chuckled Pat. "Get your chuck eaten up, and then maybe we'll smoke the buzzard out. And for gosh sakes, quit gaping around at the needle. You'll put him wise. He could pick you off like a squatting hen right now."
"Dang blast it,"
groaned the squat rider.
"You picked the doggonest places to make camp."
Ezra's head bent over his tin plate, but his one eye ran over the weathered flanks of the pile. Pat and Bill were hunkered with their backs to the needle. The thought that a slug might smash into his back at any moment destroyed the taste of the beans Bill was consuming with gusto. The sheriff continued to eat as leisurely as though he was at his ranch house. Bill wiggled and Sam wriggled and swore under his breath, studying his eyes to keep them at the ground.
"Through at last, you hog," he barked,
when Pat finally set his empty plate on the side.
"Can we hit for cover now?"
"Oh, don't be getting frazzled," grinned Pat, proceeding to carefully build a cigarette. "Like I said, the Jasper don't know what we know. He'll hold his fire until he figures we're wise. We best be acting dumb." "That comes natural to Sam," rumbled Ezra. "Now, just mosey off easy like and grab your rifles and crowd close against the needle," directed Pat, his cigarette made. "He can't reach you when you're close to the needle." Nobody moved. Pat grinned. "Don't want to show color, huh? Well, I'm real scared, so I'll drift." He rose leisurely and stretched and wandered over to his saddle, picked up his Winchester and drifted over towards the needle. Bill followed. The two-eyed Sam and Ezra sat hunkered by the fire. They were arguing loudly. "One won't move before the other," chuckled Pat. "I'll stampede those mossy horns." He jerked out his 6-gun and fired over their heads. With the roar of the explosion, the two flung themselves sideways, zigzagging their way towards their Winchesters like jackrabbits, and plunged towards the base of the needle. Panting, they stumbled towards the sheriff.
"You mangy flea-bitten coyote!"
howled Sam at the sight of Pat's smoking gun. "Can't wait forever." He turned to Ezra. "There's a trail up the needle there somewhere. Let's be going hunting it." Bunching, they commenced working around the base of that great rock pile with Ezra in the lead. Pat claimed that the big redhead was a better trailman than any two Indian. Wading through knee-deep talus, clambering over heaps of rock fragments, sliding between massive boulders, the party had made a half circle of the needle when Ezra stopped, his one eye swiveling around. They were on the long side of the base to the west. On their left rose the shortest finger. Between it and the next was a narrow chimney, sloping inward. Above the chimney rose a rock wall almost perpendicular and worn smooth by the elements. It was apparent that no human could have scaled it. "Some Jasper's been around here a-plenty," boomed Ezra. "Look at the tracks, the riding boots and patched, and the scratches on the rocks. He sure went up that chimney. Why, doggone it." Ezra was staring upwards. "Doggone if he ain't drove a spike." He pointed to where an iron short spike protruded from a crevice in the chimney. Pat set his Winchester against a boulder, unstrapped his spurs, and pulled on his riding gloves. "You ain't going up there," flared Sam. "Well, he sure ain't coming down." "Let me shinny up there," offered Bill, pushing forward. "I reckon my joints are as stiff as yours." "Oh, can the wisecracks," barked Pat. "Cover me." "Might just as well as argue with him as a Missouri mule," growled Pat. "Let's scatter and watch him fall down and break his stiff old neck." Rifles at the ready, the three backed out into the open, eyes searching the face of the needle. There were handholds aplenty on either side of the chimney, and Pat worked up quickly. At its head, he found himself on a ledge. On one side it was broken and impassable. On the other, it followed the side of a wide crevice. Hidden from below, the rock was sundered. The ledge disappeared into what seemed to be a tunnel. The sheriff shuffled forward, following the curve of the ledge. If the lookouts were on alert, Pat realized that he was up against long odds. At any moment, a slug might cut him down. But the sheriff was gambling that the man he sought was stationed over on the east side of the needle, facing the wall and overlooking the camping spot. If so, there was a sporting chance he might be taken by surprise. In a few minutes, Pat was in darkness, groping along the rock face with his hands and feeling forward with his feet before every step. Daylight glimmered ahead. The sheriff emerged at the bottom of a deep well, roundly circular in shape and roughly 20 paces across. It reminded him of sinkholes he had seen over there on the lava beds. 100 feet or more overhead, a small circle of blue sky gleamed bright. On one side of the well, spikes had been driven in at regular intervals. Pat commenced to climb from spike to spike. If the lookout caught him in that well, clinging to like a fly to the wall, he thought grimly, it was curtains for him. With comparable ease, he worked upward, shadowed by the prospect of sudden death from above. At length, with a gasp of relief, he reached the top and scrambled out into the blazing sun. Quickly, his eyes flickered around. Below lay the camp, so close he could have dropped a rock into it. A vast dun plain, shivering through the quivering curtains of heated air, stretching eastward to the wall, somewhere behind which lay the fabulous Mirage Mine. On either side, fingers of the needle stretched skyward. 2 paces ahead was an abrupt drop to the plain below. Behind him was a perpendicular wall. Then he sighted a narrow ledge that twisted around the lofty pinnacle to his right, disappearing behind a bulge in the rock, ringing the uneven face of the finger that towered above. He stepped towards it, and then checked. The hairs of the back of his neck prickled. The ledge was scarcely a foot wide, narrower in parts. Below, it was a sheer drop of 100 feet or more. The only way it could be navigated was by shuffling sideways. A slip would plunge him to death below. But what lay behind the bulge, behind which the withering ledge disappeared? Maybe the lookout, waiting to blast him as he clung helplessly to the cliff face. For long moments, the sheriff hesitated, then abruptly jerked his gun into the holster and thrust it behind his waistband. Facing the cliff, he gingerly shuffled out upon the ledge, arms outspread, fingers clutching the rock crevices for support. Crab-like, he inched out towards the bulge, spilling dust and shale into the depths below. The ledge shrank as he slowly worked forward. He rounded the bulge of rock, heels hanging over space, and then froze. For another 20 paces, the ledge was faintly etched against the cliff face, and then widened to 6 feet or more, and then terminated into a gaping black hole, apparently the mouth of a large cave. In the mouth of the cave, shadowed by the overhanging rock, hungered a dark-featured rider, with a hawkish beak of a nose and unshaven jowls, his arms loosely folded and a new gun belt sagging above his hips. He was dozing, with nodding head. Flattened against the cliff, his heels teetering over the space, the sheriff thought fast. If the guard awoke, he was dead meat. One shot would topple him off the ledge, to be mangled on the rocks far below. He could not draw his own gun and keep his balance. Should he shuffle back to safety or go ahead? Inch by inch, he edged forward, scarcely daring to draw a breath, eyes on the sleeping lookout. Never did time crawl so slowly. 15, 14, 13 paces to go. The lookout's head twitched. Pat stood immobile, pulse racing madly. Again, he moved sideways, further and further. Now, 3 feet remained before the ledge broadened. Another 2 minutes, prayed the sheriff. Surely he couldn't fail now. Even as the thought entered his mind, the lookout quietly snapped awake. His black eyes blinked incredulously at the figure spread eagle against the cliff. He sprang erect, his gun arcing out of the holster. End of Chapter 7. Chapter 8. As the dark-featured rider's gun lanced fire, Pat flung his body in a sideways leap and landed, staggering, upon the broader portion of the ledge. He lost balance, fell forward on hands and knees. Again the roar of his opponent's gun blared into his ears. Rolling sideways, he snatched at the butt that was protruding above his waistband. The lookout thumbed again, and 2 reports blended as one. Marveling that he had not been hit, the sheriff threw lead once, twice, 3 times as he sprawled out on the ledge. The dark-featured rider collapsed like a punctured balloon. His gun arm dropped. The iron slipped from his grip and clattered loudly upon the rocks. He swayed, crashed down upon the weapon. A tremor stirred his limbs, and then he lay still. Crouching, the sheriff moved closer, stirring the crumpled form with his boots, but the stranger was dead. "Guy couldn't hit a barn at 10 paces, muttered the sheriff in disgust. "Hombre who can't get on the mark quicker than that have no right to be toting guns." He stretched and stepped into the dark mouth of the cave. It was roomy. He had to stretch to touch the ceiling. Checking an implosion to explore its depths, he searched around. A disordered pile of blankets lay on one side. A stable lantern and a partly filled water bag were suspended from pegs driven into cracks that crisscrossed the rock. Beneath them lay an age-worn gun belt with an empty holster. A half-filled gunny sack was set beside it. The new leather of the dead man's gun belt caught the sheriff's eye when he stepped into the open sunlight. "I gamble that's probably Miss Ford's," he muttered. He turned over the slack body and unbuckled the belt and pulled it off. And then he picked up the gun and dropped it into the holster. Faintly, the shuffle of boots over shale reached his ears. Quickly, he plugged the empty out of his iron and slid in fresh loads. With no approach except the narrow ledge, he could hold the cave against an army. Crab-like, a squat figure eased around the bulge of the rock. The sheriff's taut features relaxed. It was Sam, a do-or-die expression upon his homely face. Behind him shuffled Ezra's big form, followed closely by Bill Williams. Sam gained the whole ledge, wiped the sweat off his damp brow. "Gosh almighty," he muttered. "Danged if I'll be going back that way." "How come you decided to monkey out here yourself?" demanded Pat. "Well, there wasn't no sight nor sound of you, so we hit the chimney. And then we heard fast shootings and figures you was in a jam. So we climbed out of that dog-blasted well, and there wasn't nothing but a ledge a self-respecting wildcat wouldn't trust on himself." Sam mopped his brow upon recollection. "I ain't no mountain goat," he concluded feelingly. Ezra and Bill Williams joined the pair. Bill eyed the slack features of the dead lookout. "That's Ike Big Nose," he drawled. "A breed that strings along with Todd. He's fast with a gun. How in the hell did you get to him from that ledge?" "I didn't," confessed Pat. "He had me pinned down like a pigeon. He was snatching a little shut-eye, but come to life sudden before I reached the ledge. He flung 2 slugs at me before I could draw and missed both times." Bill eyed the ledge. "Hell, Ike couldn't miss at that range." "He thumbed a .38 right smart. Reckon that was Miss Ford's iron." Sudden understanding flooded into Bill's eyes. His wide mouth quirked. "Well, can you beat that? He was firing blanks." "Either you're loco or he was," snapped the sheriff. "That's the God's truth," grinned Bill. "Miss Ford loaded up on blanks, scared to kill someone. Ike grabbed the gun down below and never checked the loads." "Well, thank God for Miss Ford's soft-heartedness," said Pat solemnly. He led them into the cave and indicated the lantern. "You get it?" The hairpin outside was posted at the needle to run off saddle stock and discourage visitors. With that lantern, he could stand way back in the cave and flash signals to another jasper on the wall. You couldn't see the light from below, and then them galoots get plenty of warning of whatever's brewing. He watched us post guards last night and laid off the ponies, but whoever's holding the Mirage mine has been wised up that we're around." "Well, that means there's more than one in this deal," put in Sam. "Seems we're up against a gang," returned Pat. "And they hold the trump card. They got the Mirage and we can't locate it." He turned to Bill. "You say this breed strung along with Todd?" The rider, Bill, replied, "Well, they was just like that." He held up his hand, 2 fingers twisted together. "Where can we corral that there Todd?" "Well, he spends plenty of time over there in Dansville, lapping up liquor." "Well, I reckon we're heading for Danville, declared the sheriff. With familiarity, the toughest trail loses its tremors, and so it was with the ledge around the bulging rock. One by one, the four shuffled back along, resolutely keeping their thoughts from the chasm below. Behind, they left the dead men for the buzzards to pick. That night they laid over at Coyote Springs. Midday found them jogging into the mining town. The sheriff dropped into the town marshal Moreland's office, where he and three companions made a beeline for the wagon wheel. A newspaper spread over his face, the bulky, bull-necked marshal was stretched out in his chair with massive legs resting on the desks, fingers locked over his chest and snoring rhythmically. Mischief in his gray eyes, Pat ignited a stinker match and applied it to the lower edge of the sheet. The flames crept up. Suddenly, with arms a-waving, the marshal erupted out of the chair like a tornado. Thoroughly awakened, he glared at the burning newspaper on the floorboards, and then became aware of a figure sitting in a straight-back chair chuckling silently. "You sway-back maverick," he roared. "Ain't you never gonna grow up? That's no way for the sheriff of the county to act." "What's troubling you, Jim?" inquired Pat. "That there's just a natural phenomenon, as they say in school. The sun rays must have set fire to your breath. That comes out drinking an explosive brand of liquor. Guess there ain't no more good stuff here in Danville." Moreland grumbled and stomped out the smoldering sheet. Pat's tone changed. "Todd rake straw around town?" The marshal again deposited his bulk into the chair. "No, and he ain't likely to be." "How come?" "The coyote's too dang handy with a gun. Took a snapshot at Bill Williams' back, so I gave him marching orders." "Is he acquainted with Ike Big Nose, a breed?" "Sure. He ain't been around town lately neither," Moreland replied. "Well, he won't be," promised Pat. "I plugged him." "Pity you didn't make it a pair," grunted Moreland. "Todd won't be missed." Sam's black head thrust around the door jamb. "Hey, Pat, rustle on over to the wagon wheel." The sheriff rose. "Well, Jim," he advised gravely, "don't be drinking no more of that explosive liquor. You're liable to burn up the town." "Oh, you go to hell," advised the marshal. He watched the sheriff's tall figure cross the street, and the squat Sam talking volubly by his side. Pat Sorrell was tied to the rail outside the office. When the sheriff pushed through the bat wings and disappeared into the semi-obscurity of the saloon, Moreland heaved to his feet. He strolled out along the plank walk. With one hand he fondled the sorrel's velvety nose, and with the other he loosened the cinches. Then, shoulders squared and face stern, he thumped off along the plank walk. Flanked by Ezra and Bill at the bar, stood a small, withered rat of a man with pinched features, withered and wrinkled. Uncombed hair strangling from beneath his dilapidated Stetson hat, a tangled beard shot with white straying over his spoiled blue shirt. Ragged pants and stuffed into run-down boots completed his garb. His eyes deep sunk glared with unnatural light. Insistently he cackled and murmured. Whisperin' Willie was one of those who challenged the solitudes and paid the price. In past years, he had roamed the desert and the barrens, seeking the ever-elusive strike. When his mind went awry, grub-stakers were wary. He became a hanger-on around saloons, tolerated out of pity for his affection. He still had a tumble-down cabin in an old ginny in a gulch south of town, and would disappear for days into the barrens. How he existed out there, the mountains only alone knew. "Willie claims he knows who bushwhacked Pete," boomed Ezra. Pat pushed in beside the desert rat. "Howdy, Willie. Make the rich strike yet?"
teetered the half-wit. "Lots of gold in the Crumbelas. Mountains of high-grade ore. No one can locate it except me, but I can't get me a grub stake."
"Well, you tell me something, and I'll grub stake you," promised the sheriff. "You remember Pete Ford?"
"Sure," giggled Willie. "Pete's crazy. Claims he found a mirage. There ain't no mirage. It's a mirage."
"You know who beefed Pete?" Willie nodded vaguely.
"I seed him by the spring with a partner and shot him in the back. The spirits told me."
He peered up at the sheriff.
"In the mountains, they're full of spirits. They talk to me all at night. I hear 'em a whisper and they won't go away, and they won't leave me alone."
"Afore you come, he claimed he lamped the Jasper who shot Pete," boomed Ezra in disgust. "Now he claims it's spirits." "Give him a drink there, maybe a short drink," directed Pat. Willie gulped the old red-eye. "Now take her easy," said Sheriff. "Pete, he was your partner. You remember the night he was killed? You was near Coyote Springs, and you saw him smash down. Now, who did it?" The desert rat mumbled and fumbled with his beard, fidgeting uneasily. "Have you seen the Jasper around since?" demanded Pat. Willie nodded vigorously. "Well, you name 'em, and I'll give you a bottle, all for yourself." The sheriff lifted a bottle off the bar and held it out. Willie grabbed it with bony fingers. "Well?" The withered old scarecrow pushed away, mumbling and hugging the bottle against his chest. Pat grabbed him by the shoulder and swung him around. "No name, no liquor." Willie subsided into a sulky silence. Pat yanked the bottle out of Willie's hand and set it noisily upon the bar. "Shake up the rat," rumbled Ezra. "Maybe it'll help his thinking box." "Leave him be." Pat eyed the wizened figure with commiseration. Willie stared wildly around, slid between them, and shambled out of the saloon. "I'll have Jim Moreland keep an eye out on the cuss," said Pat. "Maybe he's got something, and he gets spells when he talks sensible." Pat strolled outside, angled across the street, and stood by his pony, eyeing it critically. He inserted his hands beneath the saddle blanket, feeling for burrs, and noted the slackness of the clenches. With a faint smile, he tightened the clenches again, ducked under the rail, and headed into Moreland's office. Marshall eyed him guilelessly. "Keep an eye on Whisperin' Willie, will you?" said the sheriff. "He says he's got a line on Pete's killer, but his brain's too fuddled to talk right now." Moreland nodded massively. Pat turned towards the door. "I just tightened my clenches. They seemed kind of slack." "Oh, yeah, they loosen up after a long pull," agreed the marshal with unmoved countenance. The sheriff rejoined his partners over at the wagon wheel. "When do we ride out of here?" demanded Bill. Pat scratched his chin. "Well, nothing we can do but head for the W bar. If Todd ain't around there, I reckon we drift into Dutch Springs." "Dang it. I'd stick around if I thought Willie would talk."
"Well, maybe he curled up Pete," suggested Sam.
"And set out a lookout on Needle Rock?" Pat shook his head. "We gotta get a hold of Todd." A shot rang out from the street. Through the saloon window, Pat saw Jim Moreland issue from his office, jammed into his black Stetson and hurried off along the plank walk. The massive marshal was a stickler for law and order. Pat leaned against the bar, toying with his drink and weighing the pros and cons of future action in his mind. Sam and Ezra commenced into an argument, and Bill wandered across the floor and eyed up a poker game. The batwings swinged in violently, and Moreland pushed through, eyes searching. He sighted the sheriff at the bar and crunched across the sand floor. Willie won't be talking no more. Some sidewinder plugged him. Did you get the coyote? No. Willie was in a saloon chagging for drinks, and the Jasper got him through the side window. Pat thought rapidly. Someone in Danville was afraid the old prospector would talk. So afraid they took the risk of plugging him in broad daylight to seal his lips. And who was it? You sure no one got a look for the killer's face? Flung out the marshal. Moreland shook his head somberly. No one in the joint but a bartender and a couple smelter men. First thing they knew, a winder busted and Willie flopped over. Sam, Ezra, and Bill had gathered around observing the news. Pat turned to them quickly. Scatter out and hunt for that Englishman. When you locate him, check on his movements. If he kicks, yank him into Jim's office. The three hit the batwings. Pat and the marshal slowly crossed the street. End of Chapter 8. Chapter 9. The flies droned against the splecked windows as the two lawmen sat in the marshal's office, smoking quietly, awaiting a report from the three members of Pat's posse combing the town for Percival Plumford, the Englishman. 30 minutes later, Ezra's form bulked in the doorway. You're barking up the wrong tree, he rumbled, and dropped into a straight-back chair. The dude was setting in on a stud game at the Cosmopolitan, and he ain't stretched his legs since noon. What proof you got to back that up? Barked Pat. 2 bartenders and Charlie Tressel of the Lazy Y. Charlie's been watching the game for an hour. Well, I reckon that's good enough, conceded the sheriff. 'Pears like the gang that grabbed the Mirage got sharp ears and long arms, he observed to Moreland. I'll bat their ears down in Danville, growled the big marshal. Promiscuous killings doesn't set very well. Poor old Willie never hurt a fly. Pat realized there was a small chance of corralling the killer with no description and no apparent motive. Plumford seemed to be tied in whenever trouble was a-brewing, but he had an airtight alibi. With him eliminated as a suspect, they were up against a blank wall. In his own mind, the sheriff was convinced that the harmless old desert rat was killed to close his mouth. He rose and stretched. Well, guess we'll drift. If you get a line on the bushwhacker, send me a word pronto. Sam and Bill jingled up the office as Pat reached the door. That limey's a shark at poker. There was a reluctant admiration in Bill's voice. Right now he's corralled most of all the chips in the Cosmopolitan. Guessed Ezra told you the hairpin's been sitting there for hours? Pat nodded. Let's head for the W bar and brace Todd. The four left Danville and headed for the hills. The bar W lay 10 miles northwest on the rim of Powder Valley. 15 miles beyond the ranch was Dutch Springs. The terrain grew wilder as they pushed into the scorched hills. Rocks projected from the flanks of ridges like jagged teeth. Thick stands of yellow lodgepole pine closed the benches, and knotty pinyon cluttered the draws. But there were valleys pinching betwixt the high ridges, hawk high with grass. At one point the trail snaked through a grove of shivering aspen, and they drew rein to water their ponies at a creek rippling, white-watered, over a boulder-strewn bed, fringed by drooping willow. Nature, when she fashioned this corner of the valley, she was in a kindly mood. They walked their hard-breathing ponies up a gulch through a silvery birch, and at its head the W-bar burst into view, set upon a bench, shaded by majestic bull pine. Below the spread, the terrain dropped in a series of benches, dark patched by timber. North and west, vast and overpowering, towered the Cumbrellas, canyons, gulches, and riven hills massive in undulating battlefields. Beyond them, rising bench upon bench, cliff upon cliff, towards the blue sky, the serrated peaks towered calm and eternal. As they approached, the layout of the spread became clearer. A massive timber and rock ranch house with square rock chimney. Beyond it, among the pines, the bunkhouse, blacksmith shop, and barns. And on the north side, 2 corrals connected by a chute and a fenced pasture. The blades of a windmill turned sluggishly, and the shrill complaint of the squeaky pump jagged upon their ears. "Need some greasing," muttered Bill. "That dog-blasted Todd never fixed nothing." Sam glanced comedically at the frowning features of the former owner of the spread. "Not bad for 4 kings," he crackled. "Especially when he picked 'em up out of his boot top," growled Bill. "Well, you youngsters gotta learn. Me and Ezra now, we stick to the crib." "Hello, the house!" shouted Pat, as they swept around the buildings and drew rein on the slim pine trunk, and set upon 2 stumps that served as a hitching rail. Bill eyed with growing irritation the litter of saddlery around the 2 rockers on the porch, empty bottles pitched heedlessly upon the sandy yard, and a cracked window. Yellow hair tousled, Mummy Rakestraw appeared in the open doorway in shirt and overalls. Her dark eyes ran boldly over the posse and focused on the sheriff's glinting star.
"Is this a social call, or are you dead set on hanging someone?"
she demanded throatily. "We're just stopping by," drawled Pat. "Todd around?"
"He's sleeping off a jag."
The girl tossed her head backwards, her hair streaming like a pony's mane. The sheriff swung to the ground. "Well, I crave a word with them. Send them out." His even voice had a brittle edge. A flash of temper sparkled in Mommy's eyes. She paused and then swung quickly around and disappeared inside. "Rest your legs." Pat flung back over his shoulder. He mounted the porch steps and pushed aside a tangle of saddlery with his foot and settled down into a rocker. Tall and heavy-boned, with a round, monkish face and a tight mouth, a gray-shirted cowman lumbered out of the house. A gun belt circling the waist of his dark pants, and his unbuttoned shirt flapped open, exposing a hairless but powerful chest. His dank hair was disheveled, and his small, glimly eyes rimmed red. He stood in the doorway and stared around sluggishly. Bill glared at him with slinted eyes, decided he was either half asleep or half drunk.
"Well,"
Todd Rakestraw's voice was deep and sonorous with a veneer of geniality.
"the sheriff and his partners ain't that nice."
"Sit down before you fall down," invited Pat shortly. Rakestraw stepped uncertainly towards the remaining rocking chair, stumbling over a saddle, and flopped into the chair. "Ike Big Nose was asking after you," said the sheriff casually. "Seems he kind of missed your company over there on the Needle Rock." Sudden alertness showed in Rakestraw's eyes. His frame tightened, but his features remained as smooth as a mask.
"Ike big nose?" he inquired.
Yeah, Ike was leaving on a long trip.
"You don't say."
To hell. Rakestraw was wide awake now. His eyes searched Pat's lean features. I don't get it, he said slowly. I plugged the bastard, snapped Pat. Reckon you'd be missing him.
"Why," declared the cowman, "I ain't seen Ike in a month."
He stared blandly at Bill's glooming figure.
"Him and me, we split when I took over the W bar."
You ain't seen him since?
"Not a slander."
Mommy's yellow head projected through the doorway.
"How come I saw his crowbait in the corral last week?"
Todd Rakestraw met her mocking eyes unblinkingly, venom in his blank stare, and then turned to the sheriff.
"That hellcat's on the prod. Her squawking don't mean nothing. Ike must have rode in when I was in town. Ain't always been around the spread. How come you plugged him? Horse stealing?"
You might call it that.
"Well, ain't that too bad? Needle Rock, you say? Well, that's considerably out of my range."
You wouldn't have no interest in the Mirage mine? Rakestraw showed a line of white teeth and an unusual grin.
"Oh, quit funning, Sheriff. I'm a cowman."
You wouldn't give me a bum steer now, would you? The sheriff's voice was softly accusing. The other raised his long arms in protest.
"Now, why should I? I heard about the Mirage mine, yeah. They've been talking Mirage mine ever since I drifted into these parts. Pete Ford, he claimed he located it, but you know those old desert rats. They always be getting bees in their bonnets."
Ask him why he took a pot shot at me in Danville, blurted Bill.
Maybe he'd heard about that.
The squat rider's fingers were itching at his gun butt. Quit, snapped the sheriff. This don't call for gunplay. He again gave his attention to the smooth-faced Rakestraw. So, you split with Ike?
You said her, Sheriff.
Rakestraw smiled slowly.
Ike went kind of wild. Me, I'm for law and order.
Like hell you are, growled Bill. Pat raised out of the rocker. Well, that's that. He glanced down at the cowman's complacent features. You're quite the poker player? Rakestraw's thin lips drew back in a grin.
Ask Bill.
Well, play him close to your vest.
Mister, I don't play him no other way, returned the other smoothly.
Mommy slipped out of the house as the riders tightened their clinches and stepped close to Bill.
You should call Todd a liar.
Her voice was low and charged with passion. The squat rider straightened and met her burning eyes.
Well, what come over you, Mommy?
The sheriff and his partners pulled away. Rakestraw still sprawled in the rocker, limbs loose but his eyes alert. His gun was thrust well forward to expedite a draw.
That's hogwash about that Eastern girl.
She mimicked Bill's deep voice.
Looked like a broody hen wearing blinders. Homely like a cow barn. I saw that dull-faced hussy in town. Mighty sweet dish to be taken out on the barrens.
Well, see here, Mammy, sputtered Bill, his neck a-reddening. You got no call to shoot off that way. Miss Ford's no hussy, and she's changed a-plenty.
Yeah, since when?
Bill lifted his wide shoulders and set a foot in the stirrup. Quit your hally-hootin', he growled. Mommy stepped closer, and her full red lips parted. Her voice changed to a purr.
Say, Bill, there's a dance out at Wheeler's schoolhouse come Saturday.
Her hand fastened on his brawny forearm. Her dark eyes were soft.
I've got plenty of bids, but I thought maybe you.
She paused expectantly. The rider fidgeted with embarrassment. In the press of events, he had clearly forgotten the Wheeler dance. Time was when he would have given his right arm to escort the vivid Mamie to the shindig. Well, now he wasn't so sure. Still, she said she had turned down other fellers, and that meant she'd be stuck if he backed out. Sure, Mamie, he grunted. Glad to take you along. Well, I gotta get going. He swung around the buckskin and dug in the rowels. The animal leapt forward at a fast canter. He followed the three riders, dropping down the bench. The bait don't look so good to the poor fish as it used to, eh? A voice mocked her from the porch. Mommy swung around stormily.
You keep your nose out of my affairs, Todd.
Little sister's scared of losing her beau, he taunted.
Not to that high-steppin' doll he's been gallivanting around with.
The posse hit Dutch Springs as the shadows were lengthening. Bill watered his pony at the livery barn, rubbed it down with a rolled gunny sack, and spilled out a measure of grain. And then he headed for the Gold Eagle. Phyllis Ford stepped out of the Jewel Hotel as he jingled down the plank walk. Cool and graceful in a blue and white calico dress, features ovaled beneath a planted white straw hat, she drew a low whistle from the approaching rider. He grinned cheerfully as they met. You sure look pretty as a painted wagon, ma'am. Her blue eyes questioned.
Is that a compliment akin to the broody hen in the cow barn?
She asked. Oh, shucks, no, ma'am. That means you're as handsome as a ace full of kings.
I imagine that would be a welcome sight, she returned meaningfully, when you men start branding ranches around.
Affixed to the dusty window of the saddlery before which they stood was a poster, and it caught her eye. Aloud she read,
Big dance at Wheeler Schoolhouse. 3-piece orchestra and plenty of food. Come one and come all. That sounds exciting. Do you dance, Bill?
Bill nodded, a cold premonition chilling his backbone.
So do I, she enthused. I've never attended a cowboy dance. It would be quite the experience.
The rider shook his head solemnly. Well, they ain't such a muck, kind of rough and a bit for a city-bred gal. And the music's just fiddles.
Why, I'd love it,
she insisted. Bill's spurs tingled as his feet shifted uneasily. Phyllis's blue eyes focused upon him appealingly.
I hate to be brazen, but if you're free.
Sorry, ma'am, he interjected abruptly, but I got a date. The girl's eyes chilled.
I'm sorry to have troubled you. Mr. O'Leary at the bank offered to take me, but I thought...
She bit her lip.
Well, I have some shopping to do.
Frigidly, she stepped past him. Bill moved on, feet lagging. He knew Tim O'Leary, the silver-tongued young cashier at the Cattleman's Bank, only too well. Tim would never pass up a choice morsel like Phyllis Ford, the best-looking gal in the valley. Why in hell blazes did Mommy Rakestraw have to get him all tangled up? When Phyllis saw him at the dance with another girl, she'd be off him for life. As he dragged along moodily, an idea struck him with the impact of a bullet. He wheeled and hastened back after the girl. Panting, he caught up with her at the steps of the general merchandise store. Phyllis's eyes flushed his face coolly. Say, ma'am,
he blurted. "Maybe you'd fancy a saddle horse to ride around a mite. That bay mare you was straddling sits in the crowd behind the livery barn. It sure needs exercise. Any time you want to use it, you can go right ahead."
"That's very nice of you," she smiled. "But Mr. O'Leary has a lovely little pony with white legs. He calls it Stockings. I ride it often. He's been showing me the country, evenings. He rides your bay. The livery says it's been eating its head off."
"The big Irish four-flusher!" exploded Bill. "What right does he have to be running the legs off my bay?"
"Well, it ain't nothing to be ill-tempered about," Phyllis reminded him sweetly. "We rest quite often."
"I'm going to be seeing that dang horse thief," glowered Bill. Meanwhile, in the sheriff's lean-to, Pat and his two cronies discussed the mystery of the Mirage Mine. "'Pears there's a gang in on this," pronounced Pat somberly. "They killed Pete and located the mine and aimed to discourage visitors, which accounts for Ike's setting at Needle Rock. Willie, he knew too much, so they closed his mouth for keeps, and Todd Rakestraw seems to be holding a hand." "I swore he wasn't," broke in Sam. Pat rose and fumbled in the pocket of his sleeveless jacket that was hanging on the well peg and produced a yellow-veined chunk of ore. "Look at that." He picked it and held it up. "I picked that up on Todd's front porch. And that smooth-faced hairpin swears he was a cowman, nothing else but." "Why in the hell didn't you tax the coyote about it?" demanded Sam. "Where's the proof? Todd could swear some hairpin dropped it, maybe Ike. We couldn't prove different. But Todd didn't kill Willie, so that gives us another Jasper in Danville, and God knows how many more out there on the Mirage. We sure are up against quite a lot." End of Chapter 9. Chapter 10. Phyllis Ford's small shoes tapped briskly across the stretch of hard-packed earth beside the courthouse and turned into the doorway of the sheriff's office. She was a vastly changed person from the bespectacled and bewildered young lady who had stepped hastily off the Hopewell stage a few weeks before. Her eyes were bright and hair becoming arranged beneath a pert straw hat. The light-colored calico dress displayed the litheness of her figure. Her steel-rimmed spectacles were now used only in the privacy of her hotel room. Phyllis had emerged from mausoleum of musky tomes into the rough and ready world of Powder Valley, where there were 10 young men to every eligible young girl. Like a drab crystalline transformed into a colorful butterfly, she was trying her wings and found them good. The sheriff's approving glance ran over her tanned features. "Sit down and rest, ma'am," he invited cordially. "It sure looks like Powder Valley agrees with you."
"I love it," she declared with enthusiasm. "Even if we never find the mine, I don't think I'll ever leave this country."
"Well," drawled Pat, "there's quite a passel of young roosters who'd object to your pulling out. Young Pat O'Leary down at the bank, and Tommy Markham at the store, for instance. Well, and then there's Bill Williams mooning around as though he'd lost $1,000,000, and didn't I see you parading with that Englishman Plumford?"
"It's about Mr. Plumford I've come to see you."
Phyllis dropped into a chair and swung her legs.
"He's very well cultivated and really quite charming."
"Yeah," commented Pat dryly.
"He wants to buy the Mirage Mine," she said gaily, little guessing she was dropping a bombshell.
"Can he locate it if he buys it?"
"He hopes to," Phyllis sombered. "The situation is this, Mr. Stevens. I have found an occupation, and I plan to open a lunchroom in the Jewel Hotel. They have a big kitchen and a dining room, but both have been closed for years."
She smiled.
Now don't look so doubtful. I'm quite a good cook, and there's not a place in town where a person can get a good meal.
There's the chinks, ejected Pat. He had been sliding into a stool at Ah Fung's steamy lunch counter for years. Phyllis raised her hands in mocked horror.
Grease, 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 and a million flies. It's horrible.
Well, maybe you're right, he agreed with new interest.
Well, I need the money to start in business, and Mr. Plumford heard of my map, and he offered me $1,000 cash for it, and also a quarter share if he finds the mine.
He knows the map ain't worth an adobe dollar?
I told him what you said, but he's still insistent, and he has the most fascinating manner.
Well, like all Englishmen, muttered the sheriff. Obstinate as a mule. His voice raised. Sure, sell it if he knows what he's buying, but you don't need the money, ma'am.
Indeed I do.
Pete left a sack of ore at the Gold Eagle. I gathered about 40 pounds together and sent it on stage to Denver for assignment. It runs $50 to the pound, and that gives you close to $2,000, Pat added.
For a few pieces of rocks?
The girl's voice was incredulous. Nope, for the richest gold-bearing quartz that ever come out of the Crambrollas. Pay dirt is $250 a ton, and this ran $100,000 to the ton.
Why, the mine must be worth millions.
You aren't the only one who figured that out, he returned ironically. Pete toted another sack to Danville, and I reckon that's what signed his death warrant.
I think I'll sell the map for $2,000 and a quarter interest, she said reflectively. That'll give me more money than I could ever spend if Mr. Plumford could find the mine.
It's your map, ma'am. When you make the deal, tell Plumford to drop over and see me. I got a hunch he's liable to stop some lead. The eyes of Shackleteeth Sampson, aged clerk of the Jewel Hotel, opened wide behind his thick lens glasses as a leaning-featured, mustached young fella clad in dust-covered tan silk shirt with neat black tie and tight-fitting riding breeches walked into the lobby. Is Miss Ford in her room? He inquired in a high-pitched drawl.
Yes, well, leastways I guess so, mister,
sputtered Shackleteeth with his upper plate, loose these 10 years, played a tattoo against his lower teeth.
Room 26, up the stairs to your right.
Can you kindly inform her that
Mr. Percival Plumford is in the lobby? Well, see here, I ain't no,
began Shackleteeth belligerently. Plumford carelessly slid $1 across the glass-top showcase that served as a desk. With a grunt, the old clerk palmed it and hobbled towards the stairs. Phyllis had just returned from her visit to the sheriff. She tripped down the faded carpet of the stairway.
Mr. Plumford, it's nice to see you again, she smiled.
The pleasure is indeed mutual,
he assured her stiffly. He indicated the rockers that lined the wall.
Shall we sit down?
Did you know that the specimens of ore my uncle left with the sheriff were assayed? She inquired.
No, but I saw some samples in Dansville. It's devilish rich stuff.
They assayed at 100,000 to the ton.
Indeed,
he returned.
And, continued Phyllis coolly, I've decided to sell you the map for $5,000 plus, of course, a quarter interest of the mine.
Plumford smoothed his tiny mustache.
But in all honesty, she went on, Mr. Stevens, the sheriff, says the map is useless.
He tried to find the mine with it and failed.
Isn't $5,000 a trifle high for a useless article?
The Englishman watched her, with amusement in his frosty eyes.
It would be cheap at $1 million if it wasn't, she flashed back.
Well, that's plausible, but unconvincing, he muttered. Of course, I realize I'm buying a pig in a poke. Perhaps you would allow a cursory glance at the map before we make a deal?
Phyllis shook her head vigorously.
You probably have an excellent memory, Mr. Plumford.
You guarantee, of course, that is the original? I understand it's been in other hands, the sheriff's, for instance.
You're not suggesting that Mr. Stevens,
she began indignantly. Plumford raised a slender hand. I cast no aspersions. I merely seek assurance that I'm buying the genuine article. He reached into a pocket and produced a thick wallet. Abstracting a wad of bills, he carefully peeled off 25. I hate to be commercial with a lady, but my offer is $2,500 and a quarter interest. It really seems slightly idiotic for a map that you admit is useless.
I certainly don't, Phyllis returned crisply. Uncle was too shrewd and too honest to leave me a useless map. I think perhaps Mr. Stevens misread it or lost his way.
Or suffered a lapse of memory, tendered Plumford with a touch of malice.
Well, are you interested?
Phyllis nodded and opened her handbag and handed him a sheet of paper.
That's the share agreement which Judge Bemis drew up. If you'll sign it, I'll give you the original map. I have a copy.
The Englishman's thin lips twitched.
Few attractive young women are so businesslike.
He glanced through the agreement, rose and crossed to the hotel desk and scratched a signature upon the document. Phyllis stowed the currency and agreement in her handbag and then handed Plumford the folded map. He spread it out upon his knee, eye gleaming, as he examined it closely.
He commenced. It appears to be painstakingly drawn and very explicit. And what motive would your uncle have to mislead you? Perhaps your good sheriff failed to locate the mine? It's quite curious. Well, perhaps I shall have better luck.
He said he wants to see you before you leave town, said Phyllis, rising.
Plumford's eyebrows rose.
Indeed.
Yes, he says you might meet some lead.
Very intriguing,
muttered the Englishman. He folded the map and rose and then bowed stiffly.
It has been delightful to discover such a rose flowering in this drab cow town.
His eyes twinkled.
Well, perhaps next year, rolling in filthy lucre, you will charm Paris and Vienna and Rivera.
Powder Valley is good enough for me, returned Phyllis, and perhaps we had better find our gold before we spend it. Good day and good luck, Mr. Plumford.
The Englishman headed for the Golden Eagle. Pushing through the swinging doors, he peered around the saloon. It was mid-afternoon, and business was slack. A group of cowmen bunched at the further end of the bar. Amid the spread of the empty tables, a squat rider slumped alone, a half-empty bottle of beer before him. Plumford threaded through the tables. Bill Williams watched his approach with indifferent eyes. The Englishman dropped into a chair opposite of the rider.
Do you remember me, old chap?
Sure, the dude.
You appear a little downcast, observed Plumford. Would a stiff whiskey help?
Nothing will help, short of touching a match to the Wheeler schoolhouse, replied Bill.
Sorry, but I must draw the line at arson. Why such a drastic measure?
Oh, nothing else will stop that dance come Saturday.
It's probably perfectly plain to you, old chap.
The Englishman toyed with his smudge of a mustache in perplexity.
But I really don't follow. Are you violently predisposed against dancing?
No, I'm for shindigs, providin' I ain't gotta take a girl that I don't wanna. Bill lifted his bottle of beer and shook his head sadly and put it down again untasted. Plumford smiled.
Well, then, my dear boy, my coming is providential. On Saturday, you will be far removed from music and dancing, unless, he hesitated, as I have reason to suspect, we trip a merry fandango to the tune of whistling bullets.
Hope spread into Bill's smoky eyes. Spread your hand, Plumford. I'm roped and hog-tied and just itching to bust the piggin' strings. Plumford stepped haughtily into Pat's lean-to. The sheriff glanced up and nodded. Sit down, he invited. The Englishman seated himself, eyes wary. You bought Pete's map?
Yes, he admitted curtly. Miss Ford and I have made a certain financial agreement.
Pat fiddled with the watch chain that was strung across his vest and eyed the Englishman curiously. Percival Plumford was a puzzle. Just where did he fit into this pattern of Pete's murder, or had he blundered into the picture just like a stray maverick? Plumford, he said abruptly, the map ain't worth a hoot, and I got a hunch there's a gang of high graders holding the Mirage right now. You stick your head beyond the wall, and you're liable to stop lead.
Well, I appreciate your concern for my safety.
The Englishman's voice held a mocking note. He pulled a silver cigar case from his pocket, nipped off the end of a cigar, and stuck it between his lips. He caught Pat's eyes and hastily extended the case.
Pardon my ignorance. I so seldom obtain these that I hoard them zealously.
The sheriff selected a smoke and stuck it into his shirt pocket.
How come you switched to stogies and the pipe sour on you?
Plumford lit up and luxuriously expelled the fragrant blue smoke.
Oh, no, the briar is still my trusty standby, but on rare occasions a friend in New York sends me a box of choice Hanavans.
He rose.
Well, my dear sheriff, I will bear your warning in mind.
Again his voice held a note of mockery that irritated Pat. A question in his gray eyes, he watched Plumford's spare form fade into the doorway. The Englishman picked Bill up at the livery barn. The squat rider was buckling the khakis on his pack pony. Together they rode south, the pack animal tailing Bill as a hackmore.
Has it occurred to you, inquired Plumford, that the good sheriff may have mercenary motive in discouraging attempts to locate the Mirage mine?
You cut the deck deeper, requested Bill. You best throttle your meanings with words.
Well, to call a spade, might he not wish to acquire the mine himself, or perhaps he's already located it?
See here, growled Bill, with storm circling in his eyes. Don't you be getting your rope tangled. Pat Stevens is just as straight as he shoots. He'd do to ride the river with on any day, yes, sir.
Oh, forget it, old boy, returned the Englishman hastily. I've no desire to make insinuations against your friends, but really blind loyalty does have its disadvantages.
Bill remained silent, squinting ahead at the deep-rutted wagon road. Plumford, sensing hostility, changed the subject.
Do you wish me to call at the W Bar en route and present your regrets to Miss Rackstraw?
Mighty obliged if you would. I'd just as soon tackle a barrel of wildcats as that girl when she gets sore. Tell her I corralled Tim Holliday to take her to the dance if and she's out on a limb.
I know a maiden fair to see. You take care. She can both false and friendly be. Beware, beware,
muttered Plumford. Meanwhile, in his office, Pat Stevens had bitten the end off the Englishman's cigar and laid it on the desk, together with the butt he had picked up beside the stiffened remains of Pete Ford. Sam breathed in as he bent and sniffed each in turn. He gazed at the sheriff pittily.
"You're sure on your yuppers,"
he commented scathingly,
"when you gotta mosey around snatching up butts from spittoons."
"Oh, hold your horses," grunted Pat. "Remember that butt we found at Pete's body? Well, Plumford's smoking the same brand." End of Chapter 10. Chapter 12. West of Dutch Springs, the tawny carpet of prairie bulged into rolling hills, beyond which it erupted into ridges clothed with heavy growth of cedar and low-spreading pinyon. Phyllis Ford delighted to ride over the slopes in the cool evening, when the valley lay below like an ocean of gold and the lights of town pricked through the gathering shades of evening like swarming fireflies. And she had no lack of escorts. The ravines, thick with chokeberry and mountain ash, and the scant-berried bearberry, matted with profusion of wild rose of every hue, were her delight. Here, too, purple violets scented the air, and orange redwood lilies, and cream meadow lettuce, and delicate blue harebells grew in colourful profusion. One balmy evening, the girl and Tim O'Leary walked their ponies slowly down a draw in the gathering dusk. Neither sighted three riders bunching beneath the shadows of the towering balsam. They drifted abreast of the silent watchers. O'Leary's pony nickered, and one of the strange ponies answered shrilly. As O'Leary swung around in a startled surprise, a rope hissed softly through the air and dropped over his shoulders. In a flash, he was jerked out of the saddle and hauled, struggling and kicking across the ground. Phyllis glimpsed two dark figures pulling out of the shadow and set spurs to her white stock and pony. The animal sprang forward, streaking down into the draw, but a racing pony drew abreast on either side. A dark-featured rider leaned over, snatched the reins from her hands, and yanked the pony to a standstill.
"What's the meaning of this outrage?"
demanded the girl.
"Cut the shenanigans, ma'am," growled the rider to her left. "We're gonna ride."
"Who are you, and what have you done with Mr. O'Leary?"
There was rising fear in her voice. The strange rider said nothing. One, grasping her reins, wheeled the pony and trotted back up the draw. The other tailed her. She stifled an impulse to scream. Who would hear in these lonely hills? O'Leary lay on the ground, securely roped, his pony reins dangling, wandering through the brush. The third rider dropped in behind as they pulled westward, climbing towards the timber-clad ridges, and again the girl voiced protest.
"Close your trap, ma'am,"
advised the rider curtly, pulling up to her stirrup.
"If and you don't, we'll sure have to close it for you."
Realizing her utter helplessness and the futility of resistance, Phyllis lapsed into silence when night closed in. It was close upon midnight when her captors drew rein at the deep creek in the hills. One built a small fire, while his companions stripped the gear from the ponies and staked them out. Tired and saddle-sore, battling to squeal a raising panic, the girl stood and watched the men moving around. A coffee pot was set upon the fire, and three hunkered around it. Apparently, her presence was forgotten, but she had a feeling that alert eyes followed her every movement. It all seemed like a terrible nightmare, the firelight playing upon the men's bleak features, the black darkness beneath the spreading trees, the realization that she had been ruthlessly snatched from surroundings of pleasant security. Why? She asked mutely. There was a cold impersonality about these men that gave her the impression that they were tools with no interest in her except the necessity of keeping her prisoner. A rider rose and brought a steaming mug of coffee to her.
Take a swaller, ma'am,
he invited gruffly. She took the cup and sank down upon a rotting log. Slowly she sipped the strong coffee, biting hard against her tongue. The rider sauntered over again. He was a lanky, bony-faced man with heavy black mustache and sober, unwinking eyes, hard case stamped all over him. He picked up the empty mug beside the log and handed her a yeller slicker.
Reckon you can bed down on this right here, he commented.
Tell me, asked Phyllis quietly, why have you done this? Did you want money?
He lifted his broad shoulders and grunted and dropped the slicker across the tree trunk and turned away. After a while, she rolled the slicker about her and lay down, watching the three men around the fire. At least, she mused, they intended her no bodily harm. From the apparent attention they paid her, she might not have even been there. Half dozing, Phyllis became aware that two of her captors had stretched out beside the reddening embers. One remained, hunkered motionless over the coals, his cigarette glowing like a red spark. A wild thought of escape entered the girl's mind. Perhaps she could crawl away and mount stockings. Once she broke away, they would never find her in the darkness. She rolled over to loosen the slicker, and dead twigs snapped under her weight. The figure by the fire straightened. She lay still, watching him through half-closed eyes. He stepped towards where she lay and eyed her form beneath the slicker, and then moved away and settled down again by the growing embers. With leaden heart, she realized that before she could find and loosen her picket pony, the guard would be upon her. She must have slept, for the jingle of saddlery stirred her to consciousness. Stiff and chilled, she sat up. The men were saddling the ponies. Overhead, through the lacery of branches, the sky was brightening. The black mustached man, who appeared to be leader, jingled over. "Roll out, ma'am," he growled. She struggled to her feet. He picked up the slicker, rolled it, and tied it behind the cantle of his saddle, and nodded toward Stockings, standing saddled and bridled. She dropped her bald handkerchief by the log, and followed him, and climbed upon the pony. In single file they rode down the bank into the chilly waters of the creek, and followed its windings upstream. Pat Stevens was demolishing a stack of flapjacks in the chinks when Red Ritter, the proprietor of the livery barn, heaved his bulk into the restaurant. He plodded heavily along the line of stools and wheezed to a stop beside the sheriff.
Say, Pat, that gelding Tim O'Leary hired yesterday to go a-riding with that Ford gal is nosing at the corral rail, saddled and bridled. And the white stocking mare of his the gal rode ain't in its stall.
Pat's head jerked up. "The hell you say? Where'd they ride?" Jed waved a plump arm vaguely.
"Around the hills, I reckon."
The sheriff hastily swallowed his breakfast coffee and followed the liveryman down the street to the livery barn. The gelding was tied inside the barn. Pat looked it over. "Tim must have been thrown," he pondered. "Busted a leg or something, and the girl's sitting by him." He turned to Jed. "Any snake's blood on this critter?" The liveryman's triple chin wobbled as he shook his head.
Ain't got a mean streak from head to hoof. A 2-year-old kid could straddle that there horse.
Well, throw that saddle on my sorrel, said Pat. Looks like trouble. He stepped outside, heading for the Jewel Hotel. A hail from across the street pulled his head round. The squat Sam and burly Ezra were tying their ponies outside the Gold Eagle. "Stick around," he shouted. "I can use you bozos." "Can you beat it?" rumbled Ezra. "I ride in for a snort, maybe 2 snorts, and he gives me a job just as soon as I hit town."
Some jaspers are such hogs with their ideas that they never rise above swilling snake water, commented Sam. You just go on and get pie-eyed. I can handle any job that Pat's got for the pair of us.
"You," boomed Ezra, glaring down at his squat partner. "You'd need to borrow a ladder to kick an ant in the ankle. Anyway, I got time for a quick snort." The sheriff strode into the lobby of the hotel and took the stairs 2 at a step and rapped on number 206. There was no reply. He tried the door. It was locked. He yanked a key ring out of the pants pocket, inserted a skeleton key, and threw open the door. A glance revealed that the bed had not been slept in. Wild flowers in the vase on the bureau they were starting to wilt. Pat relocked the door, ran downstairs, and crossed the street. Ezra was just pouring a second drink in the saloon. The sheriff gently but firmly took the bottle out of his hand and set it down on the bar. "Save it," he advised curtly. "We got a ride." "Just one more snort to lay down the dust," begged Ezra. "Tim O'Leary and Miss Ford, they done vamoosed." "Split the breeze for Hopewell to get hitched," boomed Ezra, reaching for the bottle. "On just one horse. Tim's gelding just drifted in, saddled and bridled, and they've been out in the hills since sundown. Let's go." Ezra gave a final yearning glance at the bottle and dropped $1 on the bar and followed the sheriff. They found Tim O'Leary, as helpless as a roped calf, laying in the draw. The young cashier was so hoarse from yelling that his voice was a husky whisper. Pat loosened the rope. O'Leary hung limp as they hoisted him to his feet, groaning as the blood commenced to circulate into his numbed limbs.
"They got Miss Ford," he whispered.
"Who?" asked Pat sharply.
"3 rapscallions,"
Hoarsely O'Leary told of the kidnapping. "God grief," muttered Sam. "A right nice gal, too." "Can you make it to town?" Pat asked O'Leary. The young fella nodded. The sheriff swung round Ezra. "They got a 12-hour start. Let's go." His one eye scanned the trampled grama grass, and the big man rode up the draw. Pat and Sam dropped behind. When tracking was needed, the one-eyed redhead was the acknowledged master. It was noon when the trio reached the creek where Phyllis and her captors had passed the night. They dismounted to rock their saddles and water the ponies. Ezra nosed around like a great shaggy hound. He picked up the bald handkerchief. "Gal, she slept right here," he announced. 3 jaspers bedded down by the fire. Looks like they didn't mistreat her." He scraped aside the dead ashes with his boot and felt the ground. "I guess they pulled up at sunup. Followed the creek upstream." Again, the 3 tightened clinches and hit leather. As the sun slowly circled, they worked deeper and deeper into the hills. The trail bore southward, paralleling the Cambrullas, then angled west toward the barrens. The ridges around were darkening, and the rays of the setting sun striped the western skies with bars of glowing crimson. Ezra checked his pony. "I ain't got cat's eyes. Guess we better lay over till sunup." The trio made dry camp beneath the gnarled limbs of a twisted timberline pine. Pat broke out a bag of biscuits. They washed it down with a swallow of water from a canteen. Saddles were unclinched and bridles stripped off the trail-worn ponies, and the animals pegged out. At dawn, the three hit trail again. Pat pulled up to rest the blowing ponies on a high bench south of the W bar. It was plain the kidnappers were heading for Coyote Springs. The sheriff searched the spread of gray hills interlaced with chaparral-choked ravines and cut by canyons with his glasses. Nothing moved, save buzzards circling slowly on heavy wings. Even the W bar, perched on a bench to the southwest, seemed deserted, its chimney smokeless and the windmill blades still in the sultry heat. The searcher's attention quickened. Two figures, black dots trailed by low-laying dust plume, crawled across the flank of the hill. The sheriff focused on them. "Say, fellers," he announced. "Bill Williams and his pack pony, they're heading this way. Maybe he can give us a line on those buzzards." Bill greeted them with a cheery yell. "You sure hit the target," he told Pat with a grin. "When you claimed that map of Pete was a mite worse than useless. Ain't nothing in that canyon but talus, but the limeys can't see it, no siree. We're packing in again just as soon as the shoulder mends." "Plumford have a fall?" inquired the sheriff. "Fall, hell," ejected the squat rider. "If it hadn't been for Winnie here," he patted the butt of his Winchester protruding from the boot of his scabbard, "we'd be buzzard bait right now, out there on Alkali Plain, yes sirree." He then told of the fracas. "You lamp a girl in that bunch?" questioned Pat. Bill rasped his unshaven chin. "Well, two of the hairpins pulled off and circled," he said reflectively. "Kind of funny, only four of the sidewinders ganged up on us. It could be." "Well, it sure was," said Pat decidedly. "One of the riders who pulled off was Phyllis Ford. They grabbed her outside Dutch Springs 2 nights back." "Ms. Ford?" Bill's smoky eyes narrowed. "Them damn yeller sidewinders. What in the hell's behind that play?" Pat shrugged. "What'd the coyotes head for after you gave 'em a taste of lead?" "They headed for that hole in the wall." "I gamble this snatch is tied up with that danged Mirage mine. Well, Bill, we got a drift." "Hey," called Bill, wheeling his pony. "You count me in on that posse." End of chapter 12. Chapter 13. Veiled in a dust fog, the four riders jogged steadily towards Coyote Springs. "Say," Bill had sunk deep in thought. With the abrupt exclamation, he spurred up beside the sheriff. "You didn't say how many Jaspers was in that bunch that grabbed Miss Ford." "3," replied Pat shortly. He was dust dry and riled. The kidnapping of Pete's niece at what men would call a gunshot from the courthouse spoke little of the ability of the county sheriff, particularly since it came atop of an old prospector's brutal murder. "You don't say," mused Bill. "I lamped the tracks of 2 horses out on Big Oak Flat, where the trail's spongy from seepage. 'Peared like they was dropping down from the W bar. Figured that maybe it was Todd and a partner layin' for me, but I never seed hide nor hair of the Jaspers. That adds up to 6 riders doing their damnedest to blast Plumford and me to kingdom come. 5 and the girl. I reckon you hit it, Bill. Todd might have held good cards. You packing any chuck on that crowbait you're tolling?" "I got plenty," grunted the rider. "Plumford figured on a long trip, but We couldn't locate water beyond the wall, so he had to get the hell out before we frazzled. Yes, sirree. Good, grunted Pat. We could use that chuck. At Coyote Springs, the sheriff spread his hand. I figure they're holding the girl at the Mirage Mine, he explained to the 3 attentive riders who were hunking around the fire. And I'll gamble the W bar is tangled up in the ruckus. It's mighty difficult to follow a trail in that hard rock country, so Sam and I will keep cases on the hole in the wall and snag the first gent who rides out. And maybe we can find means to make 'em talk. You, Ezra, and Bill, mosey around the W bar and see what you can pick up. Sunup saw Pat and his squat partner leading Bill's pack pony far out onto the alkali plain. One-eyed Ezra and Bill were on the back trail. It was noon when the sheriff and Sam reached the long pinnacle protruding from the plain. Pat circled the base and piled out of the leather at the spot where he'd clambered up to the observation post and cut down the lookout. "Hobble the horses," he told his partner. "We're gonna have to pack Chuck and water up to the top."
"You ain't getting me out on that ledge again," declared Sam. "I swallered my tonsils last time I clung to that doggone cliff. I ain't no craving to do it again."
"Suits me," replied Pat indifferently. "You stay here and ride hard on them horses." His lips curved in a cruel, silent smile. He knew Sam of old. His squat partner snorted and flung a canteen over his shoulder.
"I ain't no cavvy man."
Heavy laden, they began to work up the chimney. Evidence that other visitors had climbed to the peak between the pinnacles met their eyes when they gingerly worked over their way along to the ridge cliff. The body of the lookout had vanished. A pair of gray blankets lay in the cave, and cigarette butts were strewn around. They set the chuck in the water out of the blazing sun. Pat hunkered on the ledge and focused his glasses on the break in the wall. Nothing moved on the arid waste. After a careful survey, he set the glasses down and rolled the smoke. "Me and you'll spell each other watching that hole," he told Sam. "The rats can't get out no other way." When darkness closed in and the vigil ceased for the day, the bleak plain bound by the distant irregular black band that was the wall had remained dead and deserted. At dawn, Pat resumed the lookout, shading the lens of his glasses against the telltale glint of the rising sun. And he was speedily rewarded. A string of burros slowly spilled out of the gap. Eyes strained, the sheriff counted them. 9, 10, a dozen, all with loads. 4 riders escorted them. The pack train strung out and crawled southward. "I'll stake my saddle that oar's from the Mirage," murmured Pat. "Hey, Sam!" The squat rider emerged from the cave, eyes heavy with sleep. "Take a look-see," invited the sheriff.
"Yanks me out to squint through his dang spyglass," grumbled Sam.
He took the glasses and swept the plains.
"Hey, there's a pack train,"
he exclaimed with rising excitement.
"And there's only one way they can pack out of the barrens."
"You said it. We'll hit their trail when they drift on away." The sheriff watched the plodding burros out of sight. It was not difficult to guess their first stop, Coyote Springs. There was no other water for 20 miles, and after that, there was a poser Pat was determined to answer. If he could locate the Mirage Mine, he had a strong hunch he could solve the mystery of Pete's death and Phyllis Ford's disappearance at the same time. And maybe the gent at the receiving end of the ore shipment could answer some almighty important questions. The burros were out of sight when the pair reloaded the pack pony and forked onto their horses. They hit southward again, across the rocky swales pressing towards the spring. When they finally pulled up at the rocky basin of still water, their quarry had passed on. But on the trail chopped by Burro's sharp hooves, it was plain. At a jogging trot, they followed it eastward, and then on the telltale water-soaked bottoms of Big Oak Flat, it veered abruptly south and coiled up the benches that rose beyond like a giant stairway toward the ranch that Bill Williams had lost on the turn of a card.
Well, the Bar W where I'm Siwash,
barked Sam as they gave the ponies their head and worked upward. Reach! The tense command hit their ears from the tangled clumps of chokeberry around which the trail meandered. As one, the sheriff and Sam flung themselves from their ponies and clawed for iron. Ezra's deep roar of laughter broke out upon the clicking of thumbed hammers. Shoulders shaken, he burst from the bush. "Could have bored the pair of you, and you'd never have known what hit you," he chuckled. Sam picked himself out of the trail dust, features puckering with disgust.
"Won't you ever grow up, you big ape? Not that bushwhacking wouldn't be right down your alleyway."
"Did you see a string of burros ahead?" inquired Pat, beating the gray dust from his pants. "Reckon they're pulling into W Bar right now," boomed Ezra, still chuckling at Sam's scowling features. "Bill's keeping cases on 'em. Figured I'd beat back and put you Jaspers wise. Bill'll be down at Big Oak come sundown." Although the slanting rays of the setting sun still bathed the benches with mellow light, it was gloomy gray beneath the oaks down in the bottoms when Bill rode in. He peeled out of leather, eyes aglow with excitement.
"Them coyotes been dumping ore down the old well back of the house barn. They done turned the burros and saddle stock out in pasture. Reckon they're laying over."
"Is Todd around?" inquired the sheriff.
"No, a gunny, 3 greasers, and Mamie. The gunny tied to make Mamie, and she sure cussed the buzzard out."
Bill grinned at the recollection.
"Told him to spread his blankets in the bunkhouse with the chili eaters. Didn't set well with that short-triggered man, but Mamie was talking from behind a shotgun, and that don't admit to no arguments. Not in Mamie's fist, no sirree."
"Reckon they'll pull out for the Mirage Mine at sunup," observed Pat thoughtfully. "This is where we locate that doggone mine."
"Trail 'em,"
suggested Sam, dark eyes snapping. "No," grunted the sheriff. "We'll be them." His lean features crinkled with amusement as he observed the expressions of bewilderment that wreathed the faces of his companions. "Grab 'em," he explained. "One of the greasers leads us back, and 3 of us helps herd the burros." "There's 4 gents present," corrected Bill. "One stays," returned Pat firmly. "Maybe they got a look out at the hole in the wall." The squat rider's smoky eyes signaled his belligerence.
"Say, Pat Stevens, you aren't acing me out of this fracas. I got personal reasons for locating Miss Ford."
Pat held up his hand. "Pull in your horns. Maybe there won't be 4 of us, and after we get the gents on the W Bar corralled and hog-tied, if there's still 4 of us, you gents can cut for it."
"Oh, I never had no luck with cards," groaned Bill.
A full moon washed the benches with silver when Bill led the posse up the canyon that gashed the earth behind the spread. They tied their ponies to the looping roots of a twisted cedar, unstrapped their spurs, and scrambled up the steep bank and lay flat. The W Bar lay silent, unlit, patched with dark shadows. Animals drifted, around the barbed wire pasture beyond the buildings. Bullfrogs croaked in chorus. The low bunkhouse lay within a stone's throw. Between it and the ranch house, 50 paces beyond, was a stretch of beaten earth studded with tall pines. The four moved forward silently through the shadows. When the entrance to the bunkhouse came into view, Pat saw the door was wide open. His eyes rested on the dark, oblong doorway. A man standing in that doorway would be clearly outlined against the moonlit yard behind him, and the men within, shrouded by darkness, could cut him down with ease. Their quarry must have tolled for the bunkhouse, and that was plain. He swung around towards Bill, crouching beside him in the shadows. "You put in hay before you quit?" "Sure, there's a stack over there in the horse barn." "Engine over and set a pile beside that bunkhouse door, and then take cover." The rider moved soundlessly through the somber pines. Pat watched him out of sight, then gave low-voiced directions to his partner. "Cover that bunkhouse when I set that hay on fire. And remember, we gotta get one greaser out alive." Standing straight against a tree trunk, the sheriff watched Bill as he toted a bulging armful of hay across the bare ground between the pines and carefully set it into position. Then he moved stealthily toward the shadow of the tank house nearby and vanished from sight. Down by the corral, a dog began barking furiously. Pat swore softly. A slip-up now would mean trouble. He stepped out into the moonlight, approaching the bunkhouse door, careful to keep out of line of sight of those within. From the corner of his eye, he saw a window of the ranch house leap into light. Pat bent, lit a match and applied it to the dry hay, and it blazed up in a flash. He thrust the pile into the open doorway with his boot and stepped back. The dog still yapped, but the bunkhouse was still as death. The hay crackled and roared into high flame as the draft caught it. "Fire!" yelled the sheriff. A startled shout echoed from the bunkhouse. Hatless, a tousled Mexican plunged frenziedly through the doorway. Another plummeted at his heels, spitting shrill oaths as his bare feet hit the burning hay, now fast dying down. A third shot out, then booted. Twin guns swung low. A wiry rider, alert as a fox, slid through, head swiveling as his eyes searched the trees around. The Mexicans halted, bunched, and stared into the shadowed moonlight with bewildered eyes. The gunman kicked contemptuously at the burning hay and made a quick jump backwards for the cover of doorway. "Hoist him up!" Pat's voice cut in sharply. He stepped out from beneath a pine. The gunman dabbed for his right gun. It arched up, spitting red. Pat's .45 boomed. The gunman spun round and hit the door jamb. His weapon plunked into the smoldering hay. Even as it fell, he recovered balance and his left iron came out, lacing fire at hip-low aim. At the same moment, a Mexican jerked a gun and threw down on the sheriff, plain in the moonlight. 3 guns thundered from the shadow. The gunnies in the doorway went down in a heap, and the Mexican folded up like a jackknife crawling in the thick dust. His 2 companions, eyes staring, hastily stretched their arms high. Smoking 6-gun in his fist, the sheriff stepped forward. Quickly, he ran his free hand over the quaking Mexicans, tossing a knife from a neck sheath over his shoulder and motioned them into the bunkhouse. They scrambled ahead of him, stepping gingerly over the sprawled body of the dead gunman. The members of the posse issued from the shadows. Pat lit a match and set it to a stable lamp. He hung the lamp on a peg and surveyed the prisoners. They were typically the border cutthroats, clad in soiled shirts and greasy velvet pants, banded by gaudy sashes. Their shifting eyes, glinting against the swarthy features, darted from the sheriff to his 3 companions who crowded in behind him. Pat addressed the nearest Mexican. "You savvy Yankee?" Eyes surly, the other shook his head. Pat grabbed him by the shoulder and swung him towards Ezra. "String the buzzard up."
"Si, senor," gasped the Mexican. "I speak English."
"I figured that'd make you talk," said the sheriff curtly. "Where'd you get that load of ore?"
"The mine."
"What mine?" The Mexican shrugged his shoulders and stared blankly. Pat glanced at Ezra. "Reckon we gotta choke it out of the coyote." The one-eyed big man's fist fastened upon the stubby Mexican. Without apparent effort, he lifted him and threw him towards the doorway. "Go get me a rope, Bill," he rumbled. "We can string him up outside." Lips slack and eyes distorted with terror, the Mexican sank to his knees.
"Senor, I do not know. It's beyond."
He pointed westward. "Where's it located?" Pat demanded. The Mexican gestured again.
"Beyond Big Mountain, senor."
Bill stood in the doorway.
"Well," he demanded, "do I go get the rope?"
"Sure," said Pat. He held up his hand abruptly. "Listen." They stood silent. Through the night came the sound of racing pony hooves, circling southwest, then gradually dying in the distance. "Well, it sure sounds like Mummy is sure punching the breeze," said Bill. "Heading for Dansville, I'd say." End of chapter 13. Chapter 16. Pat Stevens' thoughts were not pleasant as he hunkered against the shady side of the W-bar bunkhouse and stared at the mighty umbrellas, dark etched against the deep blue of the heavens. Somewhere amid those mountains lay the Mirage Mine and the secret of Pete Ford's killing. A short while before, Plumford had ridden away, stiff-backed and sneering. Ezra had not yet returned from Danville. The sheriff was alone with a dead Mexican and $75,000 worth of ore. "Must be growing soft," he told himself, chewing an unlit cigarette with gloomy introspection. Pete Ford beefed, his niece kidnapped, bandits holding the Mirage Mine, and here he was, stuck like a calf in a mud hole. Powder Valley would begin to think it had one hell of a sheriff when a gang could kill, kidnap, and ship rich ore from a stolen mine and not one single arrest. They were sure making a jackass out of him, and he couldn't do a dang thing about it. Even that damn dude had him roped and hogtied. Sure, he could swear in a big posse and force his way through the gap, but what would it get him? A passel of good men killed and location of the Mirage as much a mystery as before. Looked like there was a tough gang in on this, border scum judging from the hombres who had escorted the burro train. More than that, they had leadership. A keen brain had planned Pete's killing, the kidnap of his niece, cashing of the ore at the W-bar. Plumford might be the kingpin. Who knew what schemes were hatching behind his fishy eyes? Or maybe Todd Rakestraw, but somehow Todd didn't fit. The monk-faced gambler was as crooked as a dog's hind leg, but he wasn't big enough to fill a leader's boots. Restless, Pat crushed his unlit cigarette beneath a boot heel and drifted over to the disused well behind the horse barn into which the ore had been dumped. The well was about 4 foot square, uncovered and framed by molding timbers. The sheriff stared down into its black depths and could see nothing. He toted an armful of hay from the barn and ignited it and dropped it to the bottom. The blazing hay hit bottom from 20 feet below. Peering over the edge of the well, Pat caught the glimmer of gold in the heaping rock as the flames rose high. Bill was right. This was the cache. Maybe there was more ore than the one consignment they had trailed. Chances were that dry hole held a fortune. The approaching drub of horses' hooves pulled the sheriff back to the yard. Ezra, his one eye glinting with excitement, looped around between the trees. He peeled out a leather and slapped his mount on the rump, trotted over to the water trough. Ezra headed for the sheriff. "How's Sam doing?" inquired Pat. "Oh, sick as a bug in a rug," snorted the big redhead. "They got the runt tucked in bed at the Smelter Hospital with a female person nursing him. When he gets around again, he'll be so doggone spoiled there'll be no living with the Jasper. Say, Jim Moreland's in a tight." "How come?" "There's a passel of toughs and two gunmen easing into Danville, and they sure took over. Shot up the Cosmopolitan and bored a bartender. Jim's stomping around like a bull with his tail tied, straining his guts to raise a posse, but them gun-toting gents got the whole town buffaloed. Jim said, 'Tell Pat they got a choke rope on me and to come a-running.'" "The mirage," muttered Pat. "I gamble every damn desperado in the Southwest is beating it this way. Before long they'll be as thick as flies around a honey pot. Well, let's get going. Aren't you forgetting the ore?" "Oh, hell, it can't walk away," injected Pat impatiently. "And I ain't setting on it like a hen on a clutch of eggs when Jim's in a jam." He grabbed his rope and ducked under the bars of the corral rate. It was mid-afternoon when the pair hit Danville. Main Street bore the earmarks of a battlefield. Not a window frame held more than jagged splinters. Swampers with nervous eyes swept up shattered glass. Townfolk and smelter men gathered in uneasy groups. A wrecked buggy blocked the street in front of the Danville Hotel. The pony to which it was harnessed sprawled lifeless in the shafts. Pat whistled softly. "Hell sure broke loose." They dismounted outside the town's marshal shack and walked in. Jim Moreland, heavy features grim, sat at his desk, shuffling through a stack of yellering reward notices with his left hand. The right hung limp, heavily bandaged. His eyes lit upon the sight of the sheriff. "Well, God almighty, Pat," he declared. "I never seen the like of it. The wild bunch swarmed over town like hornets, and they sure could sting." "They heist the bank?" interjected the sheriff. "No, I got a dozen deputies inside, every one I could corral, and they've held the sidewinders off. Can't figure what in hell they sprung from, and they vamoosed just as sudden." He held a sheaf of reward notices towards the sheriff. "I seen them Jaspers." Pat pulled up a chair and leafed through the ink-drop sheets broadcasted by a dozen western sheriffs. Ezra, standing at his shoulder, squinted fiercely as Pat read aloud. "Well, we got Billy Bright. He's wanted for bank robbery. Dago Dutch, murder and train hold-up. Tim Haley, hold-up. Martin for murder. Tagos, also known as Thomas Taglin. Bank hold-ups." He mused. "Has pretty a bunch of buzzards ever dodged a noose." "And you say they skedaddled?" "About an hour before he rode in. Reckon there was a dozen or more. They was heading south." "Maybe the Mirage gang rode to town to liquor up," rumbled Ezra. "Maybe," agreed Pat, rasping his chin. "Well, there ain't gonna be any next time. How you feeling, Jim?" "Spry as a 2-year-old, except for maybe this fin here." The marshal glanced ruefully at his useless arm. "Well, you deputize every son of a gun who can tote an iron. Have 'em grab their hardware and get together some spot if the buzzard's ride back. And then clean up. He scraped back his chair. Reckon I'll hunt up Carlyle, the smelter manager, and get his boys organized. They look pretty tough. A ponderous wagon, wheels locked, skidded down the steep grade that snaked up the hillside toward the smelter as Pat headed for its gate. 8 horses, fretting in the traces. Beside the driver sat a shotgun guard. As the sheriff pulled aside, he noted the wagon bed was topped with steel plates, with hinged lids heavily paddocked. Silver bricks, he conjectured, en route to Hopewell, end of steel, for shipment east. The clapboard yard office was darkened, its door locked. Pat hailed a rouseabout. Carlyle around?
Guess he's quit for the day.
The laborer pointed across town. Behind the medley of shanties, a white-painted bungalow sat prim and picturesque on a knoll.
There's his shack. I reckon you'll find him there.
Again, the sheriff hit leather and jogged downhill, skirting town and headed for the slopes. A neat picket fence surrounded the bungalow. 2 wings of the house dropped back to enclose a patio. In the rear stood a white-painted horse barn and small fenced pasture. Pat trailed his reins outside the house and mounted wide steps to a porch. Roomy rockers with gay-colored cushions were sitting inventedly around. The sheriff rapped on the door. A Mexican youth in a starch white coat opened it. "Is Carlyle around?" grunted Pat. He felt uneasy in face of such luxury.
Si, senor.
The Mexican bowed and stood aside. Pat stepped into a spacious living room, expensively furnished. Colorful Indian blankets drabbed the walls. "Well, well, Sheriff, is this an arrest?" hailed a jovial voice. The smelter manager issued from a side room and moved briskly across the thick carpet, hand outstretched. "Step into my den and have a sniffer. This is a bachelor's establishment, you know." Carlyle led the way into a smaller room. Skins and trophy decorated the walls. Sporting guns rested upon pegs. A longhorn's head was mounted over the rock fireplace, and its vast spread of horns almost reaching the side walls. The manager indicated an easy chair and produced whiskey and glasses from a cabinet. He poured a stiff peg and handed it to his visitor, and served himself with equal liberty. Pat savored the drink. This was no gut rot. Carlyle gulped his drink and refilled the glass and sank into a rocker. "I understand war was declared in Danville today," he smiled. The sheriff nodded. "Yep. Gang of 2 gunmen took over. Guess they've vamoosed. But we gotta get ready for the next time. Can your boys shoot?" Carlyle shrugged. "Oh, I could raise a posse, as you term it." "Kano, I'll have Jim Moreland ride up in the morning. He'll get the townsfolks together, and you fellers can work out a plan to stop this scally-hootin'." The manager chuckled. "Greet 'em with lead, huh? I'm with you 100%. May even take a hand myself. Always did fancy big game." He flipped open a box of cigars and extended it to his visitor. "Best brand in town, except Plumford's. That dude Englishman imports his own from New York." The Englishman touched a match to his cigar. "Are you acquainted with Plumford? Real well?" he inquired. Carlyle shook his head. "Oh, no one is. The fellow's as hard-shelled and as close as an oyster. He's been cleaning up the gambling joints and handles cards like a magician. Had to fire him 2 weeks back. He was taking too much time off." Pat dropped the subject. "Reckon you're quite a shot," he commented. He waved his hand at the trophies mounted thick on the walls, indicating a glossy bearskin. "That there's a sure Jim Dandy." "Ho, I downed him with one shot," returned the manager with well-feigned modesty. "I was out on that hunting trip when Pete Ford was killed." "Where'd you bring the critter down?" inquired Pat, sipping Carlyle's choice liquor with relish. "That's the finest pelt I've ever seen." "Oh, around Spanish Peaks. There's some real big fellers in that country." The sheriff emptied his glass and rose. "Well, I reckon I better mosey along. Never tasted better liquor." The sixth sense which every man who rides hazardous trails develops in a greater or lesser degree told Bill Williams that another rider had ghosted him as he jogged towards the gap and beneath the shadow of the wall. Twice his head swiveled uneasily, but he could see nothing in the deepening gloom. Still the foreboding persisted. Finally, he wheeled around a projecting shoulder of cliff, hunched over the horn, and set himself to waiting. Minutes passed, and nothing broke the brooding silence. "Guess I'm getting old and spooky," growled the rider, feeling for his tobacco sack. As he fashioned a smoke, the buckskin's ears pricked up. Bill dropped the makings and slid his 6-gun out of the holster and tensed. The faint rattle of shale, the click of an iron-shod hoof reached his ears. In the graying light, a horseman blurred across his front, not 6 paces distant. The hammer of his gun clicked back as it arched down. "Stretch him," he rasped. A feminine gasp came in reply. Mommy checked her pony and thrust a restraining hand towards him.
"Don't shoot, Bill."
"Sufferin' polecats," he groaned. "You again."
"It's a free country."
"Where are you heading to now?" he demanded.
"For the gap."
"To tip Todd off that I'm breaking through." Caustically he flung the accusation.
"You don't mean that, Bill,"
she replied in a subdued voice. "Why else would you be back-trailing me?"
"You wouldn't guess, not with that lily-fingered schoolmarm on your mind,"
she replied bitterly. "I ain't trying." Bill's voice had brittled by annoyance. "Head south, Mommy, and beat it. This ain't no place for a woman."
"Listen, Bill."
Her low-spoken tones quavered with urgency.
"They've set a trap at the gap. There's a pile of brush at this end. You'll ride into the canyon without trouble, and then they'll fire the brush. You'll be trapped between the blaze and the gang. Can't you see it's sure death?"
The squat rider listened with ill-concealed impatience. "For God's sakes, light a shuck," he requested shortly. "I don't need no female close herding me."
"Oh, you're a twin to a mule," she groaned. "All right, you ride into the gap, and I'll tail you, and then we'll both be shot."
Bill glowered at her with dim features that were baffling anger. Here was a contingency he had never bargained for. A pony nickered out on the darkened plain. The buckskin lifted its head to reply. Bill lunged forward and clamped down on the pony's nostrils. At a canter, a compact bunch of riders swept past and were swallowed by the shadows. "Who in the hell that?" ejected Bill. The argument with Mamie Rakestraw erased by this bewildering development.
"We could drift along and find out," she replied coolly. "They're heading for the gap."
Without further word, he heeled his pony. The girl pulled up beside him. For a while, they rode in silence, stirrup to stirrup. A gunshot punched through the night, and Bill set spurs to the buckskin. The pony leapt forward, its rider searching the veil of darkness ahead. Mummy held her place beside him with ease. The terrain roughened. Huge fragments of rock littered the ground. The ponies swerved as they dodged obstacles. A black chasm yawned to their right.
"The gap!"
shrieked Mummy.
"Hold it!"
But Bill gave the rein to his racing pony. A white light blossomed in the mouth of the dark canyon towards which they were pounding. Dark figures darting around a huge pile of dry brush, and the flames licked high, crackling through the dead wood with lighting that was rapidly spreading. In seconds, a blazing barrier of flame blocked the canyon's entrance. Bill jerked his pony to a sliding stop. The slumbering echoes were savagely laced awake by the roar of gunfire. Booming 45s mingled with sharp cracks of Winchesters. Through the din, the shrieks of dying men cut like jagged knives. Voiceless, the two sat their saddle, staring in fascination at the grim canyon mouth, with tongues of fire wreathing up like glowing serpents between giant walls. Slowly, the ragged inferno subsided, and the gunfire slackened and the shouting died. The quick-burning brush blackened in ash, and then glowed with emerald sparks. Silence clothed the canyon. Mummy swung towards Bill, who sat like a statue, eyes riveted on the glowing embers of that gigantic bonfire.
"Well, do you still crave to ride into the gap?"
"Holy rattlesnakes," he breathed. "I gather they cleaned out the whole passel. The poor buzzards had no more chance to get through than a snowball in hell. No, sir. You need the buckskin around. Let's ride, Mummy. This is too doggone big for me." He jerked around and dabbed for his gun as a rider materialized out of the gloom.
"Well, well, friend Williams,"
came the Englishman's high-pitched drawl.
"Fancy meeting you here. Quite a show, eh?"
End of chapter 16. Chapter 17.
"Jumping grasshoppers!"
ejected Bill.
"If it ain't the dude. Say, mister, aren't you straying off the harm pasture?" "Oh, I get around,"
replied Plumford airily. "And who—" He inclined his head to the direction of Mummy, a blotched shadow in the starlight.
Who is that gentleman?"
"She ain't no gentleman," grinned the squat rider. "That's Mummy Rakestraw."
"Oh, tut, tut, you sly dog,"
the Englishman clucked reprovingly.
"Feminine company again. Rather a hazardous spot for romancing, wouldn't I say?"
"Hey, don't get me wrong," injected Bill. "Just met up with Mummy by happenstance. This certainly ain't no place for females, no sirree." Mummy's husky tones drifted through the dusk.
"Nick on that female stuff, Bill. I can outride and outshoot most any hombre in the valley. I'm no dumb schoolmarm."
"Oh, button up," growled the rider, his rackles raising at the reference of Phyllis Ford. He addressed Plumford again. "You sticking around?"
"Oh, nothing would please me better,"
drawled the Englishman.
"I have a feeling that portentous events are shaping in this particular corner of hell, but where to seek concealment?"
Recollection of the Eyrie on Needle Rock flashed into Bill's mind. From there, a lookout could keep cases on the gap with ease, and he too was anxious to fathom the mystery of the trapped riders. "You got a spyglass?" he asked abruptly.
"I carry an excellent pair of glasses, my dear boy."
"Let's head for Needle Rock. We can keep cases on the coyotes from there."
"But them there precipitous cliffs is unscalable," objected Plumford, "and we have no wings yet."
"That's what you think," grunted Bill. "I can mosey up. Let's skedaddle."
"What about the lady?" "I'm going right along," put in Mummy decisively. The barrens are no place for a weak, lonely female to be riding alone.
Bill muttered something about some gals being worse than saddle burrs, neck reined his pony, and without further ado, headed for the needle. Few words were exchanged during the ride towards the pinnacle. Questions jostled in Bill's mind. Where did the mysterious band of riders caught in the death trap hail from? What did Maumee know about Mirage Mine? Was she in cahoots with the bandits, or just some innocent maverick roped in by her brother's tie-up with the gang? Why had she risked her life to save his? And then there was this dang dude. How come he was around, and how much did he know? Finally, the squat rider quit trying to reason things out. Untying the knots was the sheriff's job, he decided. When he'd pried Phyllis Ford out of the bandit lair, he'd throw his hand in and go back to cow-punching. Life would be a whole lot simpler. They reached the gloomy pile and rounded its base. On the western side, screened from possible observation on the wall by the bulk of the towering rock, the three climbed out of leather. Bill unsaddled and hobbled the ponies. Maumee groped around for dead sticks. The Englishman, right hand strapped to his chest, sat on a rock and awkwardly stuffed the bowl of his briar with one hand. Bill emptied half the contents of a canteen into the crown of a Stenson and moistened the animal's nose. The remainder he spilled into a blackened coffee pot. The girl started a tiny fire between two rocks and set the coffee pot to boiling. Curiously, as the two men idly watched Maumee feed sticks to the fire, no mention of the subject that bulked foremost in their thoughts. The Mirage Mine was made. Each sipped unsweetened black coffee from Bill's tin mug. The fire died. Maumee tugged off her boots and shook off the slicker that was rolled behind the cantle of her saddle. The first grey glimmer of dawn found them astir. Plumford, hair rustled, sat up on his blanket, shivering at the chill bite of dawn, and eyed the steep walls that sloped above their heads.
"I still maintain that we need some wings," he observed with a questioning glance at Bill.
Maumee combed her long tresses and pinned them around her forehead. Bill, yanking on his boots, frowning at a disturbing thought. The dude could not climb the chimney with one arm. That meant he must remain below with the ponies. Once before, the squat rider had legged it from Needle Rock to Coyote Springs, and he would never forget the torture of those unending hours. The dude had been around the night before, when those ponies were run off. True, he had sworn he was miles away when the critters vamoosed, but doubt still hung heavy on Bill's mind. Well, he decided philosophically, it was too late to pull back now. Plumford fished sleepily in a saddle-bag and pulled out a leather case with a sling. Bill held out his hand. The dude stared questioningly. You can't make it, explained the rider. Not with that bum arm. We gotta climb like cats. The Englishman shrugged and relinquished the glasses. Bill loped them around one shoulder, the canteen over another, and then he led the way through heaped rubble, searching for the chimney. A solution to the problem of guarding the ponies entered his mind. Leave Maumee behind with the dude. He stopped at the foot of the chimney and stared upwards towards where it apparently merged with the smooth wall. The ledge that led to the break in the sundered rock was invisible from below. To an eye, the cliff was unscalable. After a careful inspection, he turned to Maumee. "Reckon I better go on alone," he announced. "That's no climb for a girl. Besides, it's worse as you get up higher. You keep that dude company." Maumee's dark eyes challenged him.
"I've got as much right to break my neck as you've got, Bill Williams. You get going and I'll be right at your heels."
The squat rider shrugged hopelessly. the perversity of women. With fingers and toes he worked up the chimney, Mommy close behind. They gained the ledge. Bill glanced down. The dude gazed upward, waved his good arm. The rider shuffled sideways along the narrow ledge, spilling shale, and disappeared behind the riven rock. Out of sight of the man below, he stopped in the shadow and swung back towards the girl. "Listen, I guess the dude's on the square, but if he ain't and runs our horses off, we're out of luck. You got a gun. You mosey back and let on like you're scared to go on ahead and keep an eye on our horses." The girl's eyes opened wide in surprise. Bill steeled himself for an argument, but to his relief, she shrugged her shoulders and commenced edging backwards. A load of forbearing off his mind, he moved ahead. There'd be no shenanigans with Mommy around. He emerged at the bottom of the well, climbed the spikes, and crawled out into bright white sunlight. He bent his gaze upon the long, dark rampart of the wall, still wrapped in shadow. Carefully, he adjusted the glasses and focused upon the gap. The light was not yet strong enough to reveal detail. He slipped the lens back into the leather case and hunkered on an uneasy platform and built himself a smoke. Slowly, sunlight flooded the pane below until it lay like a vast sheet of wrinkled parchment, every detail crystal clear. The gap now showed plain. Leveling the glasses again, Bill picked out the fragments of rock strewn around the entrance, even identified the pile of ashes that remained from the fiery briar of the previous night. For an hour he kept vigil, but the barrens were apparently devoid of life, save of buzzards winging heavily above the waist. A sudden exclamation escaped him. He glimpsed movement at the gap. The glasses revealed a rider, threading through the rocks. Gaining the open plain, the stranger swung southward and, ant-like in the distance, crawled up and down the swales. Bill descended the well and dropped from spike to spike. Plumford and the girl were relaxing in the shade, the ponies grouped close by, when he scrambled down the chimney. "There's a Jasper heading south," he shouted. "We gotta get him." Mommy was in the saddle before he reached his buckskin. The Englishman fumbled awkwardly at the latigo as he cinched his saddle. Bill pulled away from the needle at a canter, angling across the plain to cut off the lone rider. Mommy swayed easily in the saddle beside him. For a while they held to a hollow below two swales. Plumford was somewhere behind. Bill kneed the pony and breasted the slope to the right. He topped the ridge, and the plain flowed into view. Clearly outlined, their quarry jogged leisurely across the swale. "Say," grunted Bill, "you rein up and stick around for the dude. There's gonna be gunplay." Mommy's lips twisted in a mocking smile.
"Oh, don't give me that line. You wouldn't shoot for $1,000,000.
"Hold it," he barked, spurring the buckskin into a gallop.
"That's a woman, your dull-faced schoolmarm on Tim O'Leary's mare for a bet,"
she snapped, sticking close to his stirrup. "You're crazy." Bill jerked his pony to a halt and fumbled for Plumford's glasses, still swinging from his shoulder. Eyes glued to the lens, he followed the rider's progress. "By God," he breathed, "you hit the target. How in the hell did you figure that?"
"Why not ride ahead and ask her?"
suggested Mommy coldly. Plumford pounded along the swales and pulled up his blowing mount beside them.
"Complications?"
he inquired. "I reckon that's Miss Ford out there," said Bill.
"Extraordinary."
Bill again lunged forward, wildly waving his Stetson. The rider reined up and sat still in the saddle, watching the trio as they streaked towards her. Bill's features creased in a huge smile as he pulled up beside Phyllis Ford. Well, ain't this a loppaloozer? He exclaimed delightedly. You all right, ma'am?
I've never felt better, smiled the girl. Well,
As the dude raced up,
Mr. Plumford and Miss Rakestraw, I believe. It's wonderful to be among friends again. I wondered if I'd ever find my way to the spring.
Mommy nodded curtly and pulled back. The two men crowded close.
Miss Ford, drawled the Englishman, we are exploding with curiosity. Why were you abducted? Have you been to the mine? Why this sudden emergence from the depths of mystery?
Phyllis smiled.
Well, I've been living in a hut close to the mine. It was in a narrow canyon, but that's all really I know. I was blindfolded and almost dead with fatigue when they took me in, and they brought me out last night in the dark. All I know is that it is north of the gap. But the map clearly indicates south,
interposed Plumford. Phyllis sighed.
I'm afraid the map is useless.
Well, how come the coyotes grabbed you? Demanded Bill.
They wanted me to sign a document relinquishing my rights to the mine. When I refused, Cheyenne, their leader, and a most delightful character, said he had been ordered to hold me prisoner until I did so. He was pleasant company, told the dolorous stories around the campfire. And then he rebelled against the chief, whoever that may be, and grabbed the mine for himself. He was quite frank about it, promised I'd be well looked after. The chief sent a body of men to crush him, but there was an awful fight yesterday evening. Cheyenne rode back to the mine and said he was boss now and I could ride out.
Phyllis spread her hands.
That's all. Well, that's certainly interesting, drawled the Englishman. Chivalry bandits defies the chief. Oh, the sheriff certainly will be fascinated. I must say the experience has not detracted from your appearance. Rather the reverse. Shall we ride?
Phyllis kneed her pony and Plumford pulled up beside her. Bill dropped behind.
The dude's trumped your ace, murmured Mummy wickedly, easing over.
The stocky rider eyed the pair ahead, engaging in animate conversation. His wide mouth quirked ruefully, but he was silent.
The schoolmarm's eyes never even left that tailor's dummy,
continued the girl relentlessly.
I gamble she never even saw you. They fit. They're both dudes. And you're just a cow nurse. You better snap out of it, lunkhead.
Bill swung her towards his tormentor, smoky eyes ablazing. Put a dally on your tongue, he gritted. Mummy smiled and tossed her head. Two deputies from Danville held down the Bar W bunkhouse when the four rode in. The lawmen, hefting Winchesters, eyed the newcomers narrowly. Sheriff Stevens, replied one in answer to Plumford's haughty inquiry. I reckon he's hanging out in Danville, getting organized for trouble, and you can't stick around here. There's sheriff's orders. But I own the ranch, hollered the Englishman. The deputy, a cold-eyed hombre, shifted his jaw. Well, you go brace Pat Stevens, he advised.
I reckon that's an excellent idea,
broke in Phyllis hastily with a glance at Plumford's tight lips.
I really would like to see Mr. Stevens.
Well, as you wish, agreed the Englishman stiffly, but these fellows have damnable nerves, a characteristic of this uncultured country.
Bill had been sitting his pony in silence. He guessed Pat had planted the deputies to guard the ore. At Plumford's caustic comment, his lips parted in angry disgust. Right then, Mummy's pony developed a fit of jitters, pitching violently and colliding with the buckskin. Bill wheeled clear, and by the time Mummy had regained control of the piebald, the Englishman and Phyllis were jogging away between the pines. Town Marshal Moreland's stuffy shack was packed with an eager ear group as Phyllis told her story. The marshal, hunched in his chair, frowned in perplexity. Pat and the red-headed Ezra listened attentively. The other members of the party filled straight-back chairs. "You spoke of a battle, ma'am?" questioned the sheriff when she concluded. "Would that be a ruckus at the mine?" Mommy's husky voice broke in.
Let Bill spill it. He was there. Almost,
she added dryly. All eyes shifted to the rider's freckled features. He told of riding towards the gap with Mommy. "How come Miss Rakestraw took a hand?" injected Pat. The girl smiled roguishly.
Bill and me were old partners.
Bill growled and continued his story. Spoke of seeing the mysterious bunch of riders who disappeared into the canyon, the blazing pile that blocked the gap, and the springing of the trap. "Well, I guess that wild bunch is done finished," commented Pat at the end of his recital. Moreland had been pawing through his collections of reward notices, and he handed one to the sheriff. "Did you recognize this, Jasper?" asked Pat, passing the sheet to Phyllis Ford. It was headed "Wanted" and bore a rough reproduction of a square-headed man with thinning hair. Even the crude reproduction could not hide the humorous twist in his lips and the devil-may-care expression around his deep-set eyes.
"A Cheyenne!" she exclaimed. "Why, that's the leader at the mine."
Curiously, she read aloud.
Cheyenne, Alice William Parker, wanted for murder. Escaped from Tucson Penitentiary, killing 2 guards. Convicting of bank robbery and payroll holdups. This man is a dangerous gunman. Shoot on sight. Why, she exclaimed, it's unbelievable. He was a charming companion and acted like a perfect gentleman.
"Well, you never can tell," commented Pat dryly. He turned to the Englishman. "How come you were around the gap?"
"I was just poking around, one might say,"
returned Plumford vaguely. The sheriff eyed him thoughtfully. "'Pears you're always poking around. First you poke into Pete's body, then Bill claimed you poked into his horses, and you poke into the W bar the day after the horse cashed. Then you poke into the gap when Cheyenne goes hog wild. Mister, I reckon I gotta poke you into the slammer. You're under arrest, suspicion of complacency in the murder of Pete Ford. Jim, stick him in a cell." End of chapter 17. Chapter 19. When Bill again crossed the sanded floor of the wagon wheel, the sheriff and Ezra had pulled out. Marshal Moreland sat alone. He was in no mood for conversation. Jennies and pine knobs lay too heavy upon his mind. The squat rider dropped into his chair and moodily sipped his untasted drink. Moreland heaved to his feet and crunched towards the batwings. Bill grabbed the half-empty bottle of bourbon and grimly filled his glass to the brim. There was nothing left to do, he decided, but to get pie-eyed drunk. Phyllis Ford had turned him down. Mommy Rakestraw treated him worse than her saddle horses, and Plumford, a fellow he could have sworn was a square shooter, had been arrested for murder. He had been lost, and he had lost his girl, his partner, and his spread. He was a lone wolf on the wide prairie, and this was his night to hollow. As the level of the liquor in the bottle sank, so did Bill's spirits recede. When the bourbon finally hit the bottom, he rose upon bowed legs, a little unsteady but still sober, and rocked towards the bar. Midway he stopped, grasped a chair back for support, and stood squinting. Where formerly had stretched a long sweep of mahogany was now a tight-packed row of men's backs, and more were streaming in through the batwings like buzzards to a feast. A steady drone of talk rumbled through the smoke-wreathed saloon, but its tone was deep and savage. Gone was the customary heartility and loud exchange of good-natured chaff. The squat rider shook his head vigorously in an endeavor to clear his fogging brain. Something was amiss. What, he could not fathom. He elbowed through the press of bodies, bellied up to the bar, and steadied himself, and stared at the set faces of the townsmen that were crowded about him, reflecting in the long, gilt-tilted framed mirror back of the fast-moving bartender. Snatches of talk floated to his ears.
Why wait for a trail? The coyote buzzard croaked Pete. Let's string the rattlesnake up right now.
I'll gamble he hires a crooked mouthpiece and dodges the rope.
Pat Stevens pulled out for Dutch Springs. Now's our chance. Let's get a hemp committee together.
Bill had heard enough. Booze was forgotten. They were framing to lynch Plumford. The hell with that stuff. Stubborn jaw set, he shouldered towards the plank walk. The shadows were lengthening, an ominous quiet brooding over Main Street, and there was not a woman in sight. The squat rider burst into the town marshal's office. Moreland was slumped at his desk smoking. "There's trying to stage a lynching bee," gasped Bill. The dog lobos are gathering at the wagon wheel right now. Yes, sir." "I was scared of that," growled Moreland. "That stiff-necked dude always stuck in their craws." He rose and nodded towards a rack in the corner in which were standing 2 shotguns and a row of Winchesters. "Grab a scattergun back into the jail there and watch Plumford. I best hustle round and gather up some deputies." The burly marshal headed for the street. Bill gathered up a shotgun, lifted the key ring off the nail, and opened the door in the rear of the office. In the gloom, he fingered along a short passage. It was brought up short by a locked door. He fumbled with the keys, tried several, and finally felt the bolt snap back. Pushing through, he found himself in the enlarged addition of Moreland's shack. Plank partitions divided the room into 4 cells, 2 on either side of an alleyway. An aperture, a foot square, with crisscross iron bars, was cut in each door. Compared to Pat Stevens' steel-barred jail, the place was as flimsy as a hen house. Bill moved quickly from cell to cell, peering through the peepholes. 3 were empty. In the gloom of the last, he picked out the Englishman's figure hunched upon a low bunk. "Hey!" called Bill hoarsely, poking keys into the lock. Plumford rose listlessly. Bill kicked the door open. "There's framing to string you up, Plumford. Beat it."
"I presume you mean they're contemplating a lynching?" the Englishman replied. "Why, that's ridiculous. It's against the law."
"Oh, for God's sakes, don't wrangle words," groaned Bill. "The mob's getting all steamed up, and Moreland, he's gathering deputies. This is your chance. Get out of here." He grabbed Plumford by the shoulder and pressed him towards the passageway.
"But,"
protested the Englishman, pulling back,
"I refuse to take to my heels. That would be plain confession of guilt, and I am most certainly innocent."
"That won't help you any when you're up there hanging dry," cut in Bill. "My buckskin is tied at the rail. You'd light a shuck."
"This is certainly most irregular," objected the prisoner, frowning with perplexity.
The pair came out into the office. Outside, the street was deserted. Broad segments of yellow light slanting from saloon windows cut through the darkness. Bill set a Stetson on Plumford's head. "Vamoose!" he growled, in exasperation. With both hands he propelled the reluctant Plumford toward the door.
"It certainly goes against the grain," demurred the Englishman.
With an angry snort, the squat rider shoved him out onto the plank walk. Fingering his 6-gun, he stood squarely in the doorway, blocking Plumford's return. The prisoner gazed round, darting an annoyed glance at Bill's stocky figure, then ducked reluctantly under the hitching rail and loosened the reins of the buckskin. Stiffly, he swung across the saddle and jogged down the street. Bill watched until the thud of his pony's hooves died, and then, with a sigh of relief, turned back into the office. He carefully locked the door at each end of the passageway, dropping the keys out of sight behind the marshal's desk. This done, he settled himself comfortably in Moreland's chair and commenced building a smoke. Boots clumped heavily on the boards outside. The marshal ducked through the doorway, men stringing in at his heels. They filed into his office, 6 men, grizzled and gray-haired. "How come you're not in the back?" barked Moreland.
"I couldn't locate your dang keys."
Moreland felt for the nail. "Damn it, I could have sworn I hung 'em up here. Well, we haven't time to hunt now." He passed around the Winchesters and broke out 2 packages of shells. Crowded in the little shack, the hasty summoned deputies filled the magazines. Still, nothing moved in the gloom outside. The marshal stuck his head out of the doorway, surveying the silent street. "There's trouble a-brewin'. I can smell it," he declared. His voice rose with quick excitement. "Jumpin' grasshoppers, they're a-comin'. Listen, you Jaspers, no shootin' till I give word. Maybe we can spook 'em." He picked up the remaining shotgun, slid a shell into the breech, and moved ponderously outside. The deputies stampeded for the windows, staring out into the dark. In almost complete silence, a close-packed body of men, Bill figured there must have been 100, moving in a shadowy mass down the center of the street. Their boots thudded on the packed earth like the measured roll of a great muffled drum. There was something sinister and awe-inspiring in their steady advance. The leaders swung towards the office. The crowd behind them fanned out into a half-moon. "What's on your mind, boys?" boomed Moreland. A man stepped forward, the lamplight from a saloon gleaming upon the barrel of a gun beneath his arm.
"We want that killer," he yelled.
"Come on out," the marshal flung over his shoulder. The deputies and Bill poured out the door and ranged themselves into a line behind Moreland's big form, their rifles leveled, belt high. "Listen here," shouted the marshal for all to hear. "We ain't standing for a lynching law in Danville. Plumford, he gets a fair trial. You break it up, fellers. If'n you want trouble, we're all set to give it to you in plenty." The leader spoke again.
"You ain't running no Sandy or us, Jem. You send that route out, or we'll smoke 'em out."
"Beat it," growled Moreland. With slow deliberation, he commenced to walk towards the mob, swinging the short-barreled shotgun in a short arc with his good arm. Bill's head was plenty clear now. Standing at the end of the line of deputies, he felt his pulse quicken and his grasp tighten upon the stock of the shotgun. One shot now, and hell would break loose. But at the marshal's approach, the tight-packed mass of men dissolved and scattered in all directions, diving into doorways and disappearing down alleyways. In a few minutes, the street was clear again, except for the leader standing alone. Almost in Moreland's face, he pointed his gun towards the stars and loosened one shot. "Quit!" yelled the marshal, grabbing for the gun. The fellow twisted to one side, dodging the marshal's clutching hand, and scurried across the street and disappeared. Moreland picked up his shotgun, which he had been compelled to drop, and tramped heavily back towards the line of deputies. The street was clear, but Bill could feel the impact of 100 eyes. "Get inside," grunted the marshal. Packed into the darkened office, the deputies fidgeted uneasily. It was quiet outside, too quiet. Bill sniffed, glanced around, sniffed again, but said nothing. A deputy suddenly broke the strained silence. "Something's afire!" Moreland charged across the room towards the lockup. Remembering the lost keys, raised a hefty boot and kicked out a panel. A choked cloud of smoke spewed into the office. Choking and gasping, the deputies surged through out to the plank walk. "God, they're roasting that hairpin back there inside," bawled the marshal. He flung his weight at the splintering door. It smashed open. With Bill at his heels, he lumbered down the smoke-filled passage. Flames were licking at the rear door. The heat drove him back, cursing with impotent anger. The pair retreated before the blaze, joining the little knot of deputies gathering outside on the plank walk. Tight features plain in the light of the fast-rising flames that greedily devoured the sun-shrunken timbers, they slowly backed into the street. Around, men lurked in the shadows, watching the inferno with hard eyes. Bill praised and breathed a prayer of thankfulness for the hunch that had led him to releasing Plumford. Once a fire started in Danville, it burned out. There was no water, save in an occasional barrels alongside the plank walks, and if they had water, nothing except buckets to throw it on the flames with. When gray dawn broke, a compact bunch of riders clattered down Main Street, the sheriff at their head. Pat's eyes were sober as he glimpsed the blackened remnants of the jail and the marshal's office. Tendrils of smoke still curled lazily from the ashes. Jim Moreland stepped mournfully off the plank walk. "Where's Plumford?" demanded the sheriff, voice sharp. "Fried to a crisp," grunted the marshal. "Mob was on the rampage last night and set a torch to the jail." "Good God," almost whispered Pat. Moreland glanced at his lean features with surprise. The sheriff was not given to emotion, particularly where the fate of callous murderers were concerned. Pat slipped from the saddle and walked close to the smoldering embers. "You find the remains?" "There weren't none," grunted Moreland. "He was done burnt with ashes." "Where was his cell?" The marshal indicated the far corner of the blackened site. Pat picked up a stick and poked around, his forehead knitted. Finally, he threw the stick aside. "Get your posse together, Jim." His voice again was crisp and decisive. "Round up a passel of ginnies and head for the W bar. We're going to be getting Cheyenne." He hit leather and wheeled the sorrel and led the posse out of town. Toward sundown the following day, 8 riders hazed a braying bunch of burros along the trail that wound towards the hills that ended up at Bar W. Jacks and ginnies, large and small, old and young, abandoned by prospectors and combed out of the hills around Danville, the assortment pattered along. In the drag, sweat-smudged Jim Moreland was cursing the sheriff's crazy notions and the animals that shuffled along at a snail's pace. At the Bar W, Pat surveyed his accusation with satisfaction. Moreland's deputies threw them into the corral to mingle with the animals that was packed out on the gold ore. The 2 lawmen hunkered in the shadow of a pine, and the sheriff laid out his plan of campaign. "We've got 22 men," he announced. "Plenty to take Cheyenne's bunch, if we can get through the gap. We can pull out at sunup. Every man packs a water bag, and I gathered some barrels we can rope to the backs of the biggest jacks. We'll spread our blankets overnight at Coyote Springs and then head for the gap. We should reach it by sundown." "Hell, by pushing the ponies a mite, we can raise the gap by midday," objected the marshal. "Trailing that herd?" Pat nodded towards the corral, thick with droopy-eared burros. "Creepin' rattlesnakes," ejected Moreland. "You ain't taking them critters along." "We need them," replied the sheriff shortly. "What in the hell for? You figuring on packing out the Mirage Mine lock, stock, and barrel?" Pat's lips quirked into a smile. "Hold your horses, Jim. You'll find out. Say, how come Bill ain't straddling his buckskin?" "How would I know?" grumbled the marshal. "Maybe the critter's burro shy. I sure got my stomach full of them blasted desert canaries. When the shadows licked across the alkali plain, a curious cavalcade crept northward beneath the bastions of the wall. Ahead, Pat and Moreland walked their ponies, and behind them plodded a straggling column of burros flanked by mounted men. Dropped well into the rear to avoid thick dust clouds churned up by scores of sharp hooves was the main body of the posse, and trailing them came Bill, a chain of sick burros on the lead, packing the precious water supply. That night, the posse made dry camp beneath the wall. At dawn, Pat and Moreland rode forward to survey the gap that was a mile ahead. Clear lined against the growing light of the rising sun, the massive cliffs between which the narrow canyon cut like a knife frowned down upon the two riders. They drew close, reined their ponies between the boulders that littered the mouth of the gap. A rifle shot whipped through the still air. The lead screamed over their heads. "Seems there's no visitors allowed," commented the sheriff dryly, wheeling his pony. They headed out into the plain. Beyond rifle shot, Pat leveled his glasses and searched the gap. "Never saw a worse death trap," he thought wearily. Bunched in that narrow canyon, with not enough cover to shelter a rabbit, an attacking force would be cut to pieces. To make the gap even more impregnable, a low rock wall blocked the far end. Pat could see the glint of sunlight upon rifle barrels as men passed behind it. Without a word, he passed the glasses to Moreland. The sheriff studied the canyon long and earnestly, and then with a grunt he heaved round. "Pat, we just can't make it." "Can we climb the wall?" Moreland eyed the towering rampart sloped away into the distance and then shook his head in somber negation. "Well, then we gotta make it." "But you can't send men in there. It's bloody murder," protested the marshal. "Well, not when we got the donkeys," smiled the sheriff. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20. Back in camp, Pat swallowed a mug of coffee in the midst of a scene of orderly confusion. Around him men rolled slickers and threw saddles on skittish ponies, clinched Titans, and made ready for the day. Two riders rode herd on the burros bunched near the wall. At the sheriff's yell, 20 eager-eyed men packed around him. All sensed that action was near, and Pat's pulse throbbed with pride as he eyed the riders whom he was about to launch into a desperate enterprise. They were a grizzled, hard-ridden bunch. The majority had seen action in his posses in times past, and he knew their caliber. There was not a weakling in the bunch. "You saddle whoppers can slacken them clinches," he drawled, amusement in his gray eyes. "We aren't straddling ponies this trip. We're switching to donkeys bareback." "Hell!" boomed Ezra. "What'll I pack my legs? They'll drag worse than a snake's trail." "Well, take a dally on them," chuckled Pat. His voice changed, becoming intense with eagerness. "We gotta force the gap, fellers. Some of you Jaspers been through it before. It's straight and narrow and not a spot of cover. Cheyenne's bunch are holed up at the far end, priming to blast us. If we fork our ponies, ain't a Jasper will get through alive. My idea is this. We'll fork a Jenny apiece to the gap, drive the herd ahead, then we stampede through the gap, hazing the critters from the rear. They'll take the Cheyenne's lead. Everyone that goes down gives us a mite more cover. I'm gambling most will go right through and swamp Cheyenne's boys, and we'll be right on their tails. You got her?" "Damn you, Pat, for a doggone Apache," grunted Jim Moreland with a slow grin. "So that's why you gathered them blasted burros. Slickest scheme I heard in a month of Sundays." The sheriff glanced towards the ponies ground hitched around the packed group of possemen. We'll need to leave a cavalryman behind. Well, you're not acing me out of this fracas, growled Bill. I've been nursing burros and chewing dust from Coyote Springs on. I'm going for the Gap, yes sirree. Well, maybe some gent would like to snaff the job? Inquired Pat. Chill silence greeted his words. He read blank defiance in every eye. Well, he announced crisply, I gotta pick a man. Jim, you're half crippled with that bum wing. You stay behind. Like hell I will, roared the burly marshal. I'm rodding this outfit. Pat's voice was steely. There'll be action aplenty when we break through the Gap. Let's get moving, boys. Despite the prospect of bloody fighting ahead, the sheriff chuckled with amusement as he watched his possemen. Winchesters slung across their backs, urging their mounts with boot and heel and voice towards the Gap, hazing a motley bunch of burros ahead. Some riders doubled up their long legs and perched like oversized monkeys on the Jenny's razor backs. Others dragged their spurred boots in the dust. Many improvised hackamores which with they attempted to guide their slow-plodding steeds. Some disgustedly abandoned attempts to ride and plugged afoot along the swales. Roars of laughter echoed from the Beetland cliffs. It was surely the most comical cavalcade that ever traversed the grim barrens. As they drew close to the somber mouth of the Gap, the sheriff's thoughts took a darker hue. What if his scheme backfired? He was staking everything on the burros going ahead. What if they refused to face the blasting fire from Cheyenne's gunmen? They might swing around in blind terror and trample the dismounted possemen beneath their sharp hooves in a frenzied stampede. When once a burro gets a notion into his head, nothing on earth will stop him. Well, thought the sheriff fanatically, the answer will be plain within the hour. He could think of no other strategic action to take. An attack without cover would be plain suicide. Possemen and burros massed behind the shoulder of the Gap. 20 paces yawned the mouth of the canyon. Pat visualized Cheyenne's gang crouching behind the rock wall at the furthest end, all primed to sweep the narrow canyon with the hot lead. He gathered a small pile of dead brush, set it afire, and shook out the tarry pine knobs from the gunny sack and set the ends in the flames. Soon they were blazing furiously. Get this straight, he said curtly to the curious riders gathering round. We gotta get them burros through the Gap, which means we gotta scare 'em worse than Cheyenne. You keep your heads low and give the critters hell. Remember, it's their lives or yours. He handed the blazing brands around, retaining one for himself. Come on, he yelled. Haze 'em like hell. In a mad turmoil, 21 brawling, yipping men herded the startled, braying bunch of burros around the shoulder into the mouth of the canyon. Tight packed between the towering walls, the stream of Jinnies flowed into the narrow canyon. Pat jerked his 6 gun and loosened a shot, touched his sputtering torch against the flank of the nearest burro. Terror-stricken, the animals leapt forward. All around, wildly yelling men were panicking the animals with torch and gun. The air reeked with the stench of burning hair and the smell of powder fumes. Headlong down the canyon raced the terrorized animals. Behind them, with flaming torches, prodding and shouting, lumbered the possemen. Strangely, not a shot rang out from the canyon's farther end. Maybe, Pat thought, plunging in the rear of the swift receding torrent of brown panting men striving to outrace him, the bandits were too overcome with amazement to do anything but stare. The onset of a band of crazed burros might have been surprising. Then a merciless blast poured from Cheyenne's barricade. Screaming lead ricocheted from the rock walls. The thunder of guns was flung from cliff to cliff, echoing and re-echoing on deafening waves. Ahead, the burros slowed, bunched and tight-packed. Again the possemen were upon them, yelling like demons, waving and thrusting their flaming brands. "Ain't this hell with a lid off?" yelled Bill as he jostled by the sheriff. "Yes, sirree." Shoulder to shoulder, the riders kicked and pushed, singeing the thick hides with their torches. Again the animals surged forward, crazy with fear. Pat stumbled over a brown carcass. Others dotted the trail of death. Better that than men, thought the sheriff grimly. A bullet zipped past his ear. To his left, a posseman spun round and dropped. Another stopped to retrieve the fallen man's torch, straightened, and was cut down. In the delirium of excitement, the attackers had thrown caution aside and were racing along upright, head and shoulders above the protective barrier of the burros. "Get down!" yelled Pat, waving frantically. Another breathless interval, a delirium of thundering guns, screaming lead, and choking dust. Suddenly, the sheriff became aware that gun flashes no longer split the gray fog ahead. The leading burros were crashing over a low rock barrier. In a flash it seemed the canyon was empty of animals, save the grayed bodies laying thick among the talus. Pat clambered over a rude rock wall. Before him stretched a long valley, bound by barren slopes. Midway down the valley, a body of horsemen were flailing their racing ponies in a headlong flight. Fanning out in another direction were the jennies, fast slowing to their customary pattery walk. The gap was won. Sweaty, dusty, and disheveled, the victorious possemen clustered around Pat. "Never seen nothing like that in all my born days," declared a leather-faced rider. "A pack of lobos skedaddled afore a bunch of jennies. It sure sounded like a crazy notion, Pat, but by goodness, it worked." "Well, from now on," declared Bill solemnly, "I raise my hat respectful to every burro I meet up with, and I'll feed him oats, yes sirree." An hour later, Pat, with 17 eager riders behind him and Jim Moreland on his side, hit the bandit trail. One deputy had stopped a bullet square betwixt the eyes in the mad stampede. 2 had been nicked by flying lead. These last had been left behind to gather up the burros and head the herd back to Danville. The water casks were cached near the canyon. As he rode, the sheriff eyed the barren slopes on either side of the long, snaky valley, searching for Pete's first landmark, the blasted pine, where, with Sam and Ezra, he had previously swung right to the south. If, as Sally claimed, right was wrong, the real trail led northward. He had no need to consult the map. He had studied it so often that he thought sadistically it was probably engraved upon his brain. Gray and sundered, the shell of a once mighty pine caught his eye. It was set at the mouth of one of the numerous ravines that twisted down into the valley. The sheriff's pulse quickened. Now, Sally's theory was to receive the test. He neck-reined his sorrel northward, the blasted pine squarely behind. Another ravine gaped black in front of the fast-moving body of horsemen. Pat's heart leapt as they drew close. On a flat rock beside his mouth, 3 boulders were piled. 3 ducks! He ejected involuntarily. Ahead, Black Butte nuzzled at the clouds with its rugged head. 4 miles, 5 at the most, conjectured Pat, and they would pass a line drawn from Needle Rock to the butte. Would they find the mirage mine at that line? On either side, eroding cliffs walled the posse in as they pushed towards Black Butte. Ravines perforated the rock masses. What a spot for an ambush. At the thought, Pat swung around and eyed the riders close bunched at his pony's tail. He held up his arm, pulled rein, and wheeled the sorrel. "We're liable to ride into a nest of rattlesnakes at any time now," he warned, raising his voice above the champing of bits and jingling of chains. String out. A plenty. These rattlesnakes, they bite. Again, he spurred on, eyes searching for sign, the posse coiling like a long whip thong behind. Mostly the pony's hooves rang upon rock, but in places wind had swept the talus dust into drifts that banked hawk high. And here there was sign aplenty. Another pile of ducks on a ledge where a canyon was hacked through the cliff to their left caught the sheriff's ever-searching eyes. Intuition told them that this was it, that at last their goal and their quarry was close at hand. The posse drew rein as he motioned them back and swung into the canyon. The dust through which the sorrel padded told its story. 50 paces ahead, the canyon twisted. Pat pulled up, brow creased. Another gap, and no burrows to stop lead. He whirled his pony and rode back to the expectant posseman, gray wreath in the dust haze, sighed to Bill. "You fellers rest in your saddles," he directed, "and watch that canyon. We have 'em holed up." The pair walked their ponies ahead. Pat, scrutinizing the weathered walls, seamed with ledges pocked with cracks. The sheriff slid out a leather. Bill followed suit, puzzlement in his eyes. "Where are we going?" he inquired. "Up," grunted Pat, unbuckling his spurs. "Hell blazes!" ejected the squat rider. "You sure in hell are bent on making a monkey out of me." The sheriff straightened and untied his rope. "Tote your string," he directed, and then slung his coiled rope across a shoulder and walked towards the wall. Clinging to the roughened face of the cliff, the pair worked slowly upward. At first glance, the wall seemed unscalable, but the sweat-soaked climbers found handholds aplenty upon its cracked, eroding face. Breathless, with blooded fingers and bruised knees, they topped it. Bill glanced down and shuddered. "Cripes," he muttered. "If an I had eyes in the back of me head, I'd never a made her. And I'll be never getting down again unless I sprout wings, no sir." Pat was busily surveying the territory. An expanse of rock stretched before them, strewn with boulders. Southward, a long chasm showed black where the plateau had been split in some bygone cataclysm. It gradually narrowed until the rock masses pinched it out. The sheriff moved towards it, Bill dogging him. When the edge of the chasm drew close, Bill saw that it was some 40 or 50 paces wide, its walls smooth as glass. He snatched off his Stenson and dropped down and crawled to the edge. Cautiously, he peered over. Bill, stretching beside him, whistled softly. 60 feet below, on the canyon floor, men were moving leisurely around. In the shade of the furthest cliff, a row of ponies were picketed. Beside them stood a crude stone hut. Behind it showed the square mouth of a shaft hewn into the rock. With a deep-drawn breath, Pat slowly backed. "My goodness," he breathed, and when they again stood erect, safe from observation, "Did you ever see a neater trap than that?" "Trap?" echoed Bill. "How in the name of creation can we blast the rats out of that hole? I reckon there's 20 hombres down there, and they all toting guns." "Oh, you'll see," promised the sheriff softly. He led the way back to the wall. "Give me your rope," he requested, and standed on the brink. Wondering, Bill slid his riata off his shoulder. Pat knotted the ends of the two ropes together and paid out the line until it touched bottom below. Enough remained to make a secure hitch around a spur of rock. "Think you can slide down that without wings?"
"Well, it'll sure help a plenty,"
averred the stocky rider. "Well, you scramble down. Tell Jim Moreland to send up 6 active hombres. They don't need to tote Winchesters. Have 'em cover the canyon mouth with what men he has left. Tell 'em the rats are due to scurry out pronto, and I want 'em scorched. Get going." For an hour, 6 sweaty riders, Bill and the sheriff, worked like beavers, building rock piles close to the chasm's edge. Each man stacked his own pile, spaced at 20-yard increments. Finally, the sheriff was satisfied. He gathered the group and spoke briefly.
"Holy rattlesnake puppies," gasped Bill. "If you don't got the doggonest idea, yes sirree."
Each man stood by his pile. As Pat shouted orders, they feverishly commenced rolling boulders over the brink of the chasm into the unsuspecting bandits below. Startled shouts, curses, and shrieks of agony floated out of the depths as the rocks showered down into the devastating, smashing barrage. Pat crawled to the edge and peered down. Chaos was convulsing into the canyon. There was no shelter from the pulverizing torrent save the small mine shaft. Already the hut was wrecked. Crushed bodies speckled the canyon floor. Men raced back and forth, terror-stricken eyes staring upwards at the boulders bouncing and smashing around them. A broad-shouldered fella, dodging death, Cheyenne, guessed the sheriff, vainly tried to resort order. As Pat watched, the survivors dashed wildly for the remaining ponies, flung across the animals' backs, and spurred wildly for the canyon's mouth. The crackle of Winchesters, steadily swelled into a roar, hit the sheriff's ears. His lips twisted in a bitter smile. Jim Moreland's men were doing their job. One by one, Pat's band swung down the cliff face. Bill eyed the dangling rope with a puzzled frown when the last man descended. "Say, how in the heck did you get the ropes down?" he ejected. "Well, reckon you can figure your strings donated to a worthy cause," drawled the sheriff, "unless you feel an urge to climb up there and loosen it." "Not for $1 million, declared the rider. There was no sign of the marshal and his men, although the ponies were bunched in a scant shadow of cliff. Pat led the way into the canyon, and stepping over sprawling bodies. They rounded the bend. In a litter of speckled rock lay gray-clad bodies, limp and battered. By the wrecked stone hut, 6 dark-skinned renegades were huddled, thoroughly cowed. Posse men grouped around, smoking and discussing the affray. Jim Moreland emerged from the shaft. "Pete weren't lying when he claimed he struck her rich," he grumbled. "That gal of his can buy out the U.S. Mint." Pat nodded towards the prisoners. "They talking any?" Moreland shook his head in disgust. "They don't know nothing, just a pack of greasers. Cheyenne was the boss, and he's over there dead." "Did you see Todd Rakestraw?" inquired Bill. Moreland jerked his head towards a mangled form. "Right there, what's left of 'em." He turned to the sheriff. "Well, Pat, I reckon we done cleaned up the Mirage Mine case." "Well, maybe yes, and also maybe no," mused the sheriff. He turned to Bill. "What would you say?"
"Me? I ain't saying nothing," declared the worthy hastily. "No sirree."
End of chapter 20. Chapter 21. The sheriff and Jim Moreland threaded through the shacks that cluttered the slopes above Danville, heading their ponies for the smelter's manager's trim bungalow high on the hill. Members of the posse were distributed among the saloons, washing the dust of the barons out of their throats. The prisoners were confined to a horse barn under the watchful eye of an armed deputy. The surviving burros once again roamed the hills. Slick and deferential, the white-coated Mexican opened the door of Carlyle's bungalow at the sound of the 2 lawmen's chain and spurs as they jingled across the gallery. The manager, dynamic as ever, greeted them in the spacious living room and ushered them into his den. I hear you did a great job on those bandits, he chuckled, pouring drinks. That burrow stunt was a masterpiece, and the idea of crushing those poor devils with rocks. Ah, murderous, by the way. How did the heiress take her good fortune? Pat looked inquiringly at the marshal. Have you seen Miss Ford around? Not since we jugged Plumford. The sheriff rasped his chin. Oh, come to think of it, I ain't either. Guess the gal's moseyed back to Dutch Springs. He favored Carlyle's whiskey with gusto and then addressed the smelter manager. Just dropped in to tell you don't need your vigilantes. And to get a taste of good whiskey. The gang's busted up. Plumford slipped through the pearly gates and Mirage Mine is back on the map. Excellent, approved Carlyle. A gruesome affair, roasting that poor devil of an Englishman. His just deserts, I suppose, killing poor old Pete. He refilled his glasses. Well, saved the hangman a job, replied Pat indifferently. Say, you got any hoisting equipment at the smelter? There's $75,000 worth of ore that's dumped at that dry well on the Bar W. Cheyenne uses the cash. That ore's Miss Ford's property, and we got to get it out. We got block and tackle, shears and buckets, summarized the manager briskly. Certainly. When do you want the stuff moved? The sheriff shrugged. Oh, no rush. Maybe 3 or 4 days. Jim here can handle it when you're all set. I'm heading for Dutch Springs pronto with the prisoners. Under guard, I assume? Commented Carlyle carelessly. Pat laughed. Hell no. Ain't a person on the spread outside of Mommy Rakestraw, but who in hell would move the dang stuff off? Oh, I guess you're right, admitted the manager. It seems that all the suspicious characters are accounted for. Nary one escaped, Pat said complacently. Carlyle raised his glass high. Here's to the smartest sheriff in Colorado. At sundown, the sheriff's posse pulled out of Danville, 6 sullen prisoners in their midst, and wound eastward through the hills. 2 miles from town, Pat pulled up beside Ezra. You take over from now on. I'm going to fade out. What's brewing? Demanded the one-eyed man suspiciously. Ain't you had your fill of gunplay? Chuckled the sheriff. I just got a little personal business. So long. He wheeled off into the shadows. Ezra, grumbling, jogged ahead along the wagon road, posse and prisoners jingling behind. The sheriff hit northward, towards the W Bar. In the starlight, he guided the sorrel along the brushy bed of arrow that angled across the rear of the spread. Silently, he tied the pony, removed his spurs, and hung them on the saddle horn. Then he clambered up the bank and ghosted through the pines towards the well behind the horse barn. A light burned in the kitchen of the ranch house. Through the window, he glimpsed Mummy Rakestraw busy behind the stove. Spunky gal, he thought, sweating it out here on her lonesome. Then he stepped into the shadows of the horse barn, wadded over the hay pile until he brought up against the back of the barn. Leisurely, he stretched out on the springy mattress of hay. Nothing disturbed the silence that enveloped the spread save the croaking of bullfrogs in the canyon. Half dozing in luxurious relaxation against the strain of the past few days, Pat listened lazily. Getting old, he thought wearily. He could remember the time when it wouldn't have fazed him a mite. Hell, a feller can't stay a young colt forever. The hours slid by, and the sheriff still lay full length in the dark cavern of the barn, His bed was too comfortable, he decided, checking an almost irresistible impulse of sleep. Of a sudden, he sat up, alert. The bullfrogs had stopped croaking. Someone or something had disturbed them. Boots stirred the gravel on the further side of the barn wall. Metal clanked. A windlass squeaked. The sheriff grinned in the darkness. Another of his hunches was paying off. Softly he rose and moved towards the pale rectangle that was the door. Overhead, a sliver of moon rode the star-spangled sky. The ranch house was a vague shadow. A pony pawed restlessly by the corral gate. Pat eased along the side of the barn and peered around the corner. A windlass had been erected over the well. Beside it was a blurred figure peering into the depths below. The sheriff pulled his gun and cat-toed forward. "Hoist him up." His curt command cut through the silence. The figure whirled. A red flash stabbed through the murk. A slug slammed into the barn planking above Pat's head, and then his own gun thundered once, twice, 3 times as fast as he could thumb that trigger. The figure wavered and slumped. A thin voice shrilled alarm from the depths of the well. Gun smoking, the sheriff edged forward, face down turned. A body sprawled beside the well. Pat rolled it over, and his hand came away sticky. He struck a match and stared down at Thomas Carlyle's slack features. A rope hung from a pulley, suspended from a tripod of 2x4s, and dropped down into the well. From the hole came the hissing breath of a thoroughly scared man. "Come on up," snapped the sheriff, and laid hold onto the slack rope. Hand over hand he hauled, perched, monkey-like on a bucket, clinging to the rope with both hands' eyes white-rimmed with fear. The slight form of the slick Mexican servant rose to view. Clad in soiled denims, dirtied and disheveled, there was little of the spruce velvet upon him now. He grabbed nervously for one of the legs that was supporting the tripod and scampered clear of the yawning hole. Pat grabbed his shrinking form, frisked him quickly, and threw aside a knife. Gathering the slack of his shirt with a firm hand, he propelled the Mexican towards the house. Light from a bedroom window cut a yellow swath through the night. Pat pushed the prisoner before him across the gallery. The front door gaped open. The pair crossed the darkened living room, and a glowing band of light rimmed a side door. Pat turned the handle and threw the door open and shoved his prisoner before him. By the light from a glass-bowled lamp set upon a chest of drawers, he eyed the room. Spread-eagled upon a bed was Mamie Rakestraw, ankles and wrists knotted securely to the 4 corner posts. The girl had evidently been sleeping when she was made prisoner. She was clad only in a white nightgown. Rumpled and gathered up by her frantic efforts to escape, it concealed little of her rounded form. A gag stuffed in her mouth and held in place by a strip of toweling thrust her jaw wide open. But the blazing light in her dark eyes was plainly fury, not fear. Pat crossed quickly to the bed, flipping the girl's nightgown down over her legs, and jerked out his Barlow knife. He quickly slit through the gag that would cut cruelly into the girl's mouth and severed the ropes that stretched her limbs wide. Mamie stretched and swung off the bed without a word and stood erect, the nightgown dropping to her ankles. For a moment she eyed the shrinking Mexican, and then, with a crack like a whip, she opened her palm and took that Mexican across the cheek. He fell sideways, to be brought back up by a stinging slap on the other cheek. Eyes burning, the girl grabbed his narrow head and shook him until his head lolled out and his head snapped around helplessly. Finally, Mamie flung him against the wall. He rebounded and collapsed and flopped gasping to the floor.
"Trash!"
spat the girl.
And now where's that other man who wore the mask?
He's dead, replied Pat.
Good riddance. Perhaps you'd kick that skunk out of my room and I'll get some clothes on.
Dutch Springs dozed peacefully beneath the searing breath of the midday sun. Nothing moved on Main Street save the lazy switching tails of ponies tied to the hitching rails. Beneath the sidewalk canopy a knot of riders hunkered against the front of the Gold Eagle. A wrinkled Mexican moved slowly down the street behind a squat wooden tank on two huge wheels that, hauled by a team of mules, refilled the water barrels. In his tiny office, the sheriff yawned and slapped at the flies. Straight-backed chair tilted against the wall, Ezra snored lustily. From another chair, Sam glowered at the burly redhead. He drinks like a hog, eats like a hog, and snores like a hog, he growled. Ezra snapped awake and focused his squat partner with an accusing eye. I heard you, runt. Your indignation is sure proof that you're a snake's blood. Who packed you, helpless as a newborn babe, from the Gap? My horse, snapped Sam. Who tucked you into a soft bed with white sheets and a fancy pillar? Pat held up a restraining hand. Button up, we got company. Sand shuffled beneath approaching feet. Plumford's lean form darkened the doorway, and behind him tripped Phyllis Ford. Howdy, drawled Pat. Kinda figured you'd been snatched away again, Miss Ford.
Miss Plumford, corrected the Englishman stiffly. And I've come to surrender. It's extremely illogical for an innocent man to be fugitive from justice.
Sit down, invited the sheriff pleasantly. And you too, Miss Plumford. So, you got a hitch to an accused murderer?
Nonsense,
replied the girl sharply, with a fond glance at the Englishman's features.
Percy never killed a man in his life. He has too much respect for the law.
Well, I reckon you're right, ma'am, agreed Pat.
Then why was I arrested and incarcerated in that filthy cell?
Demanded Plumford angrily. To trick the real killer, replied Pat calmly. I was afraid he'd skedaddle before I could put the finger on the buzzard.
Inexcusable, reported Plumford. Are you aware that you've laid yourself open to a lawsuit? Perhaps heavy damages?
Pat chuckled. This here's Dutch Springs, not New York. We handle things a mite different out here.
Who really killed Uncle Peter? Inquired Phyllis curiously.
Thomas Carlyle, manager of Danville Smelter. He rotted the gang that held the Mirage.
Carlyle?
Echoed the Englishman incredulously. Sure. The sheriff built a smoke and smiled at the recollection of work well done. I had you pegged for a while, on account of that cigar butt and your dang trick of turning up like a joker hog wild in a card game, but there's no perfect crimes, and Carlyle, he tipped his hand.
How?
Asked the girl breathlessly. Well, first a bunch of desperados took over Danville, and then all of a sudden lit out. Right away, Carlyle starts off a wagon load of silver ingots for Hopewell. If he hadn't known just where them buzzards was heading, he daren't take a chance. So it's kind of matter of fact, he hired them to smash Cheyenne, and when that Lobo double-crossed him and grabbed the Mirage for himself. But what really put the rope around his neck was a bearskin pegged out on the wall of his room. He was out of town when Pete was beefed, and he claimed he shot the critter on that trip around Spanish Peaks. Well, I knowed that bear. We called him Old White Socks on account of a patch of white on his forelegs. He hung around Coyote Springs for years. The sheriff paused and touched a match to his smoke. You used to hang your coat on a peg in the office there? He shot at Plumford.
Well, naturally, it was beastly hot.
And you pack your cigar case in the coat?
Inside pocket.
Well, it appeared to me that Carlyle had a taste of good liquor and good cigars. I reckon he borrowed one now and again when you wasn't around.
The Englishman snorted. One? He wheeled entire boxes of cigars out of me once.
Pat smiled. Well, it adds up the same. Well, it was all circumstantial evidence, like you said, Plumford. I still needed real proof, so after we cleaned up Cheyenne's gang, I put Carlyle wise that we were shifting the ore cache from the W bar in 3 or 4 days. He sure swallowed the bait. That night he hit for the ranch with his Mexican boy and rigged a windlass over the well. I corralled him there.
What did he say?
Interjected Phyllis, devouring every word. Not a thing, but the greaser talked plenty.
Well, congratulations, old chap.
The Englishman's voice held a reluctant admiration.
You really are astute. Remarkably astute.
Thanks, mister, returned the sheriff solemnly. There was a twinkle in his grey eyes. A lone rider on a buckskin jogged along the trail that weaved up the benches to the W bar. With curious reluctance, he slowly peeled out a leather in front of the ranch house, gazed around apprehensively, and drew a deep breath and headed for the house. Mamie stepped out into the gallery in crisp gingham and yellow hair neatly braided. Bill did not know that she had sighted the plodding buckskin way down the trail, and Mamie could recognize a horse a mile away. Howdy, Mamie, hailed the squat rider nervously.
Howdy yourself,
she replied tartly. He shuffled closer and took a quick glance at her dark eyes and slowed to an uncomfortable stop.
So, you in trouble? She asked curiously. You're acting like you're dodging a posse.
No, sirree, declared Bill vehemently. And, he added plaintively, you don't have to be talking that way.
Well?
Mommy's eyes twinkled.
You married to Phyllis Ford?
Hell no, he blurted hastily. She went and got hitched to that Englishman, and he done give me the W bar. Claims I saved his bacon when that jail in Danville went up in smoke.
Well, isn't that dandy? Enthused the girl. Well, I guess I best be packing.
She sighed.
I kind of like this spread.
Well, he injected, there's no call for you to stampede off. No, sir. Maybe you stick around a while.
With a man? Bill Williams, what's in your brain? Every woman's tongue in Powder Valley would wag.
The girl turned into the house. Say, Mamie. Beads of sweat glistened on the rider's brow. Can't you stick around for keeps? Mamie swung around, her red lips parted.
Now what did you mean by that crack?
She demanded. Oh, good, you know, he croaked. There's a preacher over in Danville and it ain't more than an hour ride.
You want to marry me?
Yes, sirree.
Then why didn't you say so?
Spurred by the tantalizing sprinkle in her eye, Bill surged forward. 2 quick steps and he was across the galley and grabbed Mummy's fleeing form as she darted through the doorway. She struggled fiercely, but against the tightening pressure of his brawny arms, and then suddenly her struggle ceased. Unresisting, she relaxed against him. Her soft lips met his.
Oh, Bill,
she sighed.
I've been awfully lonesome.
End of chapter 21. And that concludes Trail from Needle Rock.